was identified as Derinkuyu, an underground city in Turkey that was large enough to populate or house up to 20,000 people. While its origins are up for debate, some think it was built by the Hittites, the Heights. Well, I think they're supposed to be the Hittites in 200 BC. They're supposed to be giants, by the way. Hittites, a giant race, anyway. While others believe that Phrygians created it in 900 BC. The Phrygians were probably giants too. But I digress. Most historians agree that Derinkuyu was used as a hiding place from enemies and conquerors. Regardless of who built it, it's worth noting that the infrastructure is top notch. As Atlas Obscura points out, none of the city's floors have ever been collapsed. In fact, many believe that the early Christian dwellers who eventually inhabited Derinkuyu added modern upgrades, including stables, churches, dedicated places to make wine, olive oil, the essentials. And I'll leave it at that because I won't be able to hold on reading at that pace, but it's a pleasure. That's a great article. You guys all read it on your own.
Yeah,
I was reading
I'm
it
going to go outside soon here.
I was reading it right along with you, and one of the first things you said, you thought it was Los Angeles, but I don't think it was. However, if it was, that'd be cool. I'd want to go there.
Hey, wait, Mick, so you're coming in kind of low for me. I'm having trouble hearing you. I don't know if it's your end or maybe me.
Well, I got a cheap desk mic here, so I got to hold it real close to my mouth when I talk. I'm at work right now.
Okay.
I can hear you pretty good. What I'm going on is Caramello's channel. If you're not familiar with him, go look at him. It's spelled Kuremio, Caramello, Ahua, Ahau, his channel on YouTube. And it's the playlist that says old newspaper clips that they didn't want you to know about, or old newspaper reports.
Yeah, but in the first paragraph, I think it says that they found that in Turkey. But hey, listen, Sonny.
I think it was
It's 3:30. I got to log out, and I'll be catching you on my ride home in a bit later.
All right, man. No problem. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to run over you. Got run over in conversation while he was driving, almost getting run over. Just kidding. It's possible. So there was one report. You have the Carameo. I should look at that. Look for that. Since I'm talking about, I'll drop a link. This guy's channel. We talked about him a lot. It's coming up quite a bit.
So have you seen pretty much, have you watched all his content that he's got up?
Well, I don't think it's possible to watch all of his content. I've been watching it for over a year. I've watched, I would say, a couple hundred hours.
Did you watch the Abe Lincoln one? And Abe Lincoln's
The first
origins?
couple of them. But some of those playlists I didn't go through all the way, because I'm more interested in other areas. So he had other more interesting things to me. But those are things I plan on going back to, all of them, definitely. Yeah, if I can. I mean,
all that information is available to us, but we just don't put in any effort or recognize it. Because how many people have probably read the information that he's read, and just nobody puts it out there for the public to consume?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we should start looking for those books. I think I'm going to start looking for those books in whatever form I can get them in. Anyway, so there probably some of them are still available. Anyway, I got to get outside soon. I'm getting ready. I don't know what I'll do, if I'll take my take this with or not. It's kind of a hassle, and it kind of distracts me. But I'll talk to you guys on the other side.
Yeah, it's good talking to you too. I'm glad I caught you today. Oh, shit, he jumped out quick. Yeah, I appreciate all you guys in here. It's good times. There's Ava, VC verified. No other roles.
I'm been here a long time.
Oh,
Just
you
had to
have?
change,
Okay.
yeah, I just had to change my name because I couldn't. It was locked out, so
Oh,
I had to
okay.
change everything. So, but I've been here a long time. So thank you.
Alrighty.
All right.
So I take it you're flat earther then.
Almost all my life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Would you like to share that story?
Oh, I have before many times.
Okay.
It's just I was introduced to sort of the Hindu model
Oh.
of the universe, which includes a flat plane that dissects and the cosmic egg. And I was convinced as a young person, my father also, who introduced me to this, um, the Earth is flat. And my dad also told me that he didn't believe that we went to the moon. So from a young age,
So you accept it was easy for you to
yeah,
not be fooled by the deception of the globe when
mhm.
it was presented to you in school and stuff.
Yeah, and
That's
plus
Ildico, guys. If you don't
yeah,
recognise her
so
voice, that's
it's
Ildico.
changed my name, or
Oh,
else
okay, okay.
I couldn't get in. So I had to change everything, emails, everything. So anyway, yeah, so I've been practically a lifelong, but I never, I never approached it from trying to debunk the globe, the spherical concept, because I suppose I just took it for granted that it wasn't true. So,
Yeah.
and so here and elsewhere, of course, I've been interested in how the globe model is scientifically absurd. So that's been educational. That's my story.
Well, I appreciate you sharing it with me.
All
Well, I mean,
right.
for all I know, we maybe talked in the past and
Yeah,
I just don't
probably.
remember.
I mean, yeah, I've been I'm not very much of a contributor. I, li-
Hmm.
I tend to be shy, so I prefer to just listen. And oh, I did want to, the other day. Now that I'm talking, the other day I tuned in. And there was an enormous um, battle going on um, about Witsit,
Oh
and
yeah.
I did not catch those 5-minute videos apparently that were supposed to elucidate the actual argument against him.
Hmm.
And so I don't know, still to this point, I don't know why
Well,
there's such vitriol
yeah, you
against.
have to listen to and I haven't myself listened because I'm just not really interested in choosing a side and getting into that. But
I'm just
somebody
interested
here
in general.
probably can put them in there for you so that
Oh, yeah,
you can
that would be.
watch them.
I'd like to kind of settle it in my own mind, at least. I'm not much for, getting into any kind of arguments, but
Yeah. Uh, in I don't know. I do believe that we should hold each other in here accountable for things, though things we say, and I think that's important to have those discussions.
yes, but we can disagree about things
Yeah,
that are speculative.
sure. I well, I don't know. It, uh, and for me, I'm not that familiar with Witsit, so I can't make a judgment based off a couple of clips. I don't know the man.
Truthfully, I've only heard him when he used to visit here in the server much more frequently. He rarely comes now.
Yeah. I mean, I've had a lot of experiences with QE when I first got here, and I've heard him talk a lot. And I can't say, I wouldn't say anything bad about the man. I don't know. You know what?
He seems to be very passionate.
Well, yeah, and that's good. I like that. I think we
Yeah,
should be passionate, and I like that he's. I think it's good if he finds an error in something, or thinks something shady. That should be brought to people's attention. We need to be made
yeah.
aware of that, because me
Merits
personally,
some
if there's
scrutiny.
a possible snake in the house, I want somebody to bring it to my attention. You know, and I'm not saying that Whitsett is a snake. Like I said, I don't know. I haven't really gotten into it, but I think it's important. And I think a lot of people were getting confused and sort of just saying these things about him without any merit. And like I said, I haven't looked into it myself. I haven't listened to it, but I would go listen to that, and then maybe you can make a judgment or
Yeah,
speak on it.
I thought
Yeah,
it was
I
just
don't.
about the ether, the question of the existence of the ether. Because
Yeah, I have no idea.
Whitsitt is a real advocate for that.
And I don't know. And there was another conversation going on in here around the same time about somebody calling people scammers. Um,
Oh,
and I don't know if that was him too. I don't know if that's a part of that same topic, but yeah, I don't know.
well, any kind of organization is bound to have shills.
Well, yeah, and well, this guy apparently, I guess, he was saying that if you don't subscribe to whatever information he was putting out, if you're a flat earther and you're not going along with this, then you're scamming people. And
Yeah, that's going a little too far. I
yeah,
think people should be able to make up their mind about things that are perhaps less tangible.
yeah, I don't know. I try to stay out of a lot of that stuff. I don't even. I was able to somehow steer clear of a lot of the YouTube
Yeah,
content creators that have a huge following, and I never. I don't know, I never like stood by somebody who was like, yes, this is the guy, everybody, this is the face of flat earth. I don't do all that. I don't stay away from all that crap.
I prefer intellectual purity, honesty, pursuing
Yes.
the truth for the truth's sake and not for any other reason.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to. I'm about facts, honesty,
Yeah. And
and
if I
what can
sense
we
from
prove?
someone that they're not adhering to that and have other motivations, financial or otherwise, well, then and then you dismiss them. That's all there is to. You don't get into a fight.
Well, I mean, sometimes it that just happens because people, if you confront somebody and they're still dishonest, it's going to lead to a heated argument and
Well, you
whatever.
can argue on an intellectual level. And it should be obvious if their argument doesn't hold muster,
Hmm.
without having to become accusatory.
Well, and there's a big thing too about in that situation, there's no agree to disagree, like, uh, and I kind of agree with that too. I don't think that should ever be brought up in this discussion. There's no agreeing to disagree. Facts are facts.
Yeah, yeah. But when you get into the realm of more speculation, well, then if you say that that's where you are, that's the territory you're in intellectually, well, you can sort of come up with whatever conclusions you
Yeah,
want.
absolutely. We do that every Sunday. You know,
Right, it's
one of
it's a
my
lot of
favorite
fun,
days.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Everyone likes that. And, whether I just don't know why people take it so seriously.
Well, you know, a lot of people got a lot. People have been, you know, lost their jobs over this topic, lost family members. I mean, it's a very serious subject, and it's affected us all in our lives in a huge way that I think some of us don't even quite realize how much, you know.
Well, certainly to realize that you've been deceived at such fundamental level uh, can be shocking to to anyone's system. You know, I
Yeah, and
understand.
if you're, you know, if you're having a conversation with somebody and they're just blatantly being dishonest, I mean, that for me, that's it. There's no point in continuing the conversation, and you know,
Yeah,
what are we doing? Get the hell out of here, you know, you know.
exactly. Exactly.
And that's
And just because
go.
someone believes that the earth is flat or knows that the earth is flat doesn't make them any better morally than anyone else.
Well, yeah, no, it's not a. But yeah,
You know, when the entire world was under the impression that the world was flat many centuries ago, there was just as much killing, war, and all kinds of evil things took place, regardless of whether they believed it was flat or not.
hmm
So, anyway,
I do think, however, though, if you have knowledge that you're not sharing with people around you, then your moral character is, you know, in question. Because everybody should be sharing truth with each other. It's and if you're purposely deceiving people, then yeah, I would again, your moral character is suspect.
well, do you mean by that? Do you mean that you would say your parents didn't believe it, and so would you be obligated to tell them, even if you
Uh,
thought that it would disturb them in some way?
yeah, I mean it's truth. Truth hurts, but it's important. I
Well,
woke my father up when I woke up.
see, I've just realized that there are many people who prefer to live in their own world of ideas, and they're not psychologically balanced enough to sustain the truth.
Well, yeah, that's part of how I think they sort of control us. Is it's a prison of the mind, and we ourselves, we're the ones constructing those walls in our own mind. You know.
Yes. Anyway, we agree, I'm sure. Just not as apt to want to convert everyone.
No, yeah, I'm not interested in converting no one, but if somebody's interested in the topic, I definitely want to share information with them. I'm not
Oh,
trying to,
it's exciting when you
you
find
know,
someone who actually knows about the topic. Such a rare
yeah,
thing, you know.
it's somebody that's, you know, real about it and really interested in and curious. And when you ask them questions about the globe, they're not dishonest, and they can admit to themselves, oh man, you know what? I don't know. I don't know the answers to these questions that I should know. You know,
You know a lot of people
I've
who
had this belief my whole life, but I don't. Why do I believe it? I don't know anything about it.
you know a lot of people that do you meet people that just by coincidence are flat earthers?
Do I?
Yeah.
No, not really. Not that often, unfortunately. No, and I don't really. I don't bring it up that much when I'm outside. Uh, once in a while, I will, but I yeah, I don't really try to talk to people about it too much. I do with like my nephew, for instance, though. He's 15, and whenever he comes in and hangs out with me, I always drop little like nuggets and seeds, and just to get him kind of thinking, like, why does he keep saying this to me? What is he talking about? And it actually has worked, because he was here last week and he came and asked me. He said, "Hey, do you want me to read any of your books about flat Earth?" And like, I'll read one. And yeah, it was so exciting. And my first instinct was to give him one of my favorites by Edward Hendry. I was giving him that, but it's so, I mean, that's a lot for a 15-year-old. It's a big book, and I figured, that's kind of putting a. I didn't think he would get through it. So luckily, thanks to uh Flat Earth Guru, he actually created some children's books on NASA and on the flat Earth, and
Really, he did.
I gave him those, and they were great tools and helped him. You know,
What a good idea. What an absolutely good idea that is.
yeah, and I mean,
Create
they're
a
children's books. He's
children's
15, but
books. Yeah.
there's it's still a good place to start, even for an adult. I think
Oh,
it
yeah,
could
maybe
be, as long
that's
as their mind is open.
kindergarten primers about the flat Earth.
Yeah, and he started asking me all kinds of questions, and he just couldn't believe the stuff he was reading. He was like, "Is this true?" And I was like, "Yeah, well, let's find out. Let's look it up." And I showed him, the Don Pettit saying the wacky things that he said, because that's in the books, and bubbles in space, and there's just so much. And I was very excited. I thought, yes, I broke through to, because I have another nephew who's just not really interested in anything to do with, I don't know, reality. um
That's
and
funny.
so whenever you get one person, especially somebody that you love and you care about, it's exciting, and I'm happy for him, and I hope it continues to grow in him.
Yeah. I wish you luck. It's wonderful. I have met here. I live in Florida. And surprisingly, since I've lived here, which is about 14 years or so, I've met maybe 5 people who genuinely are flat earthers. And that's a lot.
Yeah, I'm surprised, actually.
Wow, me too. I was surprised.
How
And
did that happen, just organically, or do you put yourself out there?
no, I went to a friend's party who was a flat earther, and he had invited his friends, whom he had discovered were flat earthers. And so that's why they were there. So, uh, I guess through connections from one to another to another.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. But we don't really, I mean, we talked about it, but wasn't enough to make us real friends. So I don't know.
Oh, yeah. But it's nice to know that, you've actually met in person and talked to
Yeah,
some
it's
people.
so
That's why I
exciting.
love this server so much. And whenever I do meet somebody that's interested in the topic, I immediately want to bring them here, instead of directing them to just a video on YouTube where there's no interaction, they can't ask
Yeah,
questions. And it's, I don't like that. I think it's gonna be good because there is some good content out there, but I think it's also important to be able to engage with real people and have conversations.
exactly, exactly. And there's such a variety of um, representatives, I guess, here, people who have different ways of approaching the subject. So it's all very interesting. I often tune in when, uh, I guess to me it's soothing, except when, of course, uh, Quantum Eraser gets a little bit upset, but otherwise it's very soothing for me to listen. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it because it's real people having real conversations as opposed
I,
to
I love Huey.
all.
I've grown to love him so much, and he makes me laugh. So when I first got here, I don't know how many years ago, like I was like, God, this guy's an asshole. But now that I've spent time in here and I see what happens in here, I totally get it. And I love the man. He's hilarious.
He's lost his patience with stupidity. So,
And I don't know. I don't think it's really a place of anger with him either. It's I don't know.
no, I don't think so either.
I think it's hilarious.
He's disgusted. He's viscerally disgusted, but I don't think he's really angry.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
Although I don't want to psychoanalyze him.
I appreciate it because we have to be able to laugh, and we have to. And how many times, in our lives have we been ridiculed and laughed at for, maybe you for your Hinduism, and
Yeah.
I was raised Catholic,
And
and
believe me,
you
many things. I've
yeah,
been
it's I
outside of many boxes, living outside of many boxes, so I'm used to the isolation. I'm not at all perturbed by it.
Mm-hmm. We got some new people in there. Is that what's going on?
It was very nice to speak.
Oh yeah, it's nice to talk to you.
Yes.
What's up?
I was enjoying listening to your conversation. We got somebody new in here?
Yeah, I think Brian is that.
Yeah,
who,
I'm not new. I've been in here before, but I was curious. Just jumped in here.
What are you curious about?
So you
Are
guys
you
been
curious
talking
as
about?
to why we are here and what we're talking about? Why we say the Earth is flat? Or are you a flat earther?
No, I'm a flat earther.
The no space thing. Somebody said a little bit ago, like flat earthers don't believe in space. Like, what exactly is the divide with the space and like the belief on like average?
I didn't catch all that. Did somebody?
Yeah, he's wondering why, like, how he's pretty much asking like what our philosophy is on like stuff outside of the flat Earth, right? Is that what you're saying? Voracious, I think. I don't know. He's not talking anymore. I'm pretty sure he was asking like what we think is like outside of everything.
Yeah, how could anybody?
Which is
know
like
that?
nothing. Like we can't verify that, so it's like
There's no vacuum
just be
of
talking
space.
out of our asses if we said stuff like that.
We can say there's no vacuum of space. That we can say. But I'm sorry. 1 second.
Is it working now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I don't know what happened. But let me talk. Somebody posted it. It just said, the difference between flat earthers and something. I looked at it again, but it said no space. And I mean, to me, it's always been like there's the idea of obviously containment, and then we haven't been to space, but I didn't know if like there was a common theme for them that don't believe in. What are your own general takes on it?
I feel like
Obviously, most of what.
yeah, I feel like my take is just like it's unverified. Like personally, like you would have to put all of your trust in like a higher authority to believe in like what everyone's telling you. That's why you believe in what your parents say when you're a kid. It's because you place your your trust in them because they're like authoritarians like over you pretty much. But it's like the same thing with the government. Like if they tell you something, you have to have some sort of honesty in what they're saying or trust in what they're saying is what I meant to believe that we live on a globe.
I watch a lot of Winston's videos and debates, and he kind of, argues the whole thing of what, how they contradict each other because of certain other theories, but all those other theories that contradict their theories on Earth are because of the rules of space. So it's like, well, how much, are we, how much do you all think is real of the photos that we get from space as far as, like, do those, like, that shit we can't see with the telescope, do you even think that shit exists? Or is it just, like, BS? You know what I mean? Like, which telescopes do we know are, like, legit, and how much of it is just, like, nonsense? Like, I bought a telescope because I wanted to get a spectrometer and look for red shift and blue shift, which, it's going to be difficult with the clouds.
How do you take photos from a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Did you find red shift and blue shift?
I haven't got the spectrometer yet. Dude, I haven't even gotten a good night to look at the stars. Like, I went to my buddy's place out in the country, and the sky was really bad.
Okay. Hey, good luck finding red shift and blue shift. It's kind of simple. It's kind of simple. We see too far, whether it's over land or over water, and their whole globe fairy tale falls apart when you take into Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, inverse square law of light, physics of water. It all falls apart, and then you get into the rotation of the Earth, which has never been measured. You get into the mass of the Earth, which has never been measured, which is part of G equal 9.81 meters per second squared, agreed upon average of how things go boom, boom to the ground. Inside there, you have the radius and you have the mass of the Earth, never been measured. So how do you come up with gravity? And then you get into the motion of the Earth around the sun, and that's never been measured. And actually, it's never been measured at 30 kilometers per second. They've shown 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second. Michelson, Morley, Dayton, Miller, which can easily be described by the sidereal rotation of the sky, which shows that we're created by a creator. It's all very simple. And then for the fact that they want to play around with triangles. Triangles are 3 straight lines, 180 degrees. Case closed, guys. There is no curvature. And if there's no curvature, there's no ball. And the ball is a satanic invention hatched in the pits of hell and brought here to tell us that we are not special, we are not created, and that we're part of this Big Bang, amoeba, descendant of apes, and here we are in 2023. Cool story, bro.
I'd also like to mention
Yeah.
that
I love
no
it.
matter what kind of telescope you get your hands on, and no matter how many objects you look at up there, right? Well, it has nothing to do with where you actually are and what you're standing on. So it really has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with conversation.
I'm not saying it does, because I didn't want to be rude and interrupt them. I'm just curious about, because for me, all that stuff makes sense. So it's like, I'm trying to take it as next step, and for me, the next step, the only step that I can't figure out is space, because the on-Earth steps that he was talking about, it's like, yeah, that all makes sense, what he said. I get it, they're easy debunks for the globe Earth theory,
Who gives
I'm on board.
who gives a shit about space, man? Like you're trying to work out the place where you live on the ground that you live. Why are you looking up in the sky?
Yeah. I'm going to say this. There is no globe theory. There is no globe hypothesis. There is no if globe. There is no globe. Globe, gravity, and outer space should not even be part of our nomenclature. It should not be even in our language. Period. It does not exist. It is scientifically impossible. All three of those things. We shouldn't even be saying theory. We should never say if globe. If you want to say anything, say globe fairy tale. That puts it in the realm of Santa Claus, which I can believe more than the globe fairy tale.
We should be specific too. There's, it's the vacuum of space. Space does exist, but the vacuum of space, however, we should be specific about that.
And I'll say this with some globe believers, there's a lot of space between their two ears. I'm saying. Yeah, their space is called what's between a globe believer's 2 ears, space.
You say my word space
And
ain't real.
velocity. Sorry.
Here's one of the huge, unbelievable big lies, satanic lies, is that Timbo is on the bottom of the ball, but he's standing upright. I mean,
Okay.
that is such a lie that we were all taught that gravity pulls everything towards the center of mass, towards the center of the ball. Therefore, everybody, no matter where you're standing on the ball of 24,901 miles circumference, you're standing upright. And it's unique to the Earth. Even though you can go to the moon, Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17 landed on the side of the moon with 1/6 gravity and had no problem. Cool story,
I'm
guys.
not
Cool
debating
story.
that, man. Like, I'm not like I don't know what you're getting at with that, because like I get that part. I'm just interested in science and interested in space, because the fact that if the globe is, or if the world is flat now, like if I become a flat earther through and through, that opens up a whole new realm of exploration.
Absolutely.
A whole new realm of the science. So that's why I'm interested in space.
Oh, and I'll say this. If you come to, whether you call it flat earth, stationary plane, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. It's not a ball. When you come to it, you open up real science. Real science.
Oh yeah, dude. I've
y-
been doing this for 2 months, and it's been a hell of a journey.
Oh, I'm telling you, just the idea that you go onto a football field, you walk away, you get smaller, angular resolution makes you disappear bottom up. I don't care if it's 100 yards, I don't care if it's 200 yards, and it does that. That's real science, man. That is real science. This crap of 8 inches per mile squared, which nobody has ever measured ever, and so I mean that's just crap, man. I mean that's not science. That's fairy tale. That's pseudoscience. Drop it. Forget everything you've learned from age 5 and take the cog dis, take the indoctrination, take the ego, pride, reputation, Stockholm syndrome, fear, and money out of the equation, and you will become somebody who knows what the truth is, and the truth shall set you free.
Yeah, I don't think there's really a lot to be learned by staring at those lights in the sky. I mean, what are you really going to learn from that? From looking at them with a telescope that has anything to do with the Earth? It's kind of a distraction, I think.
If you want to look at the most beautiful calendar ever created,
Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say.
look at the moon. Because the moon, before they came up with the Gregorian calendar, before we had things on our wrist, the sundial is a clock, the moon is a calendar. If you want to look at the moon and judge what time of month it is in a 28-day, 13-hour, 13-month year, if you want to do that, go for it, because that's the most beautiful calendar ever made, because you can actually know what season it is, what time it is, and all those things as talked about in Genesis 1:14-18. Perfect. But we're told not to read the Bible because, hey, we might believe in a creator that created us, and we can't have that.
So, the one thing that stumped me, and I've seen Witsit's video on the azimuthal grid of vision, was the southern stars. But it's really hard for me to understand what he's talking about there, and I've watched it like 3 times. You guys get that?
I'm going to say this. I really appreciate what Shane and Austin have done with the Southern Star Trails and things like that. With what they're trying to do. I really, really appreciate that, because that's one thing that the globe will never give up is Southern Star Trails. They'll give us the Northern Star Trails, but they won't give us the Southern Star Trails. I've come to this conclusion. Forget it. I appreciate the work. I appreciate what they're doing. All I got to do is look at the moon. That's it. I look at the moon and I'm done. I am done done worrying about the sky, because the moon tells me that it's the most beautiful calendar ever made. It confirms Genesis 1:14 to 18. I am created by a creator, and it is the most wonderful feeling in the world, knowing that that is science. That's not pseudoscience. So I appreciate what Shane and Austin are doing, but I'm telling you what, look at the moon, and the rest doesn't matter in the sky.
Yeah, I can tell you have a lot of faith, man. That's that's good. I'm not going to knock that for a second. I'm just looking at things from a different angle, I guess. And it's not the trails that have me stumped. It's the claim that you can see the same stars in 2 of 3 areas. And based on what, if you look at the Gleason's map, like if you're in New Zealand, Madagascar, or South America at the tip, in 2 of those places right now, it's dark at the same time, and you can see the same stars in, a relatively odd direction based on the idea of the southern map. And that's what I was talking about. He explains that in the video, but I don't even know if that's true, but it's got to be, I guess. But it kind of that's the one thing that's kind of stumped me.
It is a guess, because 10% of the world's population, if we believe those numbers, live in the southern latitudes, and 90% live in the northern latitudes. So people who report down there often have an agenda, and the agenda is that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and so we have a very difficult time knowing what's going on someplace that we're never probably ever going to visit, where Timbo lives. And so all you got to do is do this. All you got to do. I was in the same position you were. I wanted to have some answers, and I turned to Shane, and I watch Austin as well, as far as the Southern Star Trails. But when I realized the moon tells me everything about this creation, I could care less about Southern Star Trails. I gave those up, because my observation, what I can see, correlates to what the Bible says. So if I can observe it and experience it and see it for myself, and it confirms what the Bible said, again, I appreciate what they're doing with Southern Star Trails and all that stuff. I don't need that anymore. I got something better, and I'm gonna go with that.
No, that's cool, man. That's good.
All I ask people to do is read Genesis 1:14 to 19 if they want to know about the sky above them, to go observe it themselves, and then go see the rest of the Bible that talks about foundations, ends of the earth, pillars, foundations, pillars, ends of the earth, 4 corners, and also footstools. Footstools in Matthew 5:35, Jesus says the earth is God's footstool. When have you ever seen a footstool be a ball? And Isaiah 66:1, the earth is God's footstool. When have you ever seen a footstool be a ball? And I'm telling you, if you want to become a biblical cosmologist and die on that hill, do it, because that's the hill you want to fight on. You want to fight on the hill where the Bible confirms what you see in the sky and what you see on the ground.
Yeah, I have more work to do.
We all do. We all do. Yeah, we all do. The work is never done until we're done here on this earth, and hopefully we end up in heaven and not hell. That's my opinion. You can go with it, not go with it, but the journey ends when we either see him face to face, or we're someplace else that we don't want to be. So that's all I can say.
Well, I definitely concur with you on that. There's no doubt.
There's this song from the Imperials. I'm dating myself, so forgive me. From the Imperials, and it says, simplicity of God somehow escapes man. one of the ends of the verses. Simplicity of God somehow escapes man. What does man's science and physics do? They tell you all this stuff. And you have to go to 4 years of school, and then you got to go to graduate school, and then you got to get your PhD. Simplicity of God escapes man. Perfect. I said this the other day, and forgive me for repeating it, but when I tell people, I take videos with my P1000 of the moon, and showing that the sun doesn't directly light it, line of sight. If I'm talking to Timbo face to face, I'm not looking over at a friend of his or a friend of his on his left or right. I'm talking to Timbo, line of sight. And so the sun does not directly illuminate the moon. And I tell you what, I don't know, I've had at least 6 different answers from Globers explaining space-time curvature, refraction, perspective. Something's happening on the front side, and the Earth is, making the backside, be, not there. I had somebody say, well, on your flat plane, the sun would be like, no, I'm not talking about the sun illuminating the moon. Screw that. It's just like, no, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that God placed 2 great lights in the sky, not one to give light upon the other. He placed 2 great lights in the sky, and the one is a clock and the other is a calendar. It is that simple. And then we have signs and we have seasons. You know the signs? What is the sign of a Selenalian eclipse? Top down that we had last November, and I hear we're going to have it in October. What is the sign of a Selenalian eclipse, the impossible eclipse, top-down eclipse? It could be a sign from God of the wonders in the heavens above us, because it says forgive me, and I'll stop talking here in a second. It says in John 3:12, it says, if I have told you earthly things and you believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things? God tells us we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. So, if we don't understand that, how are we going to understand the sky above us? This is all new revelation to me, so forgive me for my passion. It's just all new to me. And I'm really, it kind of clicked. And it's just like, cool. I really like it clicking. And now I'm just going to spread it everywhere. I had a guy at the beach in Michigan City, Indiana Beach. I showed him. I was looking at the sunset, and there was a plane, flying across because we were close to Midway and to O'Hare. And so he backed away, and I'm serious. He started talking about rotation of the Earth for some reason. I have no idea. And I said, sir, there's no proof for rotation of the Earth. And you know what he does? He goes directly to the Douay-Rheims Bible, 16:10. It says in Isaiah that we live on a ball. He went directly to the Douay-Rheims on me. He didn't even bat an eyelash. And then I told him, sir, that's a Jesuit Bible from 1610. And then he goes back to his friends. He goes, there's a flat earther over there. The sun's round, the moon's round, we're round too. And I said, sir, can I show you the moon? Can you come over here? I want to show you the moon. Explain something about the moon. He went, no. He wanted nothing to do with it. Oh my goodness. It's just too much fun. You know what's fun is bursting somebody's bubble. That's what's fun, is bursting the bubble. That's the most fun. Sorry, we didn't land on the moon, and here's why.
I love your energy, Jim, and I appreciate it. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Jim, I was going to say, I don't think you're talking too much. I love to hear you talk. Carry on, brother.
My friend from California, are you driving home now? Are you home now?
No, I'm driving home now. I'm cruising through the streets of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Don't touch my bags, if you please, Mr. Customs Man.
Yeah. I always suspect you to be getting off work about 4:17 there now. I bet you'd be getting off work between 4 and 5 and you're driving.
Well, I get off work at 3:30. So that's when I shut down my computer. By the time I get out to my car, it's maybe like a 3:45.
Yeah.
And that starts my drive.
Oh my goodness. I've been to LA 3 times and I flew in every time. It's like, that's a big, big city with lots of houses, man.
Well, the main downtown Los Angeles, it's small compared to like Manhattan or something like that. But there's a big group of very, very tall buildings. And at Los Angeles, there's like the downtown Los Angeles, there's the different communities of Los Angeles. Like there's Rampart, which you may remember from Emergency, and all these different ones. Then there's Los Angeles County. So that's even outside of Los Angeles City. But everything, there's, I can go to the beach and there's no more crowded buildings. I can drive a couple of hours east and I'll start hitting the desert, towards the far southeastern end of California, heading towards like Nevada. And I can head north into some mountains. And then once I get on the other side of the mountains, there's like all this farmland out there, tons and tons of farmland, straight Highway 5, all going all the way up through most of California. But Los Angeles, it's everywhere. There's no getting away from it here. Houses, buildings, businesses, mom and pop businesses are shutting down though, left and right. You see your big box stores. You see a lot of Amazon trucks driving around. The restaurants, McDonald's, they're doing fine. Jack in the Box, they're doing fine. A lot of little mom and pop restaurants are closed down. I drive by one business, former business, every day. Somebody new had it was a Mexican restaurant, and they put a big banner up, under remodeling, opening soon. And during the Coco, that banner was up there the whole time, and it was just like maybe 6 months ago or so they finally took the banner down. And so there's nothing there. The business, someone spent a bunch of money to get started and couldn't get started and lost their dream. But anyway, I didn't mean to take over the mic. I'd rather listen to you than try to figure out something to say, Jim. And what you were talking about, the moon and the sun and the calendar and all that stuff, right on, brother.
Well, I think it's, somebody talks about, they used to, we have to go back to, I don't know how far back, Gregorian calendar, if you believe that, 1582, if you believe that. But there had to be a time sometime when people said, well, what time is it? Or what day is it? They had to do that. Now we just look at our iPhone. We look at it. People still wearing wristwatches. Stuff like that. We just look at our type. We look at our car phone in our car clock, and it's just like, okay, this is what time it is. Well, there was a time that nobody could do that. They had to go. Well, what time is it? What day is it? You know what they did? They looked to the sky. That's what they did. They looked up, and and they made it through their day just fine. If we lost our iPhones and our watches and our cars, we'd probably go nuts, right? But there was a time that none of that stuff was around, and so they had to look to the sky, and they made it. They made it okay. I mean, they made it okay, and so I don't know. There's some reason I started looking at the moon. It was February 2022. It was the first time I noticed in my entire life. February 2022, I realized I looked between two houses in Frisco, Texas, and I looked up and I said, "Oh my goodness, the moon is at 1:30, the point at 1:30, and the sun's over here." because it's February and the sun's a little lower in the sky, and the sun's over here, man. And so I'm going, this is cool. And then August 6th of 2022, I got it on video first time. And then November 1st, November 3rd, I got it on video again. And then when I came here, I got a P1000, and now that's what I do. It's just like, I go see sunsets, and I try to see Chicago when I can. And it's just like, it's the coolest thing. And, I look at the moon and I go, doggone it, that's not, the sun's not illuminating it. And all these globers are going, refraction, bending of space-time, perspective, the moon's doing this and the earth's doing that. Can't get a straight answer from anybody. Sir, you want to come look at the moon with me? No. And it's just like, it's the coolest thing ever. It's the coolest that I never thought that the moon was self-illuminating. Never. And now it just hits home.
Well, talking about the moon and calendars, there's a song that a lot of the youngsters may not remember, but do you remember a song about Shine On, Harvest Moon?
Yes.
So when I was a kid, I heard, what Harvest Moon is. Oh, that's just, when the moon comes out and the farmers know that it's time to go ahead and harvest all their crops. So I never really paid it much attention, but when you're talking about that, it reminded me of, remembering that from school. And calendar, yeehaw. And I'm just about done driving through the city streets of Los Angeles and going past a big homeless camp here. There's one person has a tent, one person has a shopping cart with a couple of pallets on it. Someone else has a whole bunch of pallets covered up with some tarps and blankets and covers. So they got a nice big 3-bedroom apartment, looks like. But that ain't right, man. People shouldn't be having to live like this. Not with all the money that we spend on rockets going to all these fake spaces places. But the moon, yeah. Something I like to look at, and I've had an interest in. I mean, I've been looking at the moon. I've been looking at the stars. I've been watching clouds, and it's very interesting sometimes. There's this one place that I can, just park and watch, and I've just seen it. It's fascinating to watch how clouds move. So I'm not going to get into a whole big deal about that, but that's a Sunday topic. So one thing Flat Earth has given me a better appreciation of the natural things here and wanting to be more out to nature instead of all the buildings. And it's given me the realization that, yes, we have to be created. And I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I mean, you can't just drop a handful of matchsticks and expect them to spell out a word, let alone spell out anti-disestablishmentarianism. So the human body, just the way it's designed to reproduce, to heal itself, I believe the Earth is a perpetual motion machine. Oh, not a perpetual. It's not. I guess I don't know if it's a machine or not. It's not man-made, but I've heard a lot of people want to invent a perpetual motion machine, and the Earth is that. Without, and I might be breaking up a little bit here, but the Earth is like a self-sustaining natural creation, and we're natural creations. The Earth just so happens to be made up of about 70% water, and the human body happens to be made up of, I think, about 70% water. And I believe that this Bible says something about man being created from the dust of the earth. Jimmy, can you enlighten me on that? What exactly? Am I close?
Oh, I'm not real sure I'm not sure other than Adam and then took a rib and made Eve. I'm not much more deep than that on that.
And there's one part of the Bible, I think and I'm not real strong on my Bible, because I had never really believed in that stuff. And flat Earth is opening my eyes to a lot of stuff. So, if I don't have something right, please step up and let me know what I've got wrong, because I'm still trying to learn about this shit too. But it says something about ashes to ashes and dust to dust. So, and I thought that referred to as, you go back to where you came from, or I don't know.
I said this. I said that. I don't know if I said this last night or night before. It was like, can you believe you're an atheist and you believe that you don't know your existence before you got here? You probably didn't know until you're 3, 4, 5 years old, and then you die, and that's it. You're gone. I mean, you're gone again. I mean, it's like, how depressing. I mean, how depressing.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know about you, but I'd be depressed.
I've heard a lot of different things, like as far as reincarnation. And before I got into flat Earth, I remember hearing a story about a little boy that knew all about a Navy fighter pilot or Air Force fighter pilot, his experience dying in a plane. He knew a lot of information about that plane. He knew his call sign. He knew his call signs of his people, his friends and stuff, fellow pilots that he fought with. And they confirmed that all with those people. And so I'm thinking, well, okay, maybe our souls just go ahead and when a new body comes up, we go into that, or maybe we pick what body we go in. I don't know, but reincarnation can be real. And okay, we came from a big bang. I believe there could be flying saucers. I grew up with watching, the original Earth, Day the Earth Stood Still from 1958, and something from Mars. I forget about it. This little kid and the whole community all gets assimilated by these aliens. They have a little thing in the back of their neck and act like robots. Star Trek, Star Wars, all that shit. So I didn't never gave a second thought. I'd heard about flat Earth. But my dad told me about Admiral Byrd, and he didn't say it was the ice wall. What they said is they thought he found the inner Earth because he went beyond, what should have been there. So, well, if it's a globe, the only place you can go is in. And so I thought that might be an interesting theory, but I never really tried to follow it or anything. And I'm driving along the freeway at a comfortable 30 miles an hour, got the car on cruise control. So it's got the automatic braking and everything, so I don't have to concentrate too hard here. The traffic is nice and fairly thin. It's not bumper to bumper. And the Earth isn't a globe. As far as the Bible, I gave it a try back, I'd say about 1980, the early 80s. I went ahead, my brother, half brother, he's a Christian, and I ended up splitting up with my first wife just because, well, anyway, I moved in with my brother, found the Lord up in Chico, California, got baptized in Bidwell Creek. And I, went to church twice a week, studied a lot of the Bible, and there's some things I didn't quite understand. And one of the first things I didn't understand is in Genesis when they're talking about the firmament, and it didn't quite make sense. I had a few other questions, but one of the main things was I was told that am I boring? Somebody yawning?
No, go ahead.
Oh, anyway, one of the things about Christianity, and I was told that I could have a one-to-one relationship with Jesus. And I thought, well, man, if there really is a God, I need something in my life because I'm not happy with the way it is right now. So, I went ahead. I got baptized. I used to smoke cigarettes, and in Bidwell Park, same place I was baptized, a few days earlier, I was with my brother and one of the pastors from the church. And we just started talking. And, that's when they told me about Jesus and how I could have a one-to-one relationship. And I thought I really want to do this, So I went ahead and I prayed with them. And I took my pack of cigarettes out of my front shirt pocket and I tossed them in the trash. And I just quit cold turkey. And I gave it my all, except for I never got that one-to-one relationship with God. I got, a one-to-one relationship with one person who told me how I should, live my life as a Christian. I had a one-to-one relationship with a different person in the church who had a different viewpoint on what I should do. I had about a 1-to-30 relationship with different beliefs, not necessarily beliefs, but their viewpoints on things. And I can understand that because people are all different. But I never got that one-to-one relationship with God. And for me, I was going through some stuff about a little over 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and it was some really rough stuff, and I didn't understand. And I prayed to God. And my time, I do a lot of praying. I jumped from a whole couple of different decades. Let me just go back to the part where the one-to-one relationship, I never got it. I got away from the church for many, many years. And about 5 years ago, I just started, praying and saying, listen, God, if you can really hear me, if you're really out there, I need to know, because I don't want to miss out if you're really there. But I tried reaching out to you before. I need some kind of a sign. I know it's supposed to be faith-based, but I need something to go on. Just give me something. And very soon after that, I was doing something on the internet, and I ran across flat Earth, and I started looking at it. And I thought it was kind of stupid at first because I saw that floating island out in the middle of space with all the round planets. And, I kind of laughed that off. But I got into Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues and started looking at that stuff and started looking at a bunch of other stuff that was on there and, saw Rob Skiba, So I contacted my half brother, Christian, and just asked him, do you know who Rob Skiba is? And he goes, oh, that guy's a loon. Stay away from him, blah, 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 blah. So he knew who he was. And I found that kind of interesting. But I was taking more the side of Rob Skiba than my brother. And anyway, the whole thing is when I was praying, to God to give me a sign, and I came across flat Earth. And once all the different clues came together and it made sense, I thought, shit, I asked for a sign. So what more sign could there be, than that the Earth is flat and we're in a contained system and we were created. And I thought, shit, I was just flat smacked by God. So now the big battle that I'm personally going through is, I know that those who win the wars write the history books, and I know there's so many different versions of the Bible, and just trying to understand what I can actually believe, and what might have been embellished or changed. In the King James version it says firmament, and a lot of the later versions it doesn't. So it's obviously been changed there. I've heard stories about the Dead Sea Scrolls and how those were left out of the Bible. And so, okay, so is the Bible, or is this more BS people are trying to add into the Bible? And, that brings a whole lot of questions. So now that I believe that we are created and trying to find out, I want to know more about the Creator. I want to know more. And it's just trying to figure out what's true,
If you want to take a little bit, excuse me there, if you want to take a little bit bigger dive, whether you do it on your laptop, desktop, sorry to interrupt you, whether you do it on your desktop, laptop, whatever, go to Bible Hub. They have an app. You can download it for free. And they have a bunch of different translations of the Bible. And your lower right-hand corner, it says HEB, Hebrew. In the Old Testament, it was the first translation. The first time it was Hebrew, and they don't have a Hebrew for the New Testament, so they did the Greek. So if you want to get the most accurate feeling of what the Bible says or what the writers said, you look at Hebrew in the Old and Greek in the New Testament.
That's Bible Hub?
Yes. Yeah, Bible Hub. And you can download an app. There's an app for it.
Yeah, I've been going to Bible Gateway, and you can go ahead and look up a specific section and then choose the different versions of the Bible to see what it has to say. So that's one of the things. But yeah, being able to going deeper, getting into the Hebrew and doing the translations. My brother, a half brother, he was doing that. And he was actually going back to the Greek language and doing studying on what all it said. So, but he's definitely doesn't believe in flat Earth. And the discussion to get into him, um, I would like to, but he's my older brother, and the whole thing is, older brother knows better. He's been a Christian for like 40 years, so
Well,
he knows
I
more
would
than
like
I do. It would be a go ahead.
I would like to. This is just strictly like a scholar of the Bible, just not trying to be all religious on the server, but just to bring it up in a scholarly manner and my research into uh, something pretty interesting. And I may have already shared it with you guys. I don't know. So when Adam was created, he was created with both sexual organs, and there's an incision mark on every male in a certain spot where he was cut, and the translation from the word that people have translated to rib would actually better translate to angular organ. And it's a word that they normally use for like a chamber that's an angular chamber off in a building. So they use that same word to translate the angular organ. So that was cut out, and that's how the woman was made. So, and the incision mark is on a man, every man. So I know, just saying, I don't want to go into exactly where, but I'm sure that you all know where you might find a marking that looks like it could have been sewn up, but like in a different manner. Maybe it's wrinkly now instead of smooth.
I can see you blushing right now, Tim.
Yeah, a little bit. But I take that as a just as a scholarly angle to something that if you guys wanted to research into that maybe a little bit and get a little bit more clarity, because it doesn't really make sense that
So does
you know
that explain men have bulls?
I could it could but it doesn't really make sense that you
Because
would take a rib. It doesn't make sense that you would take a rib since yeah, we have women have one less rib, but we still have a rib cage with a bunch of ribs, just like a man does. So if one rib is taken, what women don't just have one rib, we have one less rib for childbearing.
I
So
thought men had one less. I thought men had one less rib from where the rib was taken from Adam.
no, women have one less rib for childbearing.
Okay, not one pair, just one rib. So it's like lopsided, one extra rib on one
One
side of your
pair
chest.
of yeah, it's one pair of ribs. Yeah, we have our rib cage is smaller due to childbearing, just like our hips are wider.
Oh, speaking of childbearing, our son, well, actually, our son and his wife, uh, they're getting ready to induce labor. It's probably going to be early next week. That will be their second child, and that will be our eighth grandchild. So, just speaking about labor and stuff like that. So,
Well,
and
congratulations.
our bees that we made to produce and stuff like that, tells me that we have to be created, you know. No, but I was being serious when I asked about why I have nipples, because I always, what good are they? Nipples are for feeding the baby, but we don't have gland to feed and feed the baby. So it's, what's the use? It's kind of like having a faucet on a hose. What do you call those things? A little nozzle attachment on a hose. Having
I
a
think
hose
it's
or
a
a water
sign.
source.
I mean, if I had to interpret it myself, I would say that it's a sign of like confirmation of my research and why it would be true. But then again, that's an interpretation that I don't necessarily, that's not fair for me to put out for anyone else to take as their reason to understand my understanding. I would rather you go out and
Yeah,
check for yourself.
yeah. How dare you say that on Thursday? It's not even Sunday yet. I'm joking, Flatsy.
Right, right. I probably shouldn't, but I just felt the need to because well, you guys were talking about Genesis and creation of
Yeah,
man.
no, yeah, yeah. I find that very interesting. If you have any kind of citation for that, if you want to drop me a link to it, I'd be very interested in looking at that. What
Yeah,
you're
I'll
saying
go
about the
find it.
incision,
Yeah, I'll go find
what
it
you're
and
saying about
I'll send it to you.
what you're saying about the incision, we've probably all heard of hermaphrodites, and they had both organs. So it would make sense, if there was just one sex, and that way you'd have to, men would have to have nipples so they could go ahead and feed the baby. Um, it seems kind of, I don't know. Anyway, I don't. That brings a whole lot to think about. But wow. And I am off of the freeway and cruising along city streets, my local hometown, and I shall be home probably within uh 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on traffic. Okay, so today on my way home from work, I've learned that I can go ahead and get the Hebrew translation from damn Bible shit, Jim. I forget BibleSomething.com.
But Bible Hub,
Bible Hub. Do me a
HUB.
favor. Would you mind sending me a DM with that just so I can remember? Because
Yep,
I
got
forget
you.
my name sometimes. And then I learned that there's a possibility that Adam had one of his organs removed to make a woman with, and that's why we've got two different sexes, and men have nipples. So it's been a very informative ride home. And something that I'm grateful for. Um, I was from like 2017 until 2022, and the only other flat earther I'd ever been in communication with was Mark Sargent. And I kept telling him, man, let me know when there's going to be something going on. I don't know. People think I'm crazy. My wife, she's upset about this whole thing. I don't have anybody to talk to that knows about this. I've got to meet somebody. And then when that flat Earth meetup came up at Sunset Beach a little over a year ago, I got to meet a couple people, but met Sonny and Flat Earth Dude there. And it wasn't until the next meetup that Flat Earth Dude gave me a link to the Discord server. And it's like now I feel like I'm with family. We all have our different personalities, our different strong points, our different weak points. But hell, I'm talking to people that have the same understanding and realize what the fuck is going on around us, you know? And, Jim, earlier you were saying how the truth will set you free. But to be honest with you, the truth kind of scares the shit out of me. because a lot of the worst fears that I've ever had about, you know, uh, different things, it's like, wow, fuck, this really is true. My grandson, my oldest grandson, I think he's about 24, 25 right now. He's married and gave us our first great grandchild. And a few months ago, he said, "Hey, Grandpappy, listen, um, I want to know something. Something's just eating at me. Science fiction. I need to have something." And so I said, "Okay, well, you want a science fiction trip?" And I introduced him to flat Earth. He goes, "No, no, no, I'm not interested." So, I thought, he had the interest because, as far as flat Earth goes, I think you really got to want to know. You got to want to, and if you don't, all you're gonna do is fight. So the only people that I really care enough to get into a heated conversation with would be, my immediate wife and my family members. And there's been too many heated discussions with my wife, and we have an understanding that, she doesn't want to hear about it. So she doesn't want to see any YouTube videos. If I get online on my computer at home, I've got headphones, I got a nice mic set up, I'm set up to talk. But if she's there in the room, she doesn't want to hear about it. She'll make comments in the background.
If you, I'm sorry to laugh. If you took her out to look at the moon, like on 4, 5, 6 separate days during a lunar month, would she go with you?
You know what? I've tried showing her some stuff with the moon, and she's not interested. I've got a P1000 camera, and I've gone out in the yard and I've taken it and looked at it and gotten some videos. I've gotten some videos of the planets and stars. I've got Jupiter and its moons cruising by, and I went ahead and unloaded the chip onto my computer. Or else we've got an extra monitor there. It's like a 27-inch monitor. And I just took the camera right up to that, I think is what I did. And I was showing her, and she doesn't have an interest. She goes, what good is that going to do? Is that going to pay the bills? Is that going to help us, with our health? And it's like, that's not going to pay the bills. No, it's not going to go ahead and heal our ailments. But it's kind of nice to know where the hell we live and what's going on with our life. Excuse me, I got a drink.
Yeah. I just posted a Moon, the Perfect Calendar, a compilation from the 25th to the 29th of July, 5 days, and showing from the first quarter up to the big part of the gibbous, I guess is called waxing gibbous, that the sun's not illuminating the moon, man. It's not illuminating the moon, man. And so it's right there. I got 5 nights, or 5 times, right from the 25th to the 29th of July. The moon is self-illuminating, guys. It's self-illuminating. Sorry. I wonder if your wife would be interested in watching that. It's only 9 minutes long.
I looked at it. I think I've seen that once. The one thing that would be helpful is knowing which direction the camera is pointing, because you can see it moving.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if it said, look at which side it's pointing to, but I didn't catch what exactly we're trying to do just looking at the video by itself. Maybe I'm just dumb.
No, I was just showing that the lit part of the moon was looking at 3 o'clock in the first quarter, and then it'll eventually get a little bit more to 2:30 and 2 o'clock, depending on when you catch it in the sky. Because as it goes across the sky, it goes up and then it starts pointing itself down, and so the sun is always lower in the sky than the lit part of the moon is. So therefore, line of sight says that the lit part of the sun should be, the sun should be lighting the moon directly. And so the lit part of the moon should be looking directly at the sun. But on those 5 days, it clearly is not, because the sun is either gone bye-bye for the evening, or it's, basically on the horizon where the moon is looking up past 2:30, something like that, which means therefore the sun is not directly illuminating the moon, and the moon is a perfect calendar.
Speaking of calendars and touching the subject of human anatomy that we were on a little bit earlier, the moon works in 28-day cycles. And from what I understand, a woman's menstrual cycle works on a 28-day period, a 28-day calendar. So it's kind of interesting that those two go together. And not necessarily go together with the moon, but just the 28-day cycle. And I might be wrong. Maybe this is too personal. I shouldn't be talking about. Not trying to offend anybody. But yeah, I like to look up at the moon, look at the different phases of it, and in the daytime. And one of the things I pay attention to is you can see the sun and the moon's relationship to each other. And on other days, you can only see part of the moon where you should be able to see more of it lit up. So I've looked at that and noticed it.
Imagine if they would have taught us in kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade, all the way up through high school, maybe college, that the moon is self-illuminating. Whoa! Party over, guys. No more evolution. Can't have that. Can't have dinosaurs. Can't have a ball. Sorry, none of that for you.
Well, I saw some pictures on the internet. It might have even been on the Discord channel here, but of the moon when it was in its partial phase. And they used, I don't know whether it was infrared or some kind of filter or whatever, but you couldn't see, you could, like the part that's not illuminated, like in the daytime when you only see a partial moon and you see blue right there instead of like a shadow of the moon. In the photograph that was done, maybe it was like heat sensing or something, but you could only see the part that the only part that was illuminated was the part that you see when it's partial on the film, on the picture or whatever. I don't know if that makes sense, but on the image, it didn't show a big circle. It showed just, the partial thing that we see. I wonder, where's the moon go? And, there's a couple of flags that have a moon with a star inside of the crescent. And I've seen a couple of pictures that I haven't personally taken, but I've seen on the internet, where you can see a star through the darker part of the moon where it's not illuminated. And okay, so I can understand, okay, it's self-illuminating, but the part that's not illuminating, where does it go? Inquiring minds want to know.
Oh, I don't think things in the sky I don't worry about because I can't test for myself. And so I don't things in the sky don't bother me. I mean the inverse square law of light also tells me that if I have the amount of distance to the moon from 240 down to 120,000 to 60,000 to 30,000 to 15,000 to 7,500 to 3,750 to 1875 and down to 1,000 miles, that the inverse square law of light tells me that the moon, if it was a rock of 2,159 miles that we've landed on 6 times, would be 65,000 times brighter than it is terrestrially here on Earth. And I don't remember Apollo 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and Artemis taking any moon filter up there with them to show through their camera when it should have been 65,000 times brighter than it is in the sky when we see it. And then Saturn, we're told by NASA that the sun from Saturn looks like a little end of a ballpoint pen, but we can see it just fine when we look up, look up terrestrially here into the sky. We can see it just fine, right? So, cool story. So, the inverse square law of light also tells me that it's a fairy tale of what they're teaching us.
You still there? I think I might have lost my connection.
No, you're there.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't let the sky, what's in the sky, worry about me. I don't freak out because I can't figure out what it is. But, Psalm 119 pretty much says it all.
They have Michigan City, Indiana Beach closed off for this stupid boat race. Oktoberfest all in one weekend this weekend. They closed it off Monday, so I can't get in there until Sunday, so I have to travel up to Warren Dunes, which is about 25 miles from here. Second most visited state park in Michigan, by the way. And so I'm going to take off and get my sunset. Maybe I've seen Chicago from twice there. Not much of it. Just the top of Sears Tower and top of Hancock with the lights going off and stuff like that. So, but every once in a while I get lucky, and I'll obviously go in the dead of winter. Dead of winter. Sorry, in January when it's the most cold, so you have less things going on above the water, so you can see further. So anyway, nice talking with you, and Mr. Wave Mixer, you drive careful now, and don't let that California traffic get to you.
So, did I hear you say Oktoberfest is starting next week?
For some reason, I was told today, I was just told, that they're doing the boat race and Oktoberfest this weekend. I have no clue why they're doing that. This is my first summer here. I don't care. I'm not going to ask anybody why. That person may have been lying to me or didn't know, so I have no idea. But I guess it's going to be really busy down there this weekend. So it's Indiana Dunes or Warren Dunes or St. Joseph Beach for me on Saturday. And it's actually Saturday, yeah. So I haven't been to St. Joseph for a while because I thought I could. I got a season pass there, thinking I could see Chicago, but I can't. 62 miles away. I'm gonna have to wait till it's colder, so I have less things going on above the water. Plus, I only have a 20 feet observation height there, so angular resolution is going to come into play when I see it in January. So it's all good. It's all fun. So anyway, you good people, enjoy. Thanks for the talk.
Hey, well, it's been a pleasant conversation with you. I'm right around the corner from the house, so this is going to be about the end of my
There you go.
radio broadcast.
Radio broadcast. We'll see you.
Bye. And Flatsy and Sunny, if you guys are still out there, it was a pleasure speaking with both of you today. I don't know if Timbo's out there, but I thought he gave me a welcome when I first came on earlier today and mentioned something that made me feel real good, all fuzzy inside, that I was acknowledged here.
I'm here, mate. I'm just working.
Well, I am just about home. I'm going to go in and give my wife a big hug and figure out what's going on for dinner. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for giving me a place to talk with other people that are of like-minded ideas and open-minded and not willing just to go ahead and believe everything that we've been force-fed as truth when we were little kids, the indoctrination. And I have made it home safe in my driveway. Now I just got to figure out how to undo the phone here.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No. It's time!
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So are you... How else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
What?
Well, you can't...
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Stop the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait, there's more.
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science.
Bro, you're...
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works?
Well, no, because the porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. Why do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance. right? I would
All
just
right.
say.
How have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
you. Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees.
It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're going to mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're going to keep talking
from each
over
other?
me, I'm not going to...
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so
As soon as you
angry?
start talking...
What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it? And
Because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Fred, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said.
No,
so you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
And you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up. Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proof, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target, even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now!
Can you show me that curvature?
Yes, if you zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out? So I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not
and
really
measure it
because
down
of how
here?
gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity,
So
you
we
also
can't
like
measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse. You see, look at this, Indio. You
Get
see?
the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What does the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why won't you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
What, you don't see it as flat or curved?
With timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not understand
this? Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
A false dichotomy.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
When there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
People don't believe your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's great, sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well,
why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it tells you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like what proof is there?
You could, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. And you realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I'll say like 99% sure.
Damn, 99%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay.
6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle of relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
relativity as a concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in college.
An angle from? What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give
the
it a flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give
me... so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Bruh. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by deterministic.
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from there to
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yes.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
Talking about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch! Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe,
Right.
not on the ramp where he
I'm just
worked
telling
it
you,
out.
Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
What
I
the
think
fuck?
he said.
The black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q. But if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, we definitely need something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What does it
You're
mean?
just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So that one. What is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Yeah. Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So then, what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
we don't know it. You're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
Okay. So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is this like you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it.
No.
Well, I mean,
no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is we can observe from two different.
But that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured. It's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe sorry. Go ahead.
Going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
Yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different.
Well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth,
you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the art of being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion. It's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. Let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch. No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch!
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it, the ball tards, because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
No, that
So
would
you
be
can
more
find-
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's
you to
360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle. You
Did
fucking
you-
kidding me?
Did you just say
No.
there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure a small enough, if you measure a
Good
small enough
grief.
portion, if you small then so as I was saying, like
There is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
there
of this
is.
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat
No,
surface
you can't. I don't
on
give
a
a shit about
basketball.
What? Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours, it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet.
Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation?
Elevation angles.
Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the Earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines. Straight lines. Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch. Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved any line.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit. It doesn't mean it's just.
Everyone agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, I'm like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So wait, so those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Okay, how's this beautiful mic check? Mic check. That's my low voice. You hear that, right? Anyway, how's everybody tonight? Thursday night, August 3rd. It's 1816 by military time. Here on the West Coast, on the ledge of a huge, what would you call it? a huge freaking chasm. What that is, the Pacific Ocean basin, over the flat plain where all that water is being held by the shorelines. Amazing, eh? While I cook some chicken. It ain't got that zing unless you hear it sizzling. That's right. Yeah, those were some great clips there. I don't know if that's a central banker in the background, possibly. Might have to start calling him the all-seeing, all-hearing central banking heretic, or maybe the heretical banker. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Has a ring to it. See, I don't need all the. I don't know if I need the soundboard. Like I could do all that myself. Make my own. What was that? See what I mean? Until somebody tells me to shut the fuck up, Sonny, and I'll be out. Okay, I guess that's the end of the show. Thanks for joining. Hey, if I get a laugh out of you guys sometime, and laugh at myself during the day, then I figured job well done. In this crazy place, you discovered that everybody like you wake up to a zombie land where everybody still believes that the Earth is a globe, and you figured it's not. Like you figured it out. Like, yeah, it's pretty wild, man. What we've gone through already to have come to this stage in the game, season nine. See,
Season 9.
Sonny's actually a freaking soundboard right here. And it's
going, Sonny?
And he's coming in for a home run. There it is. Yeah.
I got something funny for a soundboard for you to hear.
Sure.
It's a clip that I got from Ruhif, the last song. Yeah, just check this out.
If light bounces off a building, whatever it happens to be, and takes a curved path to my eye, is the building physical or optical?
There's like 7 clips here. What's funny is I can use it to actually ask somebody a question with it.
It's physical, right? Okay, but it's a physical building. Okay, but light took a curved path to my eye. It's a physical object, just like the horizon is.
If you said it's a fact, that means it's a fact.
The physical horizon. What the hell? That's just that's
What's funny is his argument ends up actually like becoming a flat earth argument though, because he's arguing for light bending.
I know.
And the object still being a physical object.
What? That's what you call a catch-22. That's a good
I know, but
so what is a catch-22? Yeah. It's a reification, right? A reification, or what is the other part of reification? A reification. I think
definitely was making a I'd actually like Roof to come back in here and explain himself. But I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Reification is what is that? What kind of fallacy? It's a formal fallacy, a formal logical fallacy. But what it's related to another one. Can anyone remember that's listening? Like a reification. So it's a God, I can't remember. Affirming the consequence. That's what it is. Sorry, I couldn't remember.
That's what I was. Yeah.
You should have just spit it out.
I figured I'd give you a second. I figured I'd give you a second to think about it.
Good, I appreciate that. So, all right, it's all good and well. Affirming the consequence, reification fallacy.
Making assumptions about things. It's just.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The reason why I thought it was funny is because he was not arguing for the point that he thought he was arguing for, and all it did was really just make the globe side look even weaker.
Yeah, they really do just weaken their stance altogether with that bendy light thing. Like they're absolutely ludicrous, out of their minds about saying that the black swan is a fallacy. But let's just stick to their argument. The bendy effing cranes. I'm trying to clean my language up. So the bendy effing cranes have nothing to do with anything in the argument at all. It's not. You could just remove the freaking oil platforms as long as you have the delineation of distance where they stand in the where they're in the ground below there. In the sand. They don't know that. They probably still don't know that they're anchored at the same place. They think they're boats or something. They're insane.
What's worse is the bendy cranes literally proves our point. It's not a globe proof. It's quite the opposite. It's like, but bendy cranes.
Yeah, I know.
Is the horizon optical or is the horizon physical?
So all these effects happening at the horizon, like they don't have any idea when they bring up the true fallacy of refraction, the kind they're talking about, doesn't exist, can't be replicated in any way. But all of the effects that we see with real refraction, right? The actual refraction we see, all the phenomena of miraging and Fata Morgana and all of those types of events that are happening at the horizon, all optical, they're all known about, and they all happen over a flat plane and can be duplicated over a flat plane, even a table. Go look at was it Rob Skiba or Mark Sargent? One of those did it on a table, or it might have been Dave Weiss. It could have been Dave Weiss. Someone put like liquid on the table, and it made it like vapor, like alcohol on the table. So it made a vapor, and you could see all the effects, like you could see miraging, just with a camera over on a table.
That is one of the most interesting things because you can quite literally set up a couple objects on a table, shine a light on it, and debunk the Eratosthenes quote-unquote experiment. The fucking sticks and shadows. Like, yeah, because the table is curved, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah. I was going to say, I know I go off topic, and people probably go, what the heck? If I could use a soundboard, I would do that on myself. But have you ever noticed, does anybody here keep their bacon fat? And I'll tell you why. But does anyone else do that?
Yes, I do. I use it for when I'm like cooking eggs or, I use it instead of butter.
And so what I've found is it's the best thing, even if you're cooking some chicken, because now I only have a microwave. I did have a convection oven where I could bake. So I just have to do it on the stove, right, on a pan. But the bacon grease makes it so slippery. It's the best kind of grease. And you're right about, like, it has a flavor, too, that there's nothing like it. And it just seems to be really good. It keeps really well. it stores really well in jars, and yeah, you can keep it a long time, and it lasts. It works really good.
Yeah, I don't think it goes bad, actually, to be honest with you, because I've had, some in the fridge now for, I can't remember the last time I made bacon, and I still use it. It smells fine. It looks fine.
It makes sense that it would last a while because things like pemmican last a really long time.
I just have it at room temperature on a counter. So, but I have my room at 65, 64 degrees though. Like pretty.
Keep it in the fridge.
Keep it in the fridge. Yeah, I guess I should.
Sonny lives at a fridge. That is true though, like because I don't eat pork bacon, but beef bacon you can do the same thing with, and save the grease from it and use it for all kinds of stuff.
You like turkey bacon?
No, turkey bacon's fucking an abomination. That's gross. Bacon is something that you make from big creatures, not from little birds. That's bullshit.
That was funny when you were saying that. I almost heard Chemo's voice going, "Turkey bacon's an abomination." You know how he does those words really fast, and why would we lie? Why would they lie? Like Chemo comes in.
For real, it's just gross. It's not anywhere remotely close to bacon. I do say that beef bacon is like the king of bacon because it's so freaking premium.
I had some
It's
beef
like the
bacon.
steak.
I had some beef bacon the other day. I saved that grease too.
I don't think I've ever had beef fucking bacon before.
It's really good,
Dude.
man. Yeah, it's really good. And you know what?
Making a BLT with beef bacon, that's like, it's a king level BLT. That's all I gotta say.
You can literally put that once you cook it in a plastic bag, and it won't go bad. It's almost like dried beef. It's really great stuff.
I wonder if it'd be good if you took the bacon grease and you smeared it on your bread like butter when you're making a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, dude.
I'm gonna try that.
Toast it into it. During the whole shutdown thing the past couple of years, because my wife and I only eat beef bacon, we were trying to find that shit everywhere.
That's not
and
a
you're
bad idea
Sonny's
at all.
right.
I'm sorry.
No, you're right though. That is a good idea to make some premium grade grilled cheese sandwiches.
I can't believe I've never thought of that until just now.
But yeah, we were looking for beef bacon for a long time, and it was just out of stock. Couldn't find it anywhere. Well, I know that they didn't stop killing cows. There's beef bacon around.
Yeah, so check it out. I'm going to use the grease from the bacon grease I use to cook my chicken wings. Once the chicken wings are done, I'm going to make a grilled cheese sandwich in the grease with really good organic Ezekiel bread and, just some regular Monterey Jack and Colby mix and make a grilled cheese with it. Yeah, baby. I'll be set for all night. Now we just need a Guinness stout, 1 or 2 Guinness. I'll be set.
You're so funny, Sonny.
Living large. What's that?
I said you were so funny. You use a microwave. I don't even own a microwave.
Yeah, I get it.
You save your fat, which is to me is the little bits of bacon that I do have. I do feed the excess fat to the birds, and my next door neighbour's dog actually loves it. So yeah.
I think it's different, good. Man. I think it's good for us.
Go ahead. Does Sonny know he muted himself?
No, I hear you. Not obtuse. I like that name. I like that a lot. Not obtuse. I'm glad you're not obtuse. I try not to be obtuse, but sometimes I can tie myself up in a knot.
Exactly. I was in the asylum once and I was talking with PhD Tony, and one of the Globers jumped in. He's been obtuse, and I'm like, oh, I'm not obtuse. So I sort of changed it back. I can't actually change my name until 5:30 this afternoon. I've been trying all week, but, well, since I changed it, but I've changed it too many times. I like to play around with names. So yeah, it's quite exciting. But hey, I feed the birds everything, and nature is life, guys. So yeah,
And so your original name was George Realms?
No, it's always been One Big Pond. Yeah, look, I forgot my login, my password. So I've been talking with Discord, and they assure me that I can do it. But when I tried to do it, it says I've still got 10 hours and 29 minutes before I can change it at 7:30 this morning. So I'll give it a go. I might change it back to the original One Big Pond. Hey, I do miss your stuff that you've been posting on TikTok though. I must admit I've been looking. You haven't posted for a week and a half or so.
Yeah, I'm going to start up again. I had a break, and I know that's probably not good for the algorithm. I'll get kind of shuffled up, but I needed to take some time and not be on all of that stuff, because I got hurt and I wasn't doing very well. So I'll be back on there doing different things.
I didn't know you were on TikTok, Sonny. Send me a link.
Yeah, I will. Okay, I'll do that.
Did you ever fall on the bike, or how did you get hurt?
Yeah, I fell on the bike and I bent my right thumb back, and actually, kind of an interesting story. I grew up having double jointed thumbs and shoulders. So my right thumb has been bent back. This is probably the second time in my entire life. Now it's excruciating, and I had to go to the hospital because I couldn't. I mean, it was like the worst pain I've ever felt. But they didn't find any broken bones. But there's only one bone they can't see in there, and I'm pretty sure it's not because in 3 days I got feeling back, and I can move my four fingers independent of the thumb. Now I'm riding the bike without my brace, and it's only like 9 days out, I think. So it's healing, and I'll be on the playing the guitar again soon as well. Which
that's why we haven't heard
yeah,
so long.
I had problems with my left shoulder, so even holding the guitar up. And I lost a bunch of weight in the last 6 months. So all of that, as you hear things frying in the background, I'm trying to gain weight. I'm doing pretty well there, and I've leaned up so much that it's a good basis to start from. I have very little body fat, but it has its pluses and minuses. It has good things about it and not so good.
We say that in Australia here as your prick and ribs. So, or you can't fatten a thoroughbred is another one we say.
I'm sorry, what did you say? There's something like a saying is like you're all ribs, or what? What was that?
The first thing I said, you're all freaking ribs.
You're all freaking ribs.
Yeah, freaking ribs, yeah. But the other one was you can't fatten a thoroughbred.
I couldn't get through the accent. Hold on, I got too much noise going on.
Yeah, and you are actually holding the mic quite close to your mouth as well. I'm getting quite a bit of feedback, like vibration, like just a little bit noisy. I've turned down my tone as well a little bit.
Yeah, let me turn mine down a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah, that's better.
I was too close.
Yeah,
I was just simply too close. There we go.
Hey,
sometimes I lean in and I don't know that I'm really like hitting it. It must sound like I'm screaming or something. Sorry about that.
I don't think you need to apologize, Sonny. I think you're pretty awesome.
Right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
The last time I talked to you, Sonny, you were on your way out to go play some music with some friends in the streets. How'd that go?
Yeah, I did. I played quite well. Yeah, we did quite well, but it's kind of a logistic nightmare. I don't know how this guy does that all the time, but it went pretty well. I mean, it's late at night. It's out of my realm. Like I can't like really exist that way. Like these guys are going out at 10 and staying out till like 3 in the morning. So it's really hazardous and like.
What, do they go into like spots that are like have a lot of bars or something that people
Oh
are?
yeah. Yeah, like these streets are the gas lamp area. They close the streets off on the weekend, and literally it's open, wild people at the bar walking up and down the streets for about 4 blocks.
Yeah, we have a street. There's a street like that in Madison. That's the only cars that are allowed to go down it are buses and police cars. There's
Yeah.
no traffic allowed on the street, so it's then there's shops and bars all up and down it, and it's close to the campus, UW campus, so it's.
Yeah. It used to be called the Stingery, and I can imagine why, because they used to have like, that used to be the red light district, and so like back in the old Western days, there were like stables you would go in for like a nickel or whatever, like, and do your thing. Like, can you imagine? So the Stingery. So I guess it did sting a little bit after that, maybe. I don't know, Stingery. Now it's called the gas lamp. They had to change the name, I guess, to make it politically correct. So they named it the gas lamp district.
We have a little place like that in New South Wales, Sydney, just up from the coat hanger. The bridge is called the Rocks, and it's just a beautiful place. They close it down. Little places pop up everywhere. It's sort of like a little folk festival at all times, man. It's just beautiful.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool that it's like that. It sort of reminds me of Paris when I went and visited there. Like, they party at all times of the night. So, but it's just like it's really past my bedtime, and I really shouldn't do that to myself. Which I have to be in moderation in all things.
Good night, then, Sonny. Once you decide to hit the pillow, and good evening to everyone else.
Yeah, and the chicken is just turning just beautifully. It all turns really easy and getting nice and brown evenly. And then I turn the heat way down, and I cook it real slow until it literally like falls off the bone. I love that. Yeah. Pretty good cook, I have to say. I've been cooking since I was knee high to a grasshopper.
That's how I like my ribs to fall off the bone.
Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is turn it way down and go down and get the Guinness. I was going to get last night, but I was too tired. Probably good thing I didn't. I could use one Guinness, or maybe a pint worth.
A dark nightcap sounds pretty cool there.
The temperature's only swinging like 5 degrees from day to night right now, so it's like 74, 75 in the daytime, or like let's say 73, like 72, like it is now, and the low will only be like 68 Fahrenheit. 68 to 72, 4 degrees.
Well, that's the mid-20s for Celsius believers, and we're currently in winter in Queensland here, and that's our current temperature as well, around the 22, 74.
Interesting. Like, so you're saying like about the same range?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I listened to Timbo this morning, and he said he was at 14 degrees at 6:30, which is very unusual for Victoria.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah, we currently like it's not unusual in summertime for us to be in our 20s around about 5 o'clock in the morning here in Queensland. So it's beautiful, but it doesn't raise too much from there. We like yourself, we hover around the 10 Celsius, so we go up and down a little bit. So mid 20s will rise to mid 30s.
So Queensland is up north, right?
Yeah, tropical, yes.
So that's on the north coast.
Yeah, we're above New South Wales, and we lead all the way up to the highest point in Australia. So,
wow.
Yeah, Queensland's a beautiful place, a beautiful state.
So it goes. Does it go up in elevation as the further you go north? It crescendos and keeps getting higher and higher elevations. Is that how it basically is? I know there's a lot of terrain in there in the middle, though. But does it generally get higher elevation as you go?
I don't want to. I hate to break it to you, Sonny, but we live on a level plane, so I don't have any elevation. Sorry, I had to take it there. We're on the flat Earth.
A level plane. Yeah. So, but I guess what I'm asking is Australia tilted off of the plane? Tilted up.
Look, the simplest way I can put it to you there, Sonny, is the higher elevations. Yeah, as you go up higher, like into Cairns and whatever, there is a tablelands that flattens out once you go up, and it's a rise of around about 800 meters or more, thereabouts. But generally, most of Australia lives on the coast, so yeah, and the elevation that you may be thinking of, we're not on hilltop, mountaintop sort of stuff. It's all fairly sea level.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm just curious about the geography, how it actually looks. I should do a look at it, elevation map of it, to kind of get an idea. But it's interesting how, like, because we are on a plane, there appears to be motions that have occurred that push these, parts of the plane up into tilted looking formations. You know what I'm talking about, right? Certain ranges look like they're just totally cracked off and pushed up. So I'm sure we all have those types of things, or maybe California more than most other places as far as diversity. But I know Australia is probably one of the most diverse geographies on Earth, isn't it?
We are undulating all over the place, that's for sure. And the tablelands that I speak about is a beautiful place. You do get, but it gets very hot as soon as you get up on that level plane, up on that higher peaks that you're talking about. It does. The temperature can vary from 0 to 40 degrees. And not see a cloud in the sky for forever, man, which is absolutely beautiful. I love not seeing clouds, but I love filming them for some reason. So, as we know, the moon pulls the water with it. At the moment, we've got full moon, and yeah, the clouds follow it. Actually, we got a little bit of inclement weather at the moment, but there's still plenty of sunshine.
Really? Did you say it's a full moon?
Oh well, we passed that one now in waning gibbous.
Oh, it's waning out. Yeah, I kind of missed the last phase. I was kind of keeping up with it as it was like a little more than 3/4. Then I kind of
we
had some cloudy weather.
We had the supermoon at the change of the month on the 1st, and yeah, at the end of the month we'll also have another full moon. So, and then it starts to get obviously 28 days from then on consecutive. So it'll go down through the year. The rest
Oh
of the
my
year.
God. That might explain why I had really literally one of the looniest parts of the that I've ever experienced was just then when it changed into the 1st of August. Yeah, I'm totally affected. So I don't care what people say about it. It doesn't matter to me because some people have this opinion. Some people that you just saw a movie somewhere. And that's why, like, what? Are you kidding me? Oh my God, there's some really numpty people out there. Anyway, but I digress.
You're still talking about the full moon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you've seen a movie about the full moon and things like the crazies. Look, honestly, I think it's just more light, so people get out a little bit more. That's my pull on it. But males are definitely try and show off a little bit more in the full moon, where the females like to assert their dominance in the new moon, and that's my experience throughout life. I don't care what anyone says. That's what it seems to be for me with all the recording I've done over the last 5 years.
Oh, okay. Okay. I could see that being true. I could see that. I could see that could affect you in the area you live in, just from all of that estrogenic energy, if you may, in your area, could come to a crescendo.
There's nothing wrong with testosterone. We like, yeah, it runs the world. So we more estrogen though. I think the full moon brings out estrogen in a lot of people, and they look for their dominance and seek their testosterone by acting like peacocks. To be quite honest, but that's once again my take on.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw that down there on those streets. It was a big party.
Well, I am looking forward to your thumb getting a lot better and hearing a little bit of your music once again. I think we should dedicate one of the channels to you down further, like Flat Earth Server, a live stream tool or something. Like we should just go out there, go down there and jam and sing along and have some fun.
That would be pretty fun. I would be willing to do that. Yeah, I'm kind of on the mend, so I will be doing some more. And I plan to sit here and do some short videos of just some jamming, maybe, or maybe favorite songs of mine, and or things like that. Or I'm so old now. I'm just glad that I can do something still, like, and I still do it really well. And now I'm at the stage where I don't worry about any of the constraints. Like, I don't have to pay attention to them. Okay, so it's like you either like what you hear or you don't. So I like to keep it just like that. There's more I would like to do, and I will. I'm sure I have a good voice too, but I like the recording part of all of this is really not my strongest suit, and so I'm really just kind of a baby. Like I'm such an analog musician. It's still really hard for me to transition into that, even though I'm pretty savvy with technology. It's still a pretty steep learning curve because the time involved.
Well, what's your take on John Mayer? He's got so many genres and he fills in so much time, and his pauses are actually quite brilliant. I quite amazed by John Mayer, to be quite honest. Like
Oh,
he's got Room for Squares, Paradise Valley. Like he's got heavier things, which is quite cool.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Have you heard his Soul Rock album, which is absolutely stunning.
I always love like the Stratocaster sound, and when he does play a Stratocaster when he plays an electric, right? And,
he picks up anything and again can make it sing. Look, there's so many songs that I can.
I know that's how my old Yamaha. I have a Yamaha acoustic I've had since the mid '80s, and it was probably 10 years old then. So this thing's like 40 years old, and it's kind of beat up. It's got a crack in it, but this thing sings like it has harmonics like at almost every fret, and like it's a wonderful old beater guitar I've had forever. Actually, a friend in the Navy on board my ship, gave it to me as a gift, and I've had it all this time.
I've got a friend who's quite talented on the guitar, and I made him listen to you a few years ago when you were tuning harmonically, and he goes, yeah, he's quite nice when he does that. That's for sure. And I've only picked up the bass guitar, like acoustic bass guitar, which I absolutely love. I love listening to Conspiracy Music Guru and his style with the 3/4/2, and like just absolutely. I don't know why I resonate with it so well, and no matter what I do, it sort of goes along with it. And believe me, I'm quite basic when it comes to guitar. That's why I picked up the bass instead of trying to do the lead guitar, or whatever you call it, the normal guitar. Look, I've been a drummer for most of my life, so it's a nice change actually.
Yeah. Bass can be actually very. You can get a lot of umph out of the bass guitar. Like there's a lot of different techniques that can be used with the bass to bring in all these different genres, like you just spoke of, right? So I love the bass guitar. I've actually taught people how to play, several people how to play the bass, and me just being a six string player only, but the tuning is the same. Those four strings are tuned the same. So once you learn boogie woogie on the guitar on the six string, then you can play boogie woogie on the bass guitar too. So
I'd love to spend some time with you in another channel then, and play along. My favourite band at the moment, and has been for some time, is Five Finger Death Punch. I've got every album. I pretty much know every song, like, to sing along. And yeah, I just
which band?
absolutely love it.
Which band?
Five Finger Death Punch. They're
Yeah,
quite
yeah. I know. That's one of those '90s groups that I think it is for sure.
yeah, they're awesome, man. Like, yeah, I love Kill Switch and Slipknot and all that sort of stuff as well. So don't get me wrong when I say I love John Mayer. Like, he's just awesome. Like, I resonate with him as much as I do Music Guru. So Conspiracy Music Guru. And
Alex
I love him. I love listening to what he's got to say and his expression on Earth and on life and what's going on. And,
Yeah,
yeah.
Alex is very good. He's really good at that, and I wish I was better at it because I have a lot of ideas, but I I haven't been able to put them to completion. To get them so they're finished products. So it sounds. I don't know. I'm sure I'll get there though eventually.
I think you're doing all right there, Sonny, and I'm sending as much love as what I think you need. Like, I think you're awesome. It's scary how much love I send you, actually.
I appreciate it, and not in a gay way. That's all right.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I'm gonna step off for just a moment and go to the store, and I'll be back probably in 20 to 30 minutes.
Thank you for making me smile once again.
Likewise, I appreciate you speaking up. I really do.
The energy that is in this server it's so it's really addicting when we can have conversations with each other that are meaningful, and I just love the energy in this room, man.
Oh, there's a Brewhiff. Is that Ruhiff?
Yes, it is. Morning, Sonny.
You were summoned, eh?
Sure. Yeah.
Did you hear my latest rendition? Well, it's not a rendition. It's a rendition of a rendition. My latest little groove tune that I made.
No.
And it's too bad the other guy split. Wait a minute. Did you split? Not obtuse. But if someone wants to talk to Ruhiff, like I said, I'm going to the store right now. But if not, I'll play this little tune. It's only a regular. It's some guitar work of mine. I can play it if you don't mind. If you haven't heard it.
That was One Big Pond, Sonny.
What's that?
Yes.
That was One Big Pond. He's just changed his name.
Oh, One Big Pond. No wonder. Okay, see, I don't want to take up the bandwidth either because I see a Globe Earther Venusian Punk is here as well. So you guys probably want to start up a combo, and I won't take up the airwaves.
Oh, it's not going to be a good one. I promise. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay.
I'm just here because the modern day debate was shit.
Well, let's see. If you want to play it on your own at some time, here I'll put it in live stream. Your downtime.
What's good, Platter? I didn't see you in here. I'm sorry, man.
Hey, Venusian, how did your final go?
Oh, well, so, okay, I have a couple more, but I did take 2 today, and I have 1 more on Saturday, and then technically, like, a licensing exam, which we can just call a final for ease of sake, like, on the 16th. So, today I passed the first one, which is great, and then I did pass the second one, which is also cool. So, I just have 2 left.
Is it all practicums, or like theory?
So for paramedic, you have 3.
Hey, you guys are echoing back. So Platter, when you're not talking, I hear it echoing through your mic.
sorry.
And then just mic when you're not speaking, and I didn't hear it echo otherwise. Thank you.
Or wear headphones.
Yeah. So paramedic has 3 finals and then licensing, so technically 4. The first one is written, so like it's the textbook, and then the other 2 are practicums. So they sort of split it up into like individual skills and then scenarios. So we did the skills, now we're just doing scenarios on Saturday, which is a lot. Basically show that you can like work with really intricate cardiac stuff, and then trauma, and then little kids with intricate cardiac stuff. So,
Do they teach you how to drive the ambulance as well?
No,
or is that
there is a course for that, but it's not like included in the program. We call that EVOC, which is Emergency Vehicle Operators Course, I think. It's just an additional thing because for the most part, if you get hired at a department, they will show you, or like another ambulance company. I guess it's there if people want to go to a job that requires they have it first. I've never seen that as a thing yet. So
You're pretty quiet too, Venetian.
I'm sorry?
You're pretty quiet as well. I'm going to put you up to like 150.
Interesting. Because I have my mic. I can just move my mic physically, but I'm not whispering.
All right.
If you didn't hear that, no, they don't. It's not a part of the program. It's separate, but you don't really need it.
Oh, how about I model in Stellarium that flight from Zurich to Sao Paulo and the stars.
Have you done this before, or you're just saying, are you going to do it now?
I'm going to start doing it now.
Yeah, it's be interesting.
Yep. Feel like writing some code. So, yeah.
Nerd.
It's 100%. 100,000 million%. Oh, Kimbo, I sent you a DM the other day. What was it about? It was the view through a theodolite. How big angles are.
Yeah, I saw it. I haven't had a chance. I've been flat out at work.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. So
I did see it.
point one. Yeah, point one is pretty big. 0.1 of a degree is huge.
Yeah, I've got to stay on mute. I'm making a bit of noise.
It's called a Tembu card. Hilarious. What did you do to earn that, sir?
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah.
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like
Ocean
this,
doesn't curve.
right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me.
That's why we
If
can
you like
see
this video, there's plenty
times.
more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
Of this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't, it's fine. He wants to, I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing tonight on this latter Thursday?
I'm doing good. Have you seen the movie Oppenheimer? You should watch it. I thought it was one of the best Christopher Nolan movies I've seen.
No. Have you seen the movie Sound of Freedom?
No.
I hear that's the best movie of the summer. Anyway, back to flat Earth. So is that what's going on? Nobody's going to open their microphone and talk on the live stream. They're just going to sit there and text it out.
What would you like to talk about?
The flat Earth, or the lack of curvature.
Really?
Yeah.
How would you go about measuring curvature, like drop due to curvature?
How would you go
Have any
about
ideas?
measuring curvature?
Yeah. I mean, I've got an idea, but do you have an idea?
Well, I mean, like taking reverse angles and then having them cancel each other out doesn't really account for curvature, especially when you're inland and you don't know the actual elevation of each of these fucking mountains.
So hang on, I was asking you whether you do have, not whether you don't have. So you've said no to that. So do you have an idea of how to measure curvature?
I mean, demarcations over water, demarcation distances.
Okay. How will you control for refraction?
How do you control for refraction when you're doing your little geodesy surveys?
Yeah. When you get above the surface, refraction is predictable.
Uh-huh.
That's how I control for it. How do you control for refraction?
How do I control for refraction?
Yeah. So you're doing like distance to horizon.
Well, I
measurements,
mean,
right?
you know, I go with the base premise that the Earth is flat and then go from there. And then if I see like maybe an object in the distance that seems to be obscured, to me, that's refraction.
How does refraction hide something?
Pushes it down at a downward angle.
And then what do you see? So you're talking about downward, pushing it down as in upwardly bending light. So what do you also see when there's upwardly bending light?
I believe it's like a Fata Morgana, isn't it? What is it when it's like
just an
hovering?
inferior mirage? Just an inferior mirage, right? So if there's no inferior mirage, how is something hidden bottom up?
How is something hidden from the bottom up? It's pushed downward. The
Right, which is
angle,
upwardly bending
off
light.
into the distance starts to curve upward. I mean, you showed me that in your little video with your laser light, man. Show me the laser curving upward, so I have no reason to believe that that's not light curving upward.
Right. When you have upwardly bending light at the horizon, you have an inferior mirage.
When you have upwardly bending light, how so?
Do I have to draw what an inferior mirage is? Like,
No, I mean, I can Google what an inferior mirage is.
okay. So there is like inferior mirages can hide the bottom of things, but you have an inferior mirage. So if there's no inferior mirage in the observation, what is hiding the bottom of it?
After a certain distance, when it starts to angle upwards or shoot in an upward motion, that's what's causing it, dude.
Again, if you've got upwardly bending light close to the surface, you
Yeah.
also
So
have
you're
an
only
inferior
seeing the
mirage.
top of the object. You're not seeing the bottom of the object. So what's the big deal?
Right. Yes, inferior mirages can hide the bottom of things, but you also have an inferior mirage. So if you don't see an inferior mirage, what is hiding the bottom of something?
That's the point of it. You're seeing an inferior mirage.
Right.
You're seeing
Which means
normal
it's hidden the
whenever
bottom.
you're seeing normal when you don't see the obstruction.
Right, so you see something normal, there's no inferior mirage, but it's obscured bottom up.
But that doesn't happen.
What's causing that? Yes, it does.
But that doesn't happen.
Is that a joke?
You're the joke. Your globe is a
You want me
joke.
to find my favorite Where is it? What's his name? MC1. My favorite video of boats going over the horizon. There it is.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
There
It's
you go.
angular resolution and refraction.
Okay. Have you ever, you know there's a formula for angular resolution, right? The Rayleigh criterion.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever in your life applied that formula to any observation?
Me personally, no.
Okay. So you're just basically repeating what someone else has told you then. So you have no idea about angular resolution.
Well, I know what angular resolution is because as things move away, they seem to obscure from the bottom up.
That's not explained by angular resolution.
I can see that on a flat surface.
Hang on, did I make a meme about that one? I think I did. I did make a meme. I made several memes, actually. I applied it to this very observation. There you go. Look, Ma made a meme. That's the Rayleigh criterion. It doesn't help you. It's used incorrectly, and it doesn't help you.
Okay.
And of course, with the Rayleigh criterion, if you had a larger lens, then you'd be able to see the object according to you would get bigger.
100%.
But I think the thing about the Rayleigh criterion is it doesn't really obscure like the bottom of the object. It just makes the entire thing, I guess you could say, blurry, so to speak. But really, you just can't like appreciate differences between.
No, the apparent horizon is what is obscuring the bottom of the object.
I agree. I agree 100%. That's what's getting in the way.
That's why it's called refraction. That's why it refracts. And there's angular resolution involved. Yeah.
Okay. So what Pinky just said, he said that, you know, if you have a bigger, so in the formula, that meme that I posted, the formula sine theta lambda over d. D is the diameter of the aperture, right? So according to that formula, if you took a telescope out there rather than a P900, you should see more of the boat according to you. But you don't. When you zoom in, you don't see any more of the boat. Or if you have a bigger aperture, you don't see any more of it. There's more.
Well, yeah, I understand that. Like if you wanted to see an object the same size at
so it's
further
not the Rayleigh
distances, you'd
criterion.
have a bigger lens.
Right. So it's not the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay.
Is it the curvature? Is it the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No.
Right. Furthermore, you can given if you know how big your lens is, like say it's a 30 millimeter, 300 millimeter lens, you can calculate the distance in space, assuming the angle and the distance in space of the object, in which you wouldn't be able to resolve it anymore. So you could say, like, you know, in the famous oil rig picture, you could say, okay, with a 30 millimeter lens, I shouldn't be able to resolve anything 1 inch apart, say, you know what I mean? And then you can see that there's no way that even that level of blurriness would cause the horizon to come up.
Okay, so Ruhif, so Ruhif, that's great. So Ruhif, how did you account for perspective in your findings?
Which finding?
In your findings.
My Rayleigh criterion finding?
Yeah, yeah, whatever you're saying. How did you account for perspective?
I've done the correct math. If you think I should have done something differently, please let me know. I'm not sure what you mean by account for perspective in the Rayleigh criterion.
So you don't know what perspective is? So things don't get smaller as they are further away in the distance? They don't get smaller?
Honey, have you ever heard those words come out of my mouth? Things don't get smaller in the distance? Do you think I'd deny that?
You're acting as if in these so-called observations of yours with the boats.
Okay. Please show me what different thing you would do to quote unquote take into account perspective in the Rayleigh
for
criterion.
one, you're dealing with a plane of incidence, which is a plane that is also known as the horizon, the horizontal plane.
I think you're using incorrect math.
Okay, what's the correct math?
You're looking at it from a lateral point of view, and you're not using perspective in your math.
Okay. Same question for you as it asked Sonny. What would you do differently to, quote unquote,
I don't have
take
to.
into account perspective?
I don't personally know, but
Listen,
Okay, so I've done the correct math.
Hold on. I don't fucking have to, because I, as a sailor, I can look at the object the whole entire time I'm sailing up to it, which would be magnitudes further out from your globe, that making it completely flat, and I can touch it once I get there. Where did it change from a mirage to the real thing if I can see it the whole time? Did it do that seamlessly? It has a mind of its own. It just knows all of a sudden to switch from a mirage to real. Where is that point where it switches, bro? Tell me right now. Where does it switch?
Like as
You
you're
talking
walking
about
up
Rob
to it.
Skiba?
It fucking has to, because you cannot account for light that is bouncing off a surface that is angled away from you, the observer, and lower in elevation, such as the Black Swan, 67 feet lower and angled away from you. So you show us the model that makes light go bouncing off a surface pointed angularly away from me, the viewer, and bounces it up and around the sagitta and then back down to my eye. Show me how.
Are you referring to
No,
Rob
show
Skiba's?
me fucking that right now. Show it to me.
Are you referring to Rob Skiba's boat ride over the?
Fuck off.
There's
Fuck
just one
off.
example.
Listen, fuck off with somebody else's something other. I didn't talk about that. You did. I'm telling you, I'm asking you directly. You have an angle that this light is supposedly bouncing off of that is angled away from you. You get that? The surface of a ball further away, beyond the sagitta, is pointed away from you at an angle. Then it's also lower in elevation. So not only pointed away from me, the observer, but at a lower elevation. You show me the model that makes the light, the whole image, go from there to my eye, bouncing from a surface pointing away and below my elevation. So show me how that works right now. Put it into live stream voice text. Exactly the model that does that, because that's what it has to do on your model. You have the model. You say you do. You don't have one though, but you say you do. So show me the model of refraction bouncing it off that curved surface at a distance that's pointed away from you. Where is it? I'm waiting for it. Show it to me right now. Show it to me right now. Oh, he left? Yeah, because he fucking had to. Run away like a little pussy.
Same goes for you, Pinky. You're gonna show it, show it.
Yeah, show it to me right now, Pinky. Show me the model.
I'm sorry, I didn't really understand exactly what you were.
Okay, in the Black Swan, in the Black Swan, I'll explain it real simply. In the Black Swan, you have an image, according to the Globers and you guys, that this image is bouncing off a surface. The light is bouncing off a surface that is below my elevation by 67 feet and pointed away from me at an angle given by the position of the sagitta at that distance. So show me the model of refraction that bounces light from a surface pointed away from me, then up beyond the sagitta, then bends it back down to my eye. Show me that one right now. I demand it. This very minute.
All right. I'll try to find a model of density gradients that finds the refraction needed.
There's no fucking homogeneous density gradients in the air above the surface. It's inhomogeneous. There are no lines of fucking humidity or density going in one direction anytime at all. So you don't have a static Earth to start with. You still need the model. Show it to me.
1 second. I can get the model. I think someone's done it already. Oh, here we go.
It better be saying exactly what you are required to show, that it bounces off a surface that's pointed away from you.
No, it's not.
I want to see all of that.
So
it needs to look just like that. Wait till I'm fucking done.
Sorry,
I know I'm long-winded, but you're going to have to fucking wait till I'm done. Listen, it has to show hold on, I wasn't fucking done. Hold on. Wait a second. Okay, wait. I'm almost done. It has to show exactly this, that it's bouncing off Hello? That is bouncing off a surface that is pointed away from me and below my elevation.
Yeah. So so first of all, sorry for over talking you there. That's something I have to work on as well. Yeah. So I just posted something actually. Yeah, I did post it. So I just posted something that shows a temperature gradient that and based on a simulation shows exactly what you'd expect to see. So you can see, first of all, I don't know what you're talking about by something bouncing off the surface of the water. It's not really like that. It just sort of bends the light, but you can see that the temperature gradient is well within expected things. Like it's not like, you don't need like 100 degrees at the surface or negative 90 or something. It's like it's perfectly an acceptable sort of thing that could occur in the wild. Of course, some people will say, oh, it's just a simulation, so it's meaningless. But that's not really the right way to view a simulation. Really, we know the math of how light bends in different gradients. Different densities. It's Fermat's theorem, I think, or yeah. And so and also experimentally, people have tested this many, many times. I think I even in my physics class in high school, I tested it using resin and stuff. And we can show that there is certainly a temperature gradient that could reflect light. And also we've experimentally shown this in other cases, because when people have gone out and taken temperature readings over the surface of say like a frozen lake.
Is resin air?
No, resin isn't air, but again, this is just like basically plugging in densities into a formula, and then
So you have to go to the extreme to get a refraction index that you're after?
No, to get it over the short time distance that you could do it in a lab, you would. But like I said, maybe you missed it. You can also see this in the air. Like I said that people have gone out, taken density measurements. Mostly they do it through temperature, and then like people understand atmospheric refraction. They've experimentally verified this.
Well, I don't disagree with that. Atmos refraction. I think over long distances, it gives the appearance of going down behind
So can you
a parent horizon.
Can you show that?
Oh, I don't. Hello?
Well, he said it's been experimentally validated. So can you do that for this?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So atmospheric refraction is understood to a level where apparently.
So yes or no? What are we getting here? Like, what are you answering? Not the question.
No, I'm answering the question that it's been experimentally validated. That's what I'm saying right now.
No, that wasn't the question.
Where's the experiment?
You want me to find? You want me to find an experiment showing like in an atmosphere, not just like on a desk, but like in an atmosphere, showing the density, like measuring densities and then refraction as well. Would that help you?
No, that wasn't the question.
Yes, you did. Yes, it was. You said, "Can
repeat
you
back
find?"
what you think the question was?
Yeah, you said, "Can you find evidence? Can you find something that shows that it's been experimentally verified that atmospheric refraction occurs?" Right?
Not even close.
Well, I'm not doing it word for word, but anyway, this is a waste of time. Just tell me what the question is that you want me
Not even paraphrasing the question. It's just not what the question was.
All right. Well, you seem to not.
Well, maybe I need an
either,
interpreter. Maybe someone else can just ask them the same question I asked.
Well, I'm curious. I'm sorry, guys. I'm late to the conversation, and I just watched the video. And I'm sorry if you guys already brought this up, but I noticed right away that the camera's obviously zoomed all the way in, and I'm curious how the distances were figured between the two ships, how far away the second ship is from the first ship. And I have a P1000, so it was very obvious to me that it was fully zoomed out already. But anyways, I'm sorry I'm late, and if this has already been talked about, then forget it.
Yeah, the distance of the ships they were on marine traffic, so I can get the coordinates of them. In fact, I'm
wondering why the camera was never fully zoomed all the way back, from its all the way back in and out, because it never was, and I would have liked to see that. But anyway,
okay, sure. It's not my video.
Yeah, I'm not. But it's gives me some ideas of what I can do with my camera. Maybe I can do something to produce this effect. I think I've seen this video a while ago. This isn't new, right? This is old.
Old. Super old, actually.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing it a while ago.
5 years ago. Gee. It is the best boat going over the horizon footage, though.
Wow. You say so.
Yes.
Why is that? Did it look the way you say it's supposed to that one time or something?
It's just very clear. Well focused. Yeah.
Well, I disagree on it being very clear, considering the camera's already fully zoomed out from the start of the video.
Zoomed in, you mean? Like fully, like longest focal length at the start, yeah.
Something that's possibly worth looking into is apparently they have machines that can measure refraction in the atmosphere called dispersometers. So they have like 2 lasers of different wavelengths, and because refraction affects light of different wavelengths differently, you can use that to figure out exactly how much refraction is occurring. But they're very expensive because the technology needed to do that is because it's so precise, is a bit difficult to get. But
did you send that to me a while ago? Someone sent it to me a while ago.
Oh yeah, I think I did. It's like a yeah, it's a paper. I don't know if they actually the paper was just saying it's possible. I don't know if they actually
oh crap.
But it was like 2013.
Profile.
I can send it.
Yeah, send it again.
They have actually other ways of there's a few ways. They also have something called a scintillometer, which works slightly differently, but I can send it to you. But in response to what someone, because people were asking, how do we know that in the atmosphere this effect will work? Essentially, like, we can't. At this point, we kind of know exactly how light bends with regards to different densities of stuff. There's no reason why in air it should be any different. And of course, we've been using models of refraction to do things like
measure it in air.
Yeah. So this is the thing.
You measure it in air.
Yes, I'm about to post something about it. How the people that use satellites for laser range finding also have to account for refraction, and apparently, well, the thing is, refraction mostly occurs in weird ways down close by the surface of the Earth. But so as you get further away from the surface of the Earth, the models that we use, essentially using like the standard atmosphere, or maybe like sending a weather balloon up to see what the weather is, it can account for refraction down to the nearest millimeter. Like, so you can figure out your location down to the nearest millimeter just by using our models. Like, they are very, very precise. And of course, I haven't provided a source for that, but I can. Oh, yeah. So this is called millimeter accuracy satellite laser range finding, a review. So I'll just post that now if you guys, since you guys like, sources so much.
Nice one. Since you guys like sources so much.
Well, no, but which is good. I mean, to demand them like as we're talking about it might be a little off kilter because yeah.
Did you and
I'll certainly.
Did you and Ruhif have dinner last night or something?
No. It was just I've only sent him like one message. I saw he did. There's another channel called Earth Awakenings, and then he was apparently he did like a celestial navigation thing himself. I thought was really interesting.
Yeah, sounds like you went on a date. Got your maths books out.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
saying
things like that to people you disagree with seems a little like intellectually dishonest. You know what I mean? Like accusing people of this sort of stuff.
Why?
Well, it's just sort of a mean-spirited thing to say. Although I suppose it's just accusing someone of being gay, which I guess is not that bad.
You don't have a sense of humor? What's wrong with you?
No.
We prefer an argument.
When did I talk about anything sexually?
No. You are right. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's just a joke.
Oh.
Anyway, in place of an argument, I guess you can say that. I've posted the Sidor paper, which is currently the most accurate formulas for refractive index of air.
Oh shit! No, I posted the wrong.
So
Down
it
to,
just works on a sliding scale. So you go, okay, we can see this far. So let's slide the scale so it matches the curvature of the Earth and the refracted light. Is that
Nope.
how it works?
No,
How does it work?
they measure the refractive index of the air. So they send light along one path and then light through the sample, so that the first path is a
Sample of
vacuum.
what?
Sample of the air with that temperature, pressure, and humidity. And then they get
Yeah, and what do we get?
You know, with all these super colliders that are out there, you'd think they would make these like, you know,
Hey, hold on
1,000-foot
a second.
chambers that would do this, that would
Hold
prove
on
this
a sec.
stuff.
Hold on a second. Speaking of intellectual
What's up, dude?
dishonesty, Pinky, can you post the definition for refraction in live stream voice text for us, please?
I don't see how that would be helpful to anything, but sure, I guess
Well,
if you want.
you claimed refraction in the paradoxical atmosphere. Did you know the atmosphere was a paradox? Atmo meaning air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. So, post your definition for the paradoxical fairy tale refraction in the atmosphere for everyone to see, please. It's my contention you wouldn't know what refraction was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in jalapeno lace concertina wire. Yeah.
Wait, so I'm sorry, I was looking up the definition. Did you say something about the air being a sphere and the gas has no shape? So this doesn't.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Gases have no inherent shape. Yes. That's a paradox. The word.
Oh, wait, there's someone. This guy, what's his name? Al Brufney. He says, oh, he's been muted.
Yeah, he's a fucking retard. He's probably dumber than you are. We're gonna figure that out right now.
Oh, okay. Insolent.
Pinky, I don't want your.
Sorry. He wants me to deafen because.
Fuck off and post the definition. I want citation for refraction, not what you think it is. We're going to see if it marries up with actual refraction or not. You think that's fair? Since you claim refraction, and then I say, go ahead and define it. It's fair request, right? Is my mic working?
Yes, sir. Coming in loud and clear.
Oh, Pinky went on deafen. How you like that? Wait a minute. See if he comes off mute. Hey, no Pruhif, who gives a fuck what you say? In fact, delete your dumbass messages off there. You're a known demonstrated retard that doesn't know what a hypothesis is, for fuck's sake. Or modus ponens argument. You called it an affirming the consequent formological fallacy, a fucking modus ponens argument. I mean, you can't make this shit up. You're an abject dumb fuck. And you giving a class on celestial navigation is tantamount to Mr. Magoo giving a class on metabolic pathways. Fucking imbecile. Pinky! Where'd you go, sunshine? With your bullshit refraction in the atmosphere. What a clown. Shut the fuck up. Well, since Pinky went on deafened, let's go ahead and take a look at what refraction actually is. So, from Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light, rays of light don't exist, but I digress, and crossing the boundary or surface, gases have no surfaces, of separation between two contacting substances. Air and air doesn't count. They're the same substance. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. Light's not a wave, but I digress. As it passes from one material to another material. Pinky? Air and air is not two different materials. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Boundary. Show us a boundary with gases. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave that's not a wave upon crossing said boundary. The tendency of a ray of light that doesn't exist to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether a light wave that's not a wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing said boundary. And of course, from your alma mater wiki, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. See, that's what I wanted you to post. You know, there's a law of refraction. There's a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction. When referring to a light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media. And it gives such as water, glass, and air, not air and air. So there you go. You're finished. So is your boyfriend up there. No proof.
There seemed to be quite a bit of confidence coming out of him until you came into the room. Where'd that go?
Yeah, that left with the numpties. It's over. Ruined my fucking mock draft. Well, at least I got two good picks. Oh, Pinky. Mr. Magoo got your tongue. Look, you ain't posting in here. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's deleted like you should be deleted out of the server for being a retard. Fuck off. They say ignorance is bliss there, no proof. And clowns. All right. Who do I need to pick up here? Pinky, you coward. You're still on deaf and mute. Although that didn't stop your chat skanking, though. Yellow spine weasel. Did he just get up and leave too? Yeah, he did. What a clown.
That's what they both did. My Discord like froze up completely right in the middle of that.
They both boot scooted.
They're about to get slam dunked by Sonny once a fucking again. It must be frustrating for
what
them.
What a bunch of clowns, man.
Bozos. Like, did they bring the model of the image of the black swan bouncing off the surface 70 feet below my elevation and pointed away from me? No, they did not. So my point rests. I mean, is that how normal people operate? When they run into a brick wall in their logic, they just run away and don't face it and don't say, holy shit. All they'd have to say is, oh, I'm probably wrong. I could be wrong about this.
Pinky Fag was just making shit up.
Yeah.
Yes, I missed all the fun. I was on mute for a little bit, on sound mute, so I couldn't hear anything. And I came back and it was all over.
You didn't miss much. It was over pretty fast.
Okay, so I don't know if earlier you might have heard me mention that my son, wife will be going into labor soon. Oh, they induced her into labor earlier today, probably when I was on my way home from work. And my wife is taken off to go babysit our grandson, so I can be on Discord tonight.
God help us.
Anyway, I'm pretty much talked out, but I'm here. So I'm listening in. Missed all the fun. Boo hiss.
Heretic, did I step on your toes, man?
You didn't
No,
step on
not
my
at all.
toes.
I can barely even chime in here because I'm at work again. I'm usually at work during these hours. I talked to them a little bit and then I got distracted by things here. Pinky guy couldn't understand what I asked him anyway. Kind of a
That isn't any surprise right there, is it?
nope. Got busy here, so I had to call in an interpreter for him.
Yeah, they're consistent about a failure to understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, it's funny. Like every time they just start answering a question you totally didn't ask them.
No. And then they do start making shit up. Like the powers of being able to make shit up like that on the run is like pretty astounding. Why don't they go into storytelling or maybe fairy tales? Like I think there's a real glut in the a dip in the market right now in fairy tales.
Oh, they cornered the market.
They got it. Yeah, they should stick to what they're good at, fairy tales. Like it's good. Unicorns and the globe Earth, they exist in the same place in between your ears.
With Ruhef, it's practicing how to tie his shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses. He's one dumbass cracker. All right, I'll leave. Maybe some other people will come back. All right.
Think you'll probably come back.
He's got to leave in order for someone to come back.
That's sad.
That's
That's really
hilarious.
sad.
That's really, it's hilarious. But I was just going to go into a little tirade about who's the dude, the comedian? Okay, the one that was really telling a lot of truth near the end. Anyway, I'm going to go into that. Yeah, George Carlin.
George Carlin.
So he's like, if you think about it, like for people to make up shit like that, they have to keep making up more and more and more retarded bullshit. Like, what kind of shit is that? I'm gonna go George Carlin on you in a second. So, so if you think about it, the average person, you know how dumb they are. Half of the people are dumber than that. The amount of bullshit is astounding.
Well, the other night, Ruhif was trying to use high-altitude balloon footage like what Mr. Sensible has as his demonstration of visual left-to-right Earth curvature. And then after that, he argued that that's how it would look on a flat Earth, too. Oop.
I think bags of rocks and bags of hammers are standing up and resoundingly saying, "That's not us." That isn't us. Don't equate us with that guy. We may be a bag of hammers, but we're not as dumb as Ruhif. Maybe if they think they can get in edgewise, then they can slip right in and no one will notice it.
You know, when Ruhif becomes a flat earther, I think all the flat earthers are gonna hate his ass.
Well, it's trial by fire. None of
Hey,
us are.
Standing.
Yeah. Hey,
How you feeling, bro? You feeling better?
I'm doing much better now. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I'm glad to hear that.
a life of extremes, but you know what? I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there, and I'm just relaxing right now. I'm trying to learn how to relax again.
Yeah.
Long period where I couldn't relax, couldn't get any rest, but I'm doing better.
So did you go to the ER that night?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
I did. But it wasn't that great, but whatever it takes, it's all
Yeah.
right.
Well, stay blessed, my brother. Stay blessed, man.
I got hooked up with some resources and things like that. So but it's gonna get better. It just it takes a little while for these things to like sort out. And then usually what happens is I kick the authorities to the side once I'm doing on my own well enough. But there's times I don't know. I don't want to say that anymore, but
Man, I just got off work too, so I just came in and then I just listened for a little while and see what's going on. And I heard Ruhef was talking for a little bit, and that's it. And then QE came in and then he stayed quiet.
QE's got incredible timing. It's like he came in at the right time. I wonder if I'll get to see the moon again tonight.
Oh, hey, what about okay, so I seen this that Japanese physicist. What his name? Michio
Michio
Kaku,
Kaku?
whatever the hell his name is, he
Michio
started
Kaku.
talking about that the Big Bang is wrong now. So if the Big Bang is wrong, then that means the whole heliocentric model is wrong. Then that means evolution is wrong.
Well, actually, some of those guys have been saying this for a while. Even if you go back about 10 or 15 years, I forget how far back, maybe not quite that long, to the movie that they had. It was like mainstream, called What the Bleep Do We Know? And there were a bunch of those people basically saying they don't know what the hell's going on. They talk quite in depth about the double slit experiment, and I think but mostly just the double slit experiment. But it's kind of made like a narrative, like a drama. This lady who's deaf, and her struggles. And so it's kind of interesting, but in between they have commentaries from all these astrophysicists, cosmologists, people like that. And they're basically all saying they're at a crisis. They don't know what to do, and they have been for a long time, since 1900. Oh, guess what happened right around then? Oh, that's right, Einstein, and right around the same time as Michelson Gale, and Aries failure. Should I go on? Like Samuel Robotham? Well, he was like in the 1860s, I guess. But after that, it was this culmination, and they had to do something. They were freaked out, and now a lot of those people are like, they're saying they're going to religion. They're going to like Eastern religion. Because they're migrating to actual the religions of Earth, because they're not seeing what they're not finding what they're seeking in this completely materialistic realm that they think they are in. So it doesn't work. So that's why all of the fields are failing, and they will fail, because they're not taking into account the unseen, the intuitive, the spiritual, our actual spirit. They're not taking any of that into account. And if you don't, you're missing like the biggest part of this place we are in, and therefore who we are in it. Who we are.
Yes, sir. And another thing is that too, like I'm really curious that all these globe people, I don't know if they ever seen the clips of the astronaut up in the ISS and saying, "Oh, we can't leave low Earth orbit, until we figure out this shit out. Then we can explore our solar system, like the moon, Mars, Jupiter, even outside our solar system." And this clip is not just one of them that's saying that. There's a bunch of them that's saying that, and I don't understand that. That these globe people, maybe they haven't seen these type of clips. Maybe we gotta show them, like, yo, so they claim to go gone to the moon, and now after what, like 60 years later, 70 years later, and they telling us that we can't go to the moon. It's because we have to figure these things out, well, then what is it? Did you guys go to the moon, or you didn't go? Obviously they didn't go. Yeah, so
that's a really
these
good
globe
point.
heads need to see these clips. Like, yo, it's not our words. It's these assholes' words. NASA's words. We didn't make this shit up. Same thing with the math. We didn't make this fucking math up. They make up the math with the model. But yeah.
And think about that. That was in 2015. That's 7 years ago they said this, right? And now they're saying that, well, they already took so-called flights, but they're pretty much admitting they're only going to low Earth orbit now, right? They've changed things up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I brought that up earlier today or yesterday.
So I don't know, man. I think
equated it
all
to
these anti-flat earther. I don't know. Maybe all of them haven't seen the clips. Maybe we gotta show them the clips. I think my task now, I think I'm gonna start looking to these all these clips, and then I'm gonna start saving them. And every time they say something stupid, I'm gonna show them the clip. Look, it's not our words, bro. It's the NASA's word. It's you guys' words, you know. Just to show them, we'll see what they got to say, you know. But at least,
Hey, Kembo, were you able to hear Paul? Because Paul was speaking and you just like ran right into him there. So go ahead.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right, bro. I do it to people all the time.
It's okay.
But
It's
yeah,
okay.
I was just what you were just talking about. I was talking about that earlier, and I believe that too. I think a lot of these Globers, you know, they're not as invested in looking at these clips like we are. So I think a lot of them haven't seen them, and it
oh,
reminds
bro,
me of 9/11, and it
sorry.
reminds me of Building 7. You know, I'd never seen Building 7 for years, and nobody had until, you know, somebody actually points it out to him, says, "Look at this." And I don't think anybody that I talked to about 9/11 had ever seen it until I showed it to him. So I think it's the same with these clips of them saying, you know, it's a closed system. We can't get through the Van Allen radiation belts and all this shit. And you know what? Even if we did show it to them, though, I don't think it would make a difference, honestly.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think they even want to look. Like you show it to them, like, oh, that's 10 minutes. I ain't doing that. Like, that's just who they are.
Yeah, and they'll just make an excuse. You know, they'll make some sort of excuse. Well, he misspoke, or you know, they'll say some
Exactly.
bullshit.
No, they do that, bro. I'm telling you, because I had shown
Yeah.
the clip to people before, like, oh, but that's not what they meant though. They could have meant like this way, that way. They stop making excuses for these fucking people. And my coworker, right? Like, you know, I didn't go into that full flat earther or whatever on him, but I did trying to show him. I think it was like 5 minutes of NASA keep saying the bullshit, like, oh, they can't go any further than low Earth orbit, you know. And I tried to show to him, he refused to watch it, just refused to watch it. But then at the same time, you know, he defends the globe. You know, you know, I didn't go full flat earther, but you know, we did talk about flat Earth for a little bit or whatever. And all this guy did was saying to me, he's like, oh, but you know, the Earth's not flat, right? And I'm like, okay, let me show you the clip. You know what I mean? I'm gonna send it to you. And I sent the guy the clip just to watch what NASA said. You know, over and over and over again. Not one astronaut. There's a bunch of them idiots saying over and over and over again. And the guy refused it. So I was like, you know what? Forget it. I gotta move on. You know, I'm gonna try to go wake other people up. You know, that wants to know the truth. You know, you don't want to know the truth? Drown, motherfucker, drown. Like that's what I say to people now. You don't want to wake up? Drown. You know, and when this thing is exposed, worldwide, or watch them. Oh man, I talked to somebody, they trying to talk to me about this thing before, but yeah, you know, I kind of knew it, but you know, a lot of them gonna stop making excuses again. Oh, talking about, oh, they kind of knew. Yeah, but anyhow. Yeah.
I had that same experience with a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I would try to show that to some people that I would know, and they would think that it was somehow biased. You know, that it was created by just this bias when the footage is NASA took that footage. You know, they didn't have somebody come in and recreate footage, or somebody else filmed it and then spliced it and chopped it and edited it how they wanted to. That was all just footage that NASA themselves took, and they put it out there. So
Yeah.
it's not biased. And they try to throw in like a political spin on it, like it had something to do with politics and left and right. I'm like, what did you just watch? That had nothing to do with what we just watched at all. So it's like they
Yeah.
constantly try to nitpick and just make excuses and deny reality.
Yeah. You know, the same things like, you know, the Earth is flat and stationary. You know, we telling them like, oh, but the Earth is spinning such a constant velocity. That's why you can't fucking feel that shit. You know, like, well, so you know, what I mean, you trying to convince me that I'm the fucking retarded one. You know, but we feel motionless. You know, when you go outside, it's like shit. You know, you can see the sun moving, the moon's moving, the sky's moving. But you telling me no, it's not moving. We are the one that moving, spinning, tilting at the same time. You know, but yeah, man, they have fucking excuses for everything, bro. So
Mhm.
I'm
What's
I'm
funny
kind
about
of
them
done.
too is I don't even want to talk to them. I'm not interested in speaking with them. So I don't even know why they come here. I'm just interested in people that are curious and actually want to learn. you
Yeah.
know, and actually investigate for themselves.
Yep.
I don't get it.
I mean, I had a friend, that used to work with me, my coworker, and he's also a good friend. And the first time I think it was like about 5 years ago, I tried to show him everything about flat Earth, man. He got mad at me, bro. He got really mad at me. Like I think we almost like kind of like went a separate way, not being friends over flat Earth, bro.
What
And
was he
I
so
tried.
upset about?
I'm sorry.
What was he so upset about? The fact that you were, you know,
Exactly.
I don't get
No, bro. Oh, I
what
don't know, bro. These like why these people are so mad at us. Like like all we want to know is the truth. That's it. You know what I mean? And instead of trying to investigate with us, they got mad at us because they they can't admit to themselves that their system is based on belief. They believe
yeah.
the scientists. They believe these so-called experts. They believe everything. So when anybody come around and trying to show them anything different or what they've been taught, it just they they stop breaking down, bro. They breaking down, and then they got mad at you. I mean, I had people want to fight me. I think I had a little party going over there. Just chilling with my friend, and then the flat Earth came up. And I just brought up water. I think it was like what 4 years ago. I brought up the water. I said, look, this bottle, if you tilt it sideways, and you have a bottle this big, a million times bigger than this, right? You tilt it, the water would never curve. It always gonna be horizontal, flat level, right?
Yeah,
Why
people be
flip out on me?
people be tripping, man, about the water that it's always level because we could show it to them right here in a single room. Like
Exactly, bro.
I can set this water like on my counter and then go 15 feet way the heck over here, like
Mhm.
12, 15 feet out to the end of my bathroom and have another water level over there and have another one that's like perpendicular to that and two places like have water level in four places that is like right there. You have any
Yeah,
distance, there should be a measurable distance, and we have ways of measuring this. So if it was this globe, they would be able to tell us exactly how they measured it, and they could have done it with water level that's showing an angular difference very simply. It's
yeah.
simple.
Yeah. But you know what was their response that day? Like shit. I thought I'm about to go like one was four that night. I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
we better
yeah.
get the fight. Like I'm ready to fight too that night. I'm like, shit, it's gonna go down. I think these motherfuckers about to jump me over that,
Yeah, I
bro.
know, man. They
And
get
their
triggered
response was
about
like, "Are you a scientist? Are you a scientist?" They kept asking me over and over again, "Are you a
you gotta
scientist?
show them that you
Are you?"
are, and
I
then
said, "No, I'm
explain
not a fucking
why.
scientist, but I have a fundamental understanding how water works. You know what I mean? I don't need no fucking expert to tell me how
Yeah,
waters work." Man.
it's not science. So
Who's
you
ready
would
to
have
make
to
some
tell them
science?
that's a category error on their part because like
Yeah.
a level of water is objective. It's an axiom, so it's not scienceable.
Hmm.
But all they have is unfalsifiable.
It,
That's
sh-
Yeah.
plain.
it should be noted that according to the National Science Foundation, babies are scientists, natural born scientists.
Yeah.
Yeah. And scientific means producing knowledge. So laying claim to what science is usually something people with a fundamental misunderstanding of the scientific method, something they would say.
So
Yeah.
making believe science is something else is actually science to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have an imaginary version of science, which is by definition pseudoscience, but whatever.
Creating false knowledge.
Yeah.
I mean, to them, it's like this. If the Earth is flat and stationary, and space is fake, it would take everything away from them, from their imagination. It would take everything away. So that's why they always on fucking
No,
defense on this.
no, you're not going to take my ball away.
It was funny when I was watching that video that guy posted of the two ships. That it seemed like such a drastic dip in such a short distance. Like you'd actually be looking down on that. Like anybody would be able to experience that if that's what actually happened. You could get in a boat and go see that for yourself, but you don't ever see that. That ship in the you know, the one that wasn't disappearing, they'd be looking actually looking down on that other ship. That doesn't happen.
It disappears. Why doesn't it disappear?
Oh my goodness. What is wow. This moon where I'm at is unbelievable tonight. What did they spray in the air tonight? That's making it look the sky purple. Wow.
Oh, doctor, help me, please. They took my ball away. It happened on Flatter Discord. Happened just the other day.
Oh fuck! I'm gonna have to walk back to the house and get my camera.
Ooh, it took my ball away.
Hey, Sonny.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, like I said, man, the next time you record the stuff or whatever, like, you send it my way. Like, I make it sound good.
Okay, good. Thanks for reminding me, because I was in kind of a very confused state a few days ago, and
Yeah. Just make sure.
I'm with
Yeah,
you. I will.
just make sure you record everything all separate, right? Like, let's say you record bass, you just have the bass line. You will record a solo bass line, and when you record
cool.
like a chord progression, just break everything down separately, and
All right.
I make it sound good.
Now I know what to do. So I'm gonna just have a click track in my ear, and I'm gonna record like a bass part with my Stratocaster, but it's gonna be in this pedal I have that can make it sound like a bass. So I'll do a little bass part. I just want to get the right bass sound. So I'll work on some of that stuff. It gives me something to do. So I appreciate that, because I want to get back on track with that. And now I'm feeling like I'm going to be better, and my hands and stuff feel better. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. So yeah, but whenever you're ready, man, just send me the file.
I'll send you the file, and I'll send you the rhythm. I'll send you the rhythm track, like the beat, how many beats, and that's it. And then I'm sure you can do the rest now.
Hey, have any of you spent any time in the Glober servers and listened to them talk? Are any of them musical or create art or music? Really?
No,
Yeah, see,
I
it's
haven't.
funny because it's so many of you in here are artists, and maybe it takes like that creative mind to be able to break free from that globe.
It could be. It could be something like that.
I never thought of it. I never thought of
Also,
that.
what it seems to be is a lot of people are very like kind of like I am, like very intuitive and kind of like right mind, like right brain
Connected.
thinking. Yeah, like or
Connected
even
to the art.
or more connected to both hemispheres of our brain. That's probably the correct term for a hemisphere, like our brain. Like that's all been hijacked. So yeah, our brains we have two brains. We literally do. They have a place in between them where they connect. I forget what that little thing's called, but it's called something too. The connection between the left and right. So women have a more of a connection between the two, left and right, and you can kind of see that and hear that and witness that with them and their behavior, even their sociability and things like that. But their intuitive nature. So like left-handed people have a crossover too. And then like left-handed women would probably have the most crossover. And it really just is a motor preference, but it has some implications that people don't think about, because that means me being left-handed, but having to learn to do things with manually, as far as like opening doors. They're all made for right-handed people. So I've had to like adjust my whole perception of how I'm approaching something mechanical based on how it's actually built, that is counterintuitive to the way I operate in the world.
I never thought about that. That's the doorknob thing.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So,
You know, when I was a child. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
no, it's okay. So I was just going to tail end on that real quick, and I'll stop. So you can comment. But so that's made me that's made it so that I've had to adapt, and I've actually it's caused harm to me and injury because of when I forget the door swinging a certain way doesn't ever forget, but my body mechanics can be the wrong way if I just assume. And I've started realizing and tried to be more cognizant of the fact of how I'm opening this thing and how my body mechanics and how I actually want to be using my body with these mechanics sometimes doesn't jive, and I have to stop for just a millisecond to think about how I'm moving. And that's all I kind of wanted to say.
Yeah, that's really interesting actually, because I when I was a child, I was ambidextrous. I could write left-handed and right-handed. When I played baseball, I could switch hit. But then one of my coaches, he wouldn't let me bat righty anymore. He wanted a lefty in the lineup. So I got so comfortable being a lefty, I couldn't go back righty. And the same thing happened in school with writing. They forced me to do right-handed all the time. So I lost the ability to be able to do both.
Interesting, man. See, that's very interesting to me because I was ambidextrous too. Like in sports, it was really beneficial to me, like to me, the team I was in, because I could throw them for a loop. Like if I switch hit all of a sudden, and there's no rule against that. Or switch, like literally, I used to be a little pool shark. I kid you not. Like I have stories galore, but I was 10
You don't
years
want
old.
to play pool with me, Sonny. You don't want to play pool with me. Yeah.
I
You do
could
not want to play
no, I
pool with
don't.
me.
Like I'm out of practice, but I used to be able, when I was practicing a little bit, even just a little bit, like I could switch and play left-handed and freaking make a shot that I thought was not possible. The problem with my pool playing is I'm not consistent enough. It's something about the lining up or the aiming. Like it's something, it's pretty complex because you're dealing with all the joints in your body, like from you to that ball, and all the muscles attachments, like that whole thing along your arm, your eye, your arm, your neck, like everything, right? See, so this is another thing that is flat earth that people don't think is flat earth, because our vestibular system, you know how to aim something so accurately that you could tell level just by looking at it and putting up your arms. Like you can put up your arms in a pointed forward direction, like both your arms, like in a line, right? You know what is like right on center, what is perfectly level, and what is not. Like anything off, like so it's so accurate. If you had some kind of device that you could fly using your vestibular system, sure as shit. You know what level is, and you know, like as long as you know where the ground is. Like if you had a device that went on your body that you could react like we do in real life to real events, like over the surface, like I do on the bicycle, I'm pretty much flying through the air. I figure myself a pilot, not a freaking cyclist, a pilot. Like I'm flying. I'm literally flying with all that weight on those two little tiny strips of rubber with air in between me and the rim.
Oh shit! That short time it took me to walk back to the house, get the camera, come back out here, and now it doesn't look as magnificent as it did
Okay, so
2 minutes ago.
what is the approximate elevation angle of the moon, and is it west of you right now? Because what's going on in my skies?
Um,
Paying attention. I don't see any stars. Too light out still, man. I think I'm gonna have to go out. I think it might be an interesting night to go out.
I think
I've been drinking a little bit, but Listen, my vestibular system has rarely ever let me down. Like that's the one thing. Like I don't get cavalier about it usually. Like there's no place where you can be cavalier when you're traveling. Like I was just speaking. So uh, overconfidence, I guess, is what I'm saying. In any kind of sport where there's danger involved, is not a good thing.
It's humid out here.
But so you're east of me, obviously, somewhere. Far west as you could go, basically.
I'm in Wisconsin.
All right, man. Do you know about the Pyramid Lakes? And am I slurring already?
Yes.
That's not good.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have.
Wow, that's weird that you brought about it right when
Did
you're
you break
trying
my
to
track?
talk
What's
about
going
that.
on here?
Yeah, that's
What
bizarre.
the fuck?
What was that, man? That was really weird. Anyway, I'm not gonna draw. Like some strange things have been happening. Like how I dropped off. My Discord froze up completely right when I was talking to Ruhif and Pinky. I don't know. Do 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 do. It's the freaking. Hey, Miguel Souza. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, Miguel. Hey, how are
Hello.
you?
By the way, like 1 or 2 weeks ago, I did click on something that was at the lobby in this Discord, and it it jumps to the browser, and it was opening repeatedly tabs, so it was malware, and so it was an attack, and then I did use some tools to clean that, but it was hard, the computer went slowly.
Oh yeah, I have Linux. So when I shut it, if I have to shut the machine down a cold stop, it clears everything out. All the orphans. It cleans them out. They're all gone. Bye bye. Back to the freaking original.
That's
good. Before I cut it off. Yeah. So it's
Hey,
nothing.
talking about Linux, bro. How is it now? I use it since like 2016, and it was pretty good. It was not bad at all. I installed on the window, and I used for a while till that
Yeah. Well,
that
I've been using Linux now for like almost 20 years. Well, let me see. Yeah, almost 20 years. And so since I went to school, like I started using it in 2000, and I use it off and on with Windows. Then eventually I just stopped using Windows altogether because I couldn't afford their fees. And
Oh, there's a fee?
such shit, like fuck that. Like you have every time you have to upgrade, like you're subservient to the beast. So eventually I said, so I like said, fuck that. And then when I found all the benefits of Linux, and the only difference is really I can do anything actually probably almost everything better. But the thing is, you do have to do a little bit of the work, and people don't
Yeah,
want to do that. So
yeah. We let next do.
and like what the work consists of is really just going to a forum where you have that you type in what your problem is, and there's a bunch of people, hundreds of people talking about this. You find one, and you find the right one, and then you find out what the code is, and you just copy and paste it into yours. You go to a terminal, you go right into terminal, you're in super user mode, and you just terminal that bitch in there, and it freaking makes your system do what it says most of the time. Now, I'm not saying all the time because
And you know what? Good thing about
I know I'm long winded, but hold on one more second. So I had a problem still to this day, even with the new one, and this is version 21. Oh, I forget, whatever. It's the new at 20. It's the 20.5 something 1.4 or something version. So it's the most latest version, but I still can't play DVDs. But I don't really need to because I can use like the browser as like freaking streaming. Like I can stream anything I want. You know, like it's just like it's bold. It just keeps going. It really rarely ever like cycles or does anything like that. Only if my connection is off. I'm sorry, I'm long-winded. I'm done.
No, but I'm sorry, earlier. But yeah, when I was using it before, I think I used it about maybe like a year or two. I don't remember having viruses or malware when I used Linux, you know. But when the computer went out, and then that's when I stopped using it. Now I'm back to PC, you know. I'm always a PC guy. I'm not a big fan of Mac that much, you know. But you know,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Mac is good too. But yeah, I'm just more like a PC guy.
Yeah, so
Easy with the program I do.
Yeah, so check this out. I've been able to unbrick Windows machines. I went to school, man. I'm a pretty smart cookie. I'm not like trying to brag on myself, but like not only can I do component work and stuff like that and soldering and make my own pedals for my guitar devices, which I freaking love, and that's the thing I love to do the most in building like amplifiers. Like the whole cabinet, the wood, the cabinet, the carpentry, everything, and the electronics, the whole thing, build the whole thing, you know? So like, but I, like my son had a Windows machine and they locked it out, you know, because if you get the administrator thing off too many times, then it locks you out. And if they didn't remember how to get back in or whatever, or maybe it was a used machine. So I found a key code that unbricked it.
Wow.
And I loaded Linux onto it, and then they just changed it from the Linux right to Windows, back again, like what I needed. Yeah. So there's a way to do that, and I think the reason I said that is because we were talking about how we approach things differently in this field or this topic or whatever you want to call this. It seems to be more a field of study now. Like it's not just flat Earth. Like we have a whole field of study that like we have a broad branch of natural science in our grasp, and we're developing our skills at this, right? Like I love that part of it, and so this applies to like almost every kind of thing that you could think of, even industrial or I don't know, like as a machinist in the Navy and after, I learned some very fundamental things about straight lines and flatness, parallelism, all these ideas, you know, and they develop these ways of doing statistical process controls to make sure that your manufacturing are within the limits of error or tolerance, right? So this is what really helped me in flat Earth. Not only that I had traveled actually over the oceans thousands of freaking miles already, like thousands of miles.
So, like, when you were in the Navy, have you ever like shot one of those laser weapon in a long range?
No, I shot a 20 millimeter machine gun though, and then we had arms practices and things like that where we had a shooting range on land. But but I shot a 20 millimeter out at sea, a machine gun. Yeah.
Okay.
Where it goes like, it's rad, man. Like you're holding on to like the handlebars of this thing, and you shoot these rounds that are like what, like an inch in diameter or something, and a couple inches long. A bullet that size, and there we practice shot at freaking barrels, like 55-gallon oil drums. We would throw those out and use those as like target practice.
Nice.
Get to work. Your protection when you're shooting that thing.
Hold on a second, Paul. You're You're roboting. You're roboting the tolerances. Give it a
loud.
second. Yeah, you're really roboting. So you wait just a couple seconds and try it again. Don't worry, Sonny is in control of your frequencies, your horizontal, your stabilization. Just joking. I'm an old fuck, so like I remember like Twilight Zone when it was actually on mainstream TV. It's unbelievable to me, man. Like I'm like, how did I get here? I'm a travel. Like I think I was like transported from the past into the present because I don't know how the hell I'm here. I still question that every day.
I think we got somebody new here.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's going?
Just popping about. See who's on.
I see your VC verified already. Have you?
Yeah.
You haven't been
Well,
here long, eh? Just since June.
no, I have. I was here like maybe 4 weeks, 6 weeks ago, maybe longer.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Right on. So, what's your take on the topic of Earth at this point right now?
Well, I've called myself a true earther.
Okay.
So which is technically a flat earther.
Yeah, I actually have. I've actually considered myself just separately. I think individually. That term myself. So, like the true earther, it really just it tells me that you know that like horizontal is where we start, or is that not the case?
Horizontal.
Yeah, that level.
You mean
that we're level? We're on a level plane.
Yeah. The problem that I discovered is that well, the Earth is not curved nor round nor it's a ball. That's easy to work out. And you can
what?
see you can see very long. Hey,
that it's not
What
a
did you
ball.
say? No, hold on. What did he say? Like all together?
it's not level. I mean, yeah, it's not spinning or ball. It's not curved.
You didn't say that it wasn't level. You said you didn't say that, like it's not level, right?
He didn't say not level. He said that it's not a ball or spinning or
Okay.
curved or curved.
Yeah. Yeah. So and you can see long distances.
Right.
And you can punch hole in any of the signs they're used and any of their fake observations. So there's nothing left for the globe Earth anywhere. I don't know why people are still defending it. There's nothing left.
Exactly. It's tattered and it's just got. It's really gone. Like
Yeah.
It was non-existent in the first place, but now because the light got. However, this happened is pretty amazing to me. But however, the light got drawn onto this whole thing of I think it was just because it had to happen because of our experiences defy all of those things, and so that could never maintain for long. It's just not possible. So I think people are truly coming to their senses, and I don't know about you, but that like just getting this feeling that people are coming to their senses is changing my whole perception personally, individually, changing, morphing my perceptions as we speak and in my life in general, causing like some kind of cataclysms, like in my own spirit or whatever it is, these structures that we had built up, like the structures I had
Yeah,
in my
you're
mind,
developing a
like
greater
all of it.
awareness
So yeah, be
and a
careful,
greater
everybody, with
consciousness.
yourselves. Be gentle with yourselves, because like I'm telling you, like
I
it's
choose
a
to be
long
vigilant.
time. All I wanted to say, and I'll stop right after. So it just, it's a lifetime is a very long time. You have a long time. Don't rush. You don't have to rush anything. So just take
Even
it
when
easy.
everyone knew that the earth was flat, there were still many evils in the world. So
Yeah,
I choose to be vigilant. I don't choose to be, lax, because I
exactly.
don't think that we're being targeted just because we know the
Yes,
truth. I
yes.
think that we're being targeted through the truth.
And so even if we are being targeted, because I have strong feelings about that, because I really literally feel like I have been, like by the numbers and everything, like the numbers that gave me, and something was going on with those, like it's still there with me. It's really bizarre. And so I don't care if they are. And so I'm at the point where I'm bare open, like I'm not one to hide from anything or anyone. Like I tell my sons now, which I wasn't able to do this earlier in my life when I was younger and I was more foolish. I didn't have the wisdom I have now through the actual bludgeoning of this creation that I was trying to go against or be my own, or whatever it is. You want to be your own power, you think you're alone or whatever it is. That was pretty much my fault. So I'm able to tell my sons now, I just want you to think for yourselves, and like that there's no man above you. That's really the most important thing. There's no one above you. There's no one that can tell you that you have to do something or not do something. No one has the
Yeah,
right.
you don't have to revert to the experts.
And so I plant my feet flat on the ground when I say that. And so I hear these words coming out of me, and I can't really tell you where they are coming from. They're coming through me because I've allowed myself to be a conduit for whatever this is. And I feel like I've actually had information come through me that I didn't particularly ask for specifically, but I asked that God please help me to be open and be a conduit for your truth, whatever that means. If it means the destruction of my perception of reality, then so be it. I'll still hold my head up high. And I wake up in the morning and I have a breath in my lungs. And I still did today. Cheers.
You all right, Sonny?
Yeah, I'm actually better than all right now.
Good. So, PhD Blatek.
Yeah, call me Blartek.
Blatek, what's your best proof that the earth is flat?
There's just a never-ending display of proof.
Well, just give me one.
Okay, here's a good discovery that I made personally last week. I've always known about this, but well, actually, I'll just go with what I can prove easily. Like long-range photography is the easiest one to show people. So you know how they get down on the beach and they take photographs, and you can only see short distances, right?
Yeah.
And the Globers use that as proof. If you walk up the beach a bit up on the bank, and you step in the car park or wherever you are, you can see 100 miles.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
there's just no curve. I don't understand what they're talking about. So.
Yeah, it's actually really crazy how far you could see. Like I could go out now out to the beach and I could see ships probably out there 100 miles with
Yeah.
their lights. Aircraft
The
carriers.
reason how I know the 100-mile figure is because I've tested it. I can't post photographs here, can I?
See, that would
Well, that's
really be a
awesome.
really good thing. See, if I could figure out how to do this, to be on the beach at the secluded beach where I thought the aliens, which were actually only drones looking at me, watching me, but secluded beach where I could find out that these were ships out doing maneuvers, that maybe a helicopter ship that I saw with the lights going out from it, then further back in. There was no reasonable explanation I could come up with at the time when I saw this, because it was so clear. The horizon out in the open ocean was so much higher than I thought. I thought it was in the sky. I couldn't tell the difference between the horizon and the sky, the water in the sky. I couldn't tell the difference.
Actually,
That's
there's
reflection.
no actual sunset or sunrise, nor is there a horizon on a flat Earth.
There is a horizon. There's an
Optical.
apparent.
No,
There's
there's a
an apparent
vanishing.
place
There's a, yeah.
where the sky meets the ground or the sea.
Yeah, otherwise you couldn't tell that there was a difference between those two things. So yeah.
No, there's a vanishing point, right? So if you go out to the ocean, you look
Not
at it
just
and
a
you can
vanishing
see
point,
the
but
distance.
there's more to
But if you
it.
get a telescope or camera, you can re-zoom your length of distance to make that vanishing point look further away. So there is no horizon. There's just a
Well,
spot.
can I just
further out.
add this? Can I add
Yeah.
this? There is an angular resolution also. A vanishing point, yes, because things do tend to uh, prospectively go into a vanishing point, but also we resolve things in angles. That's why the ground, our angle to the ground resolves faster than our angle to the sky, because the ground is closer and resolves faster than the angle that we're seeing from the sky, which is also a very good reason why we see sunsets and sunrises the way that we do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That really actually does
It's
explain. It explains perfectly that what the reason why we have an apparent horizon is because of that angular resolution. Yeah, the limits of that. So
yeah, it just all it is that it comes into focus and goes out of focus. That's all the sun's doing.
So when we have something like water, like that makes a little bit different. That's why we have these different effects happening over water when we're looking at the horizon over water. You have different optical effects that are happening because of the mirror edge that happens on water. It flips the image down and has the top part of the boat going upside down from the actual horizon line to below it. So it does some really strange things, and then it can do these other things, right? Where it makes it go up. But it doesn't change the position of the line of the horizon, though. That's the whole point. It can make these little things happen in bands way out there where the resolution is so limited that you can't resolve the image at all. Like it's a blur. So like there's several good videos that show this effect pretty specifically, like of what exactly is going on at the horizon line, and they do call it a horizon line. That's a good point.
Yeah, but there's no horizon, dude. That's the point. It's a vanishing point.
Well, there's no physical horizon. Yes, you're right. There's no actual physical place where the sky meets the ground or the sea, but nonetheless, it does appear to us optically. So it's apparently there, but the thing about the apparent part is it's apparently there this hour. Then fog comes in. Now it's apparently not there anymore, and then the fog clears up a few hours later. Now it's way out further beyond than it was the first time. That's
Yeah,
one
so
side.
that's
That's why it's apparent.
I don't know why they called it a horizon. Like, I can sort of understand why, but it
because
doesn't
it's
really
the
make
apparent
sense.
it's the apparent place where the sky meets the ground,
Because
and
it's
it's horizontal.
horizontal. That's the whole thing. Yeah. Because they looked at it and they said, holy crap, this thing is a straight fucking line. I can hold a
Mm,
ruler out to it and it's still measurably. So that's what people could do. That's what
yeah.
they did. They probably did that. They said, let's make something as straight as we possibly can and hold it up against
Mm.
that and see if we back up, we can line it up. Somebody was like thinking about this a long time ago. The earliest navigators, those people were doing this kind of thing. And the ones that laid out
Yeah.
things.
You don't want to say there's not a horizon because there clearly is a horizon.
But there's not. You
There
can't have
is.
a. You can't
What do
have.
you
You
mean
can have a horizon on a ball, but on a flat plane you can't.
on a
Yes,
horizon on a
you
wall?
have a horizon on the flat plane. It is the apparent place where the ground meets the sky. It
Okay.
is the horizon.
Okay, so how can you have a horizon on a ball? Because in my understanding, it would be curved left to right, and it would drop off as everything went away from you. It would be dropping off angularly, side to side, and back to front. It would be going
Yep.
backwards. So,
That's the point. It's just a. It's just a position or a location.
but
It's apparent.
there's no horizon
It's no
like
position or location. It's apparent.
there's no globe.
Mm.
There's no globe horizon. You could even think about this, but you could model that and you could see exactly that would be a cartoon world you were living in if it was the globe that they're saying. Unless that refraction can bring things side to side, up from side to side, and back and forth too at the same time. Now that's a hell of a model of refraction. Holy crap! I need
Funny.
to see that one now.
Holy
Funny.
crap! No, I just looked up the definition of horizon. Right?
Yeah, you should do
So
that. Yeah.
no,
Surface
but look at
appears
this.
to, surface appears to
They've,
meet sky.
yeah, no, the definition. They've renamed the definition, as you said, Fatsy, Flatsy, I mean, the apparent intersection of sky and Earth by an observer. Holy shit!
No, it is the
That's
apparent. It's always been the
that is
apparent. That's
that's
not
always
the.
been the horizon.
Do you
Yeah,
think so?
yeah,
It's always
yeah,
been
That's
accepted as
always been
science,
the
though.
definition.
yeah.
It's
It
always
always
been the
has been.
definition.
You
You
got the
sure
right.
of that?
Yeah, positive.
100%.
No, actually, I've got some older dictionaries here. I will look that
We're
up. I
positive.
believe
So
that have changed that.
listen, hold on a second, Blautek. So they
Yeah.
changed it recently. Where they saying it's the level, okay, so the level of the at like basically in straight words, you would say that it's the level of the surface at the top of the curve at all times. That means every observer is at the top of the curve at all times. So they admitted this. Do you realize how ridiculous that is? That means every aircraft, no matter how far or close to each other, at the same time, have a chasm in between them at the appropriate deflection from the sagitta downward.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
if
actually,
what
I'll
you're
show you
saying
what
is
I
true,
mean. What I'm going to do, I'll find you a video, right?
Because you
but
see what I'm saying.
funny.
You see what I'm saying, though, and do you also see what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying about refraction? Having now, I just thought of
Right.
it. This is the thing about
Yeah.
angularity. That's very, very, very precise. So they would need the refraction that would lift up the left and right angles over the sea horizon as well as back and forth. Oh, they're in a big trouble now. They're like it just
The
keeps
thing
getting
is, yeah, okay. Do you believe in refraction then?
it
it
takes some
depends.
takes some
Okay, hold on. I think that the way that it's colloquially used when it's describing whatever's going on in the air is completely incorrect. Now, what we do see is like turbulence in the air due to like, uh, disturbance of the heat reacting with the dense air at the surface.
Mm.
Yeah, that happens. Sure,
You mean
sure, that
like a
happens.
blurred image they call a mirage?
Yeah, but if you're talking about refraction, are you talking about Snell's law?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I know for a fact refraction doesn't exist. Because I know light can't bend.
Refraction
People's
exists.
Why would you say that?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it doesn't. Okay, basically, would you say the definition of refraction is bending
You
light?
need to look at the definition
Hold
of
on.
refraction, mate.
Order. One for one moment. We need some order. So let's get some order. Timbo, explain
Yes,
to
yes.
him. Timbo, explain to him.
I was just going to say you need to look at the definition of refraction.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but is your definition of refraction bending light?
No, it's not.
It's not my definition.
It's not our definition for one. So the thing is, there is a real thing, and there's 5 effects or miraging that occurs, and those are all known over a flat surface and can be replicated over a flat surface.
Yeah.
Even a dinner.
Oh, okay, you know what? I'll tell you where I'll go with this. This is just my opinion. I reckon you should tread carefully with refraction because light can't bend. The only way they can make light bend is by changing the visual inside another observable object, like looking into a fishbowl or a glass.
Exactly.
It's not bending the light; it's just changing your visual.
It's changing
That's
the
it.
direction. It's
not changing direction. No.
Yeah, it is.
You're looking at glass that's bent.
Look at
You're
Snell's
not
law.
looking at bent light.
Go look at Snell's law.
It's as simple as that.
What is the angular
This
difference
is where you
of
guys
the
got
light?
to be really careful.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Refraction requires 2 media.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Am I coming through? Okay. Yeah. Refraction requires 2 media. That's why when you place a pencil in water, you see it refract and break.
Well,
That's
no,
what
it's the
refraction
glass
is.
you'll put it in. The curved
That's
glass.
2 media. The glass and the water are 2 media.
It's not the glass, mate. You look at when you go
glass.
fishing. You look at when you go fishing. You look down at the water. The fish is not in that position. It's in a different position because the light is getting refracted as it goes from the air to the water. That's
No,
refraction.
it's not actually being reflected. It's your angle of your visual. So if
Are
you
you
were
retarded,
above the
mate?
fish, no, if you were above the fish looking down, the fish would look below you. But if you're at the
You're talking
bank,
some nonsense, dude. Shut up. Listen, people have been trying to tell you what refraction is, and you're missing every opportunity to learn because you're rambling
No,
nonsense.
I already know. This is the point.
Yeah, you won't
This
shut
is where
up.
you guys
No,
I
you
said
don't
you guys
know,
need to
and
be
you keep
careful.
proving it.
Yeah. No, you're
I
not
just
right.
explained to you.
So no, it's not correct.
Okay,
Some
you know,
nonsense.
Look at what I put in the live stream voice text.
I'll find you the article.
Why are you over talking me? So listen, why don't you just look in the live stream voice text and see where this is called the plane of incidence that we're talking when you look at a fish and it's shifted like a pencil, like when you put a pencil under a fish aquarium, right? And the image under the water is shifted to the right or left, right, depending on the angle. So it's an angular change of the light. That's all it is. There's no curving or bending. No one's here saying there's bending of light.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just the visual that's changing. If you look
No.
above the fish down,
It's the light actually. It's the light actually changing its path.
It's an angular
It's
change.
being refracted.
The fish is still there at the same location.
Yes, it
It's just
is.
that you
As the
Oh my
light goes
God.
through a different medium, it slows down and changes its angle of incident.
Yeah, angle. And
that is
okay.
refraction.
This is okay. This is false science.
That
I get it.
angle,
You're
hold
believing this,
on,
but it's not the actual truth.
hold
Law of
on.
refraction. You need to understand this so that you can figure out how globers misapply it. But you just
Yeah.
keep rambling while everybody tries to help you. That's not helping you.
Yeah. So notice that in actual refraction, this plane of incidence, that is a horizontal plane. So are they talking about that? No. You know why? Because they're talking about images being reflected from, like I said before, something that is below your elevation at whatever distance has to be a certain elevation lowering as well. At the same time, angled away from you as the observer. Is that what you
Right.
see here?
So okay, let's apply some logic to this.
No, wait. I want to answer. Is that what you see here in the live stream voice text? Do you see what I described and what you see in what I posted? Are they the same
let
thing?
me explain it to you.
Yeah, okay, then repeat what I
way
said. Wait a minute. Repeat what I said. Then you understand it, right? So repeat what I said.
Okay. The only way you could make refraction
Repeat what I
work
said. If you
in a
think you
visual,
understand it, no, you're not going to be allowed to continue until you tell me you either didn't understand what I said or you can repeat what I said.
let me tell you why the science is wrong
Okay,
on this.
so you just fucking get muted then. Yeah, that's bullshit. So you can't tell me what I just said, but you're going to continue to ramble on about something made up bullshit. Like,
Can't tell you what it is, but he's going to tell you why it's wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So you couldn't tell me what I said and the difference between what I said and what I posted. Did you even look at what I posted? I doubt it. So you're
When
one of these
light,
people who don't pay attention to anything we say, and you're just going to go on with what you think is right based on no information.
when light passes through boundary layer between two different mediums, it changes at an angle. Sorry, that's important. Angle of incidence. It changes its path. It no longer is going straight. That's bent. It's not necessarily curved. That is fucking bent.
Well, it's still going straight, just like you said. It just changed angles, right?
Okay, you unmute me. Let me explain to you why the law of refraction is false. Right? The only way you could prove your argument on if I stood on the bank of a river or I stood on a mountaintop, right? If I have a mountaintop, let's say half a kilometer away, I would have to put up a huge sheet of glass and put water in it to bend the visual. It doesn't exist in nature.
That's the
simple
stupid
as that.
What are you talking about, man?
It
The,
does
What the fuck are you on
exist
about?
let me.
in
Okay, I'll
nature.
explain to you again. When you look at the pencil in the glass with
Just
the
because you
water in
repeat
it,
it again
the
doesn't
pencil
make it
is
real.
still in the same location. It's your visual that's changing.
Okay, so when you're standing on a pier, looking down at the fish on an angle, is the fish where it is, or is the light bent on an angle?
The fish doesn't change its location.
The light, you moron. What you see.
You can't
If
change
the,
nature, dude. That's the way it is.
So you're
what
saying
the
that when you
fuck are
look
you
at an
talking
angle
about,
into
man?
the water at a fish, that it's in the exact location that you see it.
If you look directly above the fish, it's below you. If you got on a 45-degree angle, it's still in the same
Not what
location.
I
It's
asked.
just that you've got a
Not what
different
I asked.
angle.
No,
This is where
That's light.
refraction is a
That
complete failure.
is what refraction is.
The whole thing
the
is,
fish will appear in a different location.
hold on, Blautek. We
The
need another pause for a second. Blautek, hold on a second. Sorry, guys. Blautek, listen. You keep insinuating that someone here, I guess, like thinks that the image is curving, the light is curving from the image. None of us here think that. So we agree with you that the Globers think that. But I don't understand why you keep trying to reiterate the point when none of us here think that.
Okay, fine. Let's move on. I don't accept the law of refraction because I know for a fact it's a total joke. Okay,
It's
now
not a
back to
total
my
joke.
Wait. That's what we were just trying to point out. It does exist, but not in the way the Glovers say. That is correct. Thank you. Let's carry on.
It's a law. It's a law.
It's no.
Just
Okay, a law is a
the law.
creation of man to divert from
The law
reality. That's what
happens every
laws
No,
time.
are.
Happens every time, as
it's a
it
Okay,
law
should
of
exist
nature.
every time.
when the ruling classes label something as a law, like the law of gravity or the
But
law
it's
of whatever,
proven to be a
it's
law.
to
It's
prove something's wrong.
proven. It no. It. Let me
It's not
tell
a
you this.
law of gravity. There's no law of gravity.
There's
The law of
not. There's
refraction
no.
is when it's in the right situation with two media,
Mm,
like you're looking at a fish in the water,
right.
you're not looking at the actual fish where the actual location is in the water. It's bent. You have to apply the law of refraction.
No, the fish is
The
still in the
light
same
has
location.
taken another path.
It's your angle
Yes,
that makes. Okay,
it
I'm going to
is,
discuss this.
but it gives it an apparent location because the light has
Exactly.
changed paths. Because the light is
It's
changed.
still there. Right? That's what I'm
If
saying.
like,
The
okay, look,
refraction's gone.
the spear fishermen, when they go to spear a fish and they're looking at it from an angle in the water, they're going to fucking miss if they just throw it at the thing that they're looking at because it's not actually there. Fish is actually in a location, but not where you're seeing it. You understand? My fucking God.
Okay, look, dude, do you live near the ocean?
Does somebody
forget
have
that.
a picture? Do you have a glass of water, Blotech? Can you please stick a pencil in that water?
Yes. I've seen this. We
Thank
did
you.
this in school
Okay,
30
well,
years ago.
okay, then that's refraction. That is
No.
refraction.
No, this is what I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm saying refraction
Okay,
is
well,
wrong.
that is
Because
real.
the pencil's
That
still there,
is
the
real.
glass is still there, but the glass is curved. It just
All right.
changes your
Refraction is
visual.
two mediums.
That's it.
Refraction
That's
is
it.
two mediums.
That's what I'm saying. It's a hoax. Look, forget it. Anyway,
Not
I
one
want to go back
medium.
to this.
I'm going to explain this one more time, man. All right. So, what refraction is the light changing direction. So, what the actual what you're actually looking at is in a different position because the light has changed direction. Do you get that?
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Do you get it?
Apply that to nature on a mountaintop. It doesn't exist. There's no two mediums.
What
of view on a
mountaintop?
mountaintop.
Can put a straw in a glass. You're telling me that that's a hoax, dude? Get real.
No, the glass doesn't move. The water doesn't move.
But
The
he
pencil
knows
doesn't
that.
move.
Path
It's
of
your
light
visual
does.
that's seen as different. It's not
The
bending the
light.
light.
Okay, when you
It's just
see
seeing
things,
through curved glass.
when you see,
That's it.
when you see things, what are you seeing? Are you seeing the light or the actual image or the actual thing?
As I said,
Are
you're
you
not
seeing
going to
the
have two mediums like that in nature. It doesn't exist. You
air
can't
and
bend
water?
light.
You retard. Air and water, retard.
Oh my God. Forget this. Let's move on. So anyway, look, I want to go back to the sunrise sunset thing, right? Oh, this link didn't populate. But anyway, I posted a link of the Oregon Star Party. Now, from what I can gather, the guy has like a motor or some type of tracking device on his camera, and he tracks the sun overnight, and then in the morning the camera picks it up. So this proves that there's no horizon and there's no sunrise nor sunset. The sun moves away from you on an arc and comes back into focus, and that's it. It's a great video, and you can turn the music off. It's quite annoying, but
About that pencil in a glass of water. If you put to the left, it's it's how you say, opposite direction. What you are seeing that, but in reverse. If you put in the vertical, it stays vertical, but it's more wide, something wide. So it is interesting if you try that, but in vertical.
So a classic global fallacy is that somehow with refraction you can see farther. That's never the case. Minus like refraction from glass lenses, which is not the same thing as the environment. Minus that, light is going to be aberrated through through the atmosphere. That kind of refraction is going to make you see less and shorter distances, not more, never behind the curve. So yes, minus seeing the boat in the sky, you're never going to have the refraction around the globe. Minus the science trick. I saw the Globers do a science trick where they spray some butane and it bends the light around the little pipe. The thing is that's not happening in reality. There's no butane tanks in reality, so that's not a good example. You need a natural phenomenon.
It also didn't place the obstruction behind the thing it's supposed to be obstructing.
The butane tanks?
Yeah. So they show that it makes it appear that you can see more of the little object that's hiding behind the, let's call it the horizon.
Yeah, you saw this.
Right, yeah. But it doesn't show you a horizon behind the object. They're claiming in the Black Swan.
Yeah, the Black Swan is pretty detrimental to the globe. Yeah, you're right. You have to see the horizon before the markers, before the rigs, not after, right?
Right. Nobody can show refraction occurring in a way that places the thing that's supposed to be blocking the object from view, putting it behind the object.
Well, it doesn't even make sense because if it lifts up, say, a distant orbit rig, wouldn't it also lift up the horizon?
Honestly, I really like that video that you shared with us. I do like that. Good
The Oregon
observation.
Star Party. It's probably the greatest video I've ever seen.
It's not the
Really just
greatest
explains
I've ever
everything.
seen, but I do like it a lot. It's a great observation.
Yeah, you can make, if you got a camera on that, you can make videos like that. Post them on YouTube. Read the comments as well. A lot of people just not seeing the truth until someone points it out to you how important that video is. You'll just blow it off. And the first time I saw it, I said, "Holy shit, that is an incredible video."
You need to get a little more in tune with your rhetoric and your vernacular, though, when it comes to flat Earth, because just because some things are used against flat Earth doesn't mean that they're not actually false. They're just being represented the wrong way.
I understand your point, but all the science we've been taught, a lot of the science is just invented garbage.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I'm going to do a little, hold on, you guys. I'm going to do a little test. If you can hear me now, I'm just going to do a little test and see if it gets too loud or something, like if I have too much background noise. If you could just please let me know, and I'll do the best I can, because gearing up to be mobile.
But look, okay, the point is,
go ahead, guys.
You don't have to prove anything to round earthers because they're caught up in a lie or they're grifting, right? So if they keep banging on about this stuff, it's just, I don't know what to say. It's rubbish.
Look,
Isn't
look, this is where it ends. This is where it ends with globe earthers. Okay? There is no directly measured curvature anywhere on Earth. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody's ever done it. They've only calculated the supposed radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth. There's never been any measurement of motion of the Earth. whether it be the revolution around the sun or the axial rotation. Nobody's ever measured any of those things. And also, you can't have gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container. That's where the globe dies. These three fundamental things right here. You don't have to go into all of these
from
other
a
things and
mathematical
throw out the
perspective,
baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, okay, I get it. But also, from a scientific and mathematical perspective, if you're doing an equation or an experiment and you find an error or a miscalculation or an inaccuracy or false science, you have to throw the whole experiment out and start again. So you can easily punch holes in any of these observations or these equations or these figures from the past making up these equations
Sonny,
and discredit it, and it's all gone. All of it.
Sonny, you're
Do you
hot micing.
do you think that this topic is a scientific inquiry?
Anything discussion in science is a scientific inquiry.
Do you think that this topic is a scientific question?
Which question directly, though?
Flat Earth, or globe Earth.
Yes.
Do you think you think it's a scientific inquiry?
Yes.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
You
What
have
do
a
you think? It's an
category error.
ideological debate.
This is a category error. See, look, when it comes to geometry, it's not science. It's a geometric question. We can test the geometry of the supposed globe Earth. If we falsify the claim of the geometry, that's not science. This is just pure, measurement versus calculation. Are you smelling what I'm stepping in?
What's
Are you understanding what I'm saying? Are you smelling what I'm stepping in?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. That's what I don't understand. We learnt this in high school on scientific method and discovery and research. They're not using any of that. And when someone introduces a new form of research, they just disregard it. They totally disregard it. So that tells me they're not scientists.
They can't use the scientific method for something that isn't a scientific inquiry. The thing is that they've tagged onto a lot of fields of study the term science to give it the impression and that it has some sort of scientific validity, some empiricism behind it. In fact, it doesn't. It doesn't even involve the scientific method.
There's a rumor going around that flat earthers are science deniers. As a matter of fact, the irony is
the
that
opposite.
the globe earthers are science deniers. So we can accept the actual science. We do not accept the pseudoscience the things that do not follow the scientific method, that can't be proven. Their hypothesis can't be proven by experiment. This is a necessity for science. You have to have a natural phenomenon, a valid hypothesis, and you have to be able to test this with experiment to come up with a scientific theory.
Yep.
Okay, so you have to
That's why I
understand
call
this
myself
before you continue forward. You would do very well to, listen, to stay on mute on, like, when we have Globers come in here, to stay on mute and listen to the way that we deal with this.
Yeah, I get it.
You would
That's why
learn a lot.
That's why I call myself PhD Blatech True Scientist Win, because these guys are in the other servers. They're calling themselves PhD and the science guy and science truther and all this. And I told them, you guys are not applying any scientific method to this. This is pure ideological, philosophical, and it's all based on nothing. So I just started
like a game of
trolling them.
chess. It's like a game of chess. There's a few things
Yeah,
that
they
you
got a
can
gang up.
consider. You can consider a lot of things science because it follows the scientific method and can be proven by being verifiable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. If it doesn't follow those criteria, then it is pseudoscience.
Exactly.
So here's where you have to be able to know what science is and be able to apply the scientific method to certain things and be able to play this game of chess they're trying to outwit you in. When you throw the baby out with the bathwater, you're the one left squandering. Like you're the fish out of water.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying like people were trying to use refraction as the ability to see longer distances, and I'm taking long range photography, right?
You
I'm
know
going
what they
that's
call
100
that?
miles.
They call that terrestrial refraction. And terrestrial refraction is modeled to be able to see your own ass around the globe. So yeah, if you're talking about that, that's just one of those things that you have on the computer screen where you can scroll that little the indicator back and forth just to match the radius of the earth or inflate it.
Yeah. I think a lot of it too is prestige, because a lot of these people have based their whole life on this, and there's a lot of American prestige in like NASA and all the research and all these scientific figures in history. So people believe they're defending American, scientific prestige. So they think they've got to like keep banging on about it. I'm saying, guys, but if it's wrong, you can't defend it, really.
Like I said, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Some things that they rely on, like, are at a basic, like the basic of it is true, but they conflate it or convolute it to match their paradigm.
So have you guys heard about the global boiling?
Where is the globe boiling? Near a
Well, hold
volcano?
that thought. Hold that thought,
You
guys.
did
We have a glober in here, or I guess an
okay.
anti-flat earther.
Okay, so the head of the United Nations last week made a video, and he said it's no longer called global warming; it's called global boiling, and we can't breathe. So
Hey, go ahead with the other guy.
Who gives a shit what some guy at the UN says?
We got Bacon in here.
Welcome,
Does
Bacon.
Bacon have any? Yeah, welcome, Bacon. Do you have any glow proof?
Oh, sorry, not tonight.
Not ever.
You heard the story about the global, quote unquote, global warmers. They went to the south and they got stuck in the ice and had to get stuck. They had to get freed by the Russians.
How ironic.
I guess since Bacon doesn't want to give us any glow proof, Blotech, I just want you to be
He's still
careful.
looking.
I just want you to be careful about the things that you say because words have meaning. And
no, you mean the refraction argument?
well, I tried to, or we all tried to give you examples of refraction.
Right.
We're not just gonna just say like it doesn't exist because it does.
Yeah, I just
Not working
based
in
on
the
what
way
though?
that the globers claim. That's all.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
when
saying.
we're
They're
talking
trying.
about
Yeah, that's
when we're talking about terrestrial refraction, which is purely like a mathematical model that you can use in a computer program to scroll the indicator left and right to inflate the radius just to match the model. That's I mean that's of course stupid.
Even that one that is in the live stream, you can see some boats passing by near this camera, and in odd days it changes the how the camera is shooting. So it's
But what exactly are you showing there?
at the live stream atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, no, it looks like the tide's coming up, and you've got like a heat shimmer off the water. It looks like a very hot day.
Turbulence.
Nothing is actually changing there, dude. It's still the same image. And also, that could be the camera getting heated up and affecting its lens.
Well, I'll tell you what it's showing. It's showing objects seemingly disappearing from view, not because of Earth curvature.
Bingo. Ding 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 ding.
What curvature?
Exactly.
Exactly. Got me there.
But look, okay, if you guys want to use that argument, I just don't believe in it. That's all. That's just...
You can't deny what your eyes see. Like it is what it is, man.
What's there not to believe in? I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, the point is, light doesn't bend.
Refraction?
There's another medium that's affecting it.
We've been telling you it's just changing paths all along as it passes through the boundary separating two mediums.
That's
So we're
it.
telling you it's not bending. We're telling you it's just deflecting, changing paths.
Exactly. So if you use a glass or are you looking at a fish on a 45-degree angle, yes, it's at a different location. But it's not changing anything.
That's called refraction.
It's your angle and your visual.
That's called
But I'm saying,
refraction.
that's why I'm saying to you,
That's called
I've discovered it's
refraction.
false. Law of refraction
It's
is a
not
joke.
false because you can see it.
Okay,
It
let's drop it.
happens.
I'm not going to change my mind. I discovered this when I was a kid, and I've always argued against it. I was in school going, no.
Are you denying that it's there? That it happens?
I'm denying that nothing changes. There's another medium affecting it. It's not refracting.
That's what we're saying.
Nobody's claiming the thing actually moves, changes places. Like
that's retarded.
It's an apparent.
It's not retarded.
location.
It is
It's actually
retarded
an
because
argument.
you think refraction actually moves the thing. It moves.
That's what people exactly.
That's not what anyone's
you've
saying.
hit it. Because
it's not even what the globers are saying.
No, when you look at something, right, it's how it is, right? There has to be something else that's doing it. So light doesn't bend. If you wear refractive glasses, it's the glasses that change your visual. That's it.
They help
The
the light.
light's not changing. It's the object.
Yes, it is. The light is changing its path to your eyeball.
But exactly, it's the visual.
The
order for your visual.
Oh shit, genius.
So I'm saying that discredits the law of refraction. It needs to be deleted.
Refraction is the light changing direction, so it looks like
You know what
something
refraction
is in a
actually
different
means?
position.
It means like bent over its back, like
Changing the light. Think about you know what? Drop it. If you're gonna be so arrogant about it, and not understand it,
Mate,
I'm not gonna argue.
That's what refraction is. It's changing the light.
We're not being
It's
arrogant
changing
about
the
it, buddy.
visual.
Excuse me, sir. You are the one that brought up the issue too, so you're gonna tell them to drop it. I mean, come on.
Can you see anything without light? Can you see anything without light?
Yeah, the light's not changing. The
Can you
light's
see
constant.
anything without
That's a
light?
fact.
Can you see any?
The
Can you
light's
see anything
constant.
without light? Can you see anything without light?
The lights are constant. Exactly.
Can you see anything without it?
So, in nature, as in on a mountaintop, there's no refraction anywhere. I don't care what anyone says. You cannot put up a big
That's a
bent
different
glass and
situation. That's a different situation.
exactly. That's the
That
only
doesn't have
information you
two
can rely
media.
on.
Well, that doesn't have
The
two
only way
media.
you
But
can do
when
it is with a pair of glasses
are you
or
listening?
looking
Are
at
you
a
going to
fish in
listen to
water.
me? Can I
It
can
doesn't
I at
exist.
least uh,
Yep. Sorry.
can I finish? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm saying that refraction requires two media.
Good. We're getting somewhere.
Okay, so when you're on a mountaintop, you only have
Yep.
one medium,
Light.
the air.
What the
So
fuck, man?
So if you have a storm that comes in, it doesn't change your visual. The storm blocks what you're looking, or the rain blocks your visual. That's it. It doesn't bend, right?
Okay, I said that the air is one medium. Refraction
Mm.
requires two media.
Mm. So look, this is a great opportunity for us to rewrite this crap.
It's
And
not
get rid of it.
needing to be rewritten. It's Snell's law. It's already established.
But it's wrong.
It's not wrong. You can demonstrate it.
Okay, so refraction of light is a phenomenon where the light bends and travels from one transparent substance to another.
Two media.
Let's
That
understand the
means that
concept
there's
of death
two
with an
media.
illustration.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have
Do you know?
air and you have water. Those are two different medias.
But it's not,
Know
yeah,
what a
that's what I'm saying.
rainbow is? Do you know what a rainbow
You
is?
can't use refraction in nature without this. Yeah? So it
What
makes
happens to
no
light when you
sense.
shine it through a prism?
You're looking into a prism.
When you shine a light through it.
It's refraction.
No, you're looking into a prism. That's what you're doing.
That's refraction.
Light split off and go all different directions.
So you want to just go ahead and redefine the English language or any
Yeah.
language? Well,
Because
you
I'm
go
saying it's
ahead and do that,
wrong.
buddy.
100%.
I mean, you're being like Globers, but you're saying you're a flat earther, but you've got the mind
He's
of a
being
Glober.
worse.
No, I understand. I understand what
No,
you're
you
trying to
don't.
say here. But you're applying this false science as a truth when it's not.
Hello.
You're basically saying when you shine light through a prism, it goes straight.
Yeah, well, basically the light hasn't changed. It's the object has altered the light. Yeah.
Altered means changed, for fuck's sake.
Exactly.
You're tripping, bro. Fuck.
So look, okay, this guy just posted a photograph, right? And he's calling that refraction because things look differently through that camera or whatever. Nothing's changed in nature. That's the thing. The light hasn't changed. If that's something
That's
else
what I
affected.
say. Flat Lloyd, I say that that's air turbulence myself. I do not call
Yeah.
that
Oh, it's
atmospheric
heat.
refraction.
Yeah. Heat in the air. Hot days.
It requires two media for refraction, Snell's law, to be a way to
Yeah.
describe the phenomenon.
I understand, but refraction is
You
being
know.
applied too broadly by everybody, isn't it?
I would say
What?
yes, but honestly, I would say, I mean, The way that Flatvoid just what he posted and what he put underneath it, I agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to accept it on the basis that it's unscientific.
You can't listen. You cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I can.
You can't. The
Has
poor
to be a
baby.
LARP.
Anything else down there?
Yeah, anyway, look. You're not going to change my mind. So it's as simple as that.
I'll change someone's mind if they don't understand what you're talking about anyway.
What mind?
I don't understand. I can't even begin to understand why we can demonstrate it. We can give you the definition. It doesn't apply to the way that Glovers use it. Glovers use it in a way that it is false.
Yes,
We
exactly.
pointed out to them very well. You would come in here and you would unmute your mic and you would make a complete mockery of flat Earth.
No, I get it. No, I understand what you're saying. But if anyone's using this law of refraction as a proof, and it's wrong, and I can punch holes in it very easily, it's got to go.
Proof of what? Proof of what?
That you can see around a mountain because of refraction. That's the stupidest shit I ever heard of ever.
Yeah, we know
That's what
it
someone was
is.
trying to say. So yeah, if we get rid of refraction, they can't use it.
You don't just get rid of it; they're misapplying
Yes.
it. It exists, just not the way that they're claiming.
Exactly.
Well.
Yeah, what Virgo Greg put in the live stream voice text. Perfect demonstration
Exactly.
of what we're talking about.
That's what I described earlier.
Is that fake?
Well, if you want to get technical, yes. It's fake because it's a picture. It's an image. Not an image, it's a drawing.
So is that a fake representation of what happens in the real world?
You could argue that.
Spear fishermen, like for centuries, they've been doing it. They've learned how to account for the fact that that fish isn't really where they're seeing it. It's somewhere else. They're just seeing a refracted version of it, right? It's appearing to be in a place that it's not. So they account for that. So they don't shoot at the image. They don't throw the spear at the thing they're seeing. They throw it a little bit off.
Yes.
So they get the fish.
Yeah, go spear fishing. Just once in your
But,
life,
as I said,
please go spear fishing.
But
It's
as I try to explain to you, the fish is in the right location. It's the angle you're viewing the fish. So it's not refraction.
The path of light through two media. It flows down in the medium of water. So you see things at an angle that are not there, that are actually in a different location than what you're seeing.
Okay, it's fine. So is the light bending?
Through two media.
Light's not bending.
You're talking about air and water.
Excuse me.
No.
This is
Listen.
extremely painful. And
No,
I
I
just
get
wanted
it.
to ask if anybody.
I honestly want to move away from the topic.
I just want to
Honestly,
ask if
do.
anybody's talked to Chubbs. I don't recognize.
Yeah,
the
Chubbs
name
is
Is our Australian flat earther.
Okay,
He's
well,
kind of
shut up
new,
then. Sorry.
but he's a flat earther. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just. It's getting painful. There's what about Inco? Inco. Inco. I don't know what that is. Is that anybody talk to this
Nkosi?
person?
He looks flat aware, judging by his posts.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't looking at that.
Yeah, the profile picture indicates a flat Earth believer or knower.
I can't even. Yeah, I'm looking at my phone screen and it's so small. I can't even really make out what it is unless I zoom in on it. But okay, I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No, I understand. It is kind of painful to have to keep reiterating something that we all experience in real everyday life.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. I don't know.
Everyday life, that's a hope.
Hearing the same thing over and over and over.
I mean, what does he think is making it look making it appear to be in a different place?
Keep strawmanning too, and saying it's not actually in a different place. It's like everybody knows that.
I don't think you understand.
Oh boy!
Here,
Wrong.
Can we please?
maybe
No,
this
can
will
we
make
please
more.
not go
Okay, maybe.
backwards, please.
Here, look.
Please don't act like we don't understand.
Let's
Please
move on.
don't.
Maybe this. Okay, look. This is what I was trying to explain
Move
earlier.
on. Move
This
on.
picture populates.
I don't think anybody doesn't understand you. I think everybody
Yeah,
understands.
it's wrong.
Yeah, you're just wrong.
So, okay, when you're looking at the fish from above, it's below you directly. So when you're at an angle, the fish is still at the same location, yeah?
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Exactly.
How many times are we gonna listen to this?
Think about no. Drop the idea of refraction. Get that concept out of your head.
No.
It's not refraction,
It's
it's
something
your
that happens
angle.
as light
It's your
passes through the
angle.
boundary separating two mediums.
You don't get
Why
it,
would
do
I
you?
drop that? Yes, I do. You don't, do
It's
you?
not refraction, it's your angle on the water.
Why is your angle? Why is your angle doing that? What is it about
If you
your
stood
angle?
above the fish, it's below you.
You know shit.
Out of-
Why does the
Yeah.
angle make a difference? Why does the
So
angle
the
make a difference?
light's not bending, it's your angle.
It's
That's
the
all.
angle of the light's path at the boundary separating the two mediums.
You don't get it.
No, you don't, and you
I'm
just
gonna
keep.
drop it. Honestly, if you can't understand that, dude, come on.
You said that like 3
Yeah,
times, by
you
the way.
don't get it.
Yeah, but you just keep not getting it, and then when you hear it actually explained properly, you still don't get it, and so then you think that the person explaining it to you doesn't get it, but it's just you. Yeah, you don't get it. You don't seem to understand what refraction is. It's a really
No,
simple
but you've
concept.
got some.
It's a really simple thing.
You've got some cognitive bias regarding this.
Not really. It's just something that happens in nature.
You've been drinking,
Why?
man.
No, you don't get it, do you? Think
You don't
about it.
get
Come
it.
on, it's got to snap eventually.
Listen, man. Okay. Have you brought up the definition of refraction yet? Can you read it out to everyone?
Okay, I got two different versions here.
Oh fuck!
Okay, go for it.
Your version and the correct version.
Yeah, read one out. Go with Snell's law.
So
Do that one.
this is just one version. The turning or bending of a wave, such as light or sound, that passes through
Light's
a
not a
medium
wave.
into a different optical density.
That's the definition of the law of refraction.
Okay, here's another one. Here's a good one. The apparent change in position of celestial objects by bending of light rays as they enter the Earth's atmosphere. Okay, that's just utter garbage.
Atmosphere.
Just look
Begging
up
the question.
Snell's.
Sphere-shaped air.
Look up
It's
Snell's
nonsense.
law definition of refraction.
Yeah, we're talking about the law of refraction, which would be Snell's law. We're not talking about this hypothetical bendy light in a magical fairy tale globe world that we're not in. Just talking about light altering its path as it passes through a boundary separating mediums.
The light's
That
not
happens.
bending. The light's not bending.
Who the fuck said
Changing
bending?
fucking
But you.
direction. Changing direction.
It's your
keep
angle.
It's
No,
not
it's your angle.
God.
The angle of the path of light intersecting the boundary between the
The light
mediums.
does a constant. It doesn't change. You're looking.
Why do you think your angle matters?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
You're seeing it in a different position. How the fuck do you think you're seeing it in a different position? Hey, listen. If you're
It's
seeing
your
it in a
position.
different
It's got nothing to do with the light.
does that mean the fucking thing is in a different position, or the light is making it look like it's in a different position?
Oh my god!
Listen,
The
man.
light doesn't change, dude.
You sound like a retard. Sound like an
No,
absolute
the light doesn't
retard.
change. It's your angle.
No, the path of light does change. It's not
You've
your
got to
angle.
understand
Angle
that.
of
It's
incidence
very
of the
simple.
path of light at the boundary between the mediums, dude. We've posted it like
Not the
17
path of
times.
light.
And all this time that you've been doubling down on being stupid, you could have found out what refraction is like 20 times
No,
already.
I actually know, and this is how I know it's wrong.
Don't. You actually don't. And you've had many opportunities during this conversation where you want to keep being stupid instead to learn.
Why do you think your position makes a difference?
Because it's not bending. Light's not bending. It's just your angle.
Why? That's not what I asked.
Okay,
That's not what I asked. I asked, why do
I
you
want
think
you
your
to go down to
position
the
makes a
river and
difference?
test it.
Why do you
Because
think your
the
position
Snell's law
makes a
is
difference?
garbage. They've got it wrong.
Why do you think your position makes a difference to what you're seeing?
Because it's the assumption that light is bending when it's your angle. That's
said
it.
bending?
It's not complex.
It's not your angle.
Listen, PhD Blartech, I can go outside and I can walk up and down my street and my house doesn't appear to fucking change positions. It's still in the same fucking place because I'm looking through air, right? I'm not looking through two different mediums. If I'm looking at something and I'm looking through air and the thing is inside another medium like water, it's going to appear to be in a different location if my angle changes because of the fucking light that's coming from the thing to my eye. What don't you understand about that?
So the light isn't changing, it's your angle.
Oh my
They've got it wrong. Snell's law is a total fucking joke. That's it. Right, the prism is changing the angle of the light.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's what we've been saying to you over and over again.
Oh my God! Did you just say that?
He's got
Did
it.
you just
He's
say
got
what
it.
I think you said? I think you actually
But I'm
got it.
saying it's the angle. What has it got to do with the light? If you straighten that light or you stand above the fish, it's now straight below you.
Changes angle.
Come on.
How do you think the light changes angle?
The light's constant.
The light goes through a different medium, slows it down, and changes the angle of the light.
How?
Because it's
That's
going
what it
in on an
does.
angle. If you go directly above, you don't get it. It doesn't work. It just goes straight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you're above the fish is below you. If you turn to the side, all of a sudden the fish is on an angle. Yeah.
Bang, you got it. Bang.
That's it. There's no fucking refraction.
That's refraction, you retard. That's what it's called.
No, it's called angular observation.
Exactly
No,
what
it's not.
you just explained is refraction. That's what it's defined as. You can't change it. That's the definition of it. That's the word.
Okay.
You know, when you see a potato,
You know what? Don't even take my word for it.
You don't call it a fucking carrot.
Nobody
Don't
is.
take my
Don't
word
worry.
for it. Go and find it for yourself.
We already
I
cited
know,
it for
it's
you like
wrong.
50
It's
times.
100% incorrect.
You just explained it. It's perfect. You're just calling it something else.
Like, wants to keep making it about the angle of the observer when it's the angle of the path of
Exactly.
light at the boundary between two mediums.
Change your position, the angle of the light is going to change.
The light hasn't changed. Your angle has changed.
Yes, the light is the light that is hitting the object and then coming back to your eye has changed angle.
So it's not the light, it's you, isn't it?
No.
How do you
Doesn't matter.
see? How do
You can change
Can I
angle.
drop it? No, you're not going to change my mind. I know what the truth is. Snell's Law is a joke, and it needs to be deleted.
This
It's a
guy's a
joke.
LARPer. I shouldn't have fallen for this.
It needs,
This is a
it's gotta
LARP.
Yeah, I know that.
It's got to be Blatek's law of angular observation. That makes more
That's
sense.
trolling, man.
I'm not
You're
trolling. I'm
trolling.
deadly
True.
serious. 100%.
Has to be. He's got to be trolling.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I'm not.
I'm
Why
the
would I
idiot here.
lie about my own
Bullshit.
discovery? This is my discovery, not anyone else's.
Not your discovery, man.
Yeah, it is.
Dude,
How can it be your discovery?
You were entertaining for a while. I'll give you that.
Light is constant.
Hey, there's one thing. How do you see? Let's go through it. How do you see? Is it because light comes into your eye? Is that how you see? Because light comes into your eye. Hello? Does light come into your eye? That's how you see images. Is that correct?
Dude, come on.
Answer it, man. Does light come into your eye? That's how you see.
Dude, come on, dude. This is ridiculous.
Answer yes or no, man.
Of course, light comes into the eye. That we know of,
Okay.
yes.
So if the light goes through a different medium, then it's changing direction and going into your eye.
Yeah, because the light has still the same and the object's still the same, right?
The light
the
isn't
light's
still the
changed
same.
direction.
Was the same, it wouldn't hit your eye. Couldn't see it.
As I said, I'm referring to the fish in the water, not the sunglasses.
Yeah,
the light is bouncing off.
The fish in the water isn't refraction.
It's bullshit.
The fish in the water is bullshit.
They should not apply Snell's law to angular observation of the water. It's ridiculous. And
They're
it's
not.
incorrect. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to keep reiterating this because it's getting embarrassing.
Not angular observation. The light is refracting and making it look like it's in a different position because it's going through. Because it's
not
going
refracting.
through.
Your angle has changed on the fish. If you look above the fish,
it's going through
it's still
two mediums.
Drop it. I'm over it. Honestly.
I don't know how you how you can't get this, man. It's such a simple fact. So you're saying that because globers say that refraction is a thing, which we know it is because there's a law of refraction, they use it in a different way. All right? Just because they use it in a different way doesn't mean that refraction doesn't exist. What you explained before was refraction. You're just calling it angle of fucking whatever you're calling it. It's actually called refraction. That's the term that it's used for. If you want to go and make up your own language, go and make up your own language. But if you start confusing things and calling it different things, then there's no argument because no one knows what the fuck they're talking about.
So
his logic,
that's it.
His logic is right.
You're describing peer review consensus, yeah? Because everyone has a consensus.
Idiots.
Okay,
because
what's
everyone
a potato,
has a consensus on Snell's law for some bizarre reason.
Do you agree what a potato is? Do you agree what a potato is?
I'm not. If you're going to start mocking me, I'm not going to listen.
Do you agree what a potato is?
Oh, fucking mock you.
Well, okay, throw it in the water and look above it, then look sideways.
Yeah, it'll refract. But do you agree what a potato is?
Go and test it, dude.
His logic is if you take the timber, Sorry, Timbo. His logic is if you take the fish out of the water and put it on the sand, and then you're looking at it, right? It seems it's right there, right? And then you change your angle and you move away and you've changed your angle. It's not there. It's somewhere else.
It's going to be in a different position because he's changing his angle.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's not Snell's law, dude. That's the point. It's stupid. It's dumb shit. Whoever thought of that is ridiculous.
Oh man.
It's true. The fish is still there. The light hasn't changed. The water hasn't changed. You've changed your position.
Nope,
That's
the light has
it.
changed its position.
No, it hasn't. Light's constant. It's
Yes,
your
it has.
angle.
That's not what
makes
light's constant means.
Yeah, that's
We're
not.
talking about the speed of light. It can obviously deflect.
Dude.
Okay,
Dude,
let's look at it from a different angle, all right? Okay, come on.
Hold on, Blautek, shut up. Hold on, Blautek. This has like almost been nauseating listening, and I couldn't stop it because I was riding my bicycle and I couldn't stop it, and it's just unbelievable the extent you go to tell us that you agree with us, yet still complaining that we don't agree or something maddening.
Yeah. But I'm saying it's not Snell's law.
It's weird,
That's what
man.
I'm talking about.
Really
You
weird.
just did it again. Oh my God. You're like stuck in some kind of glitch, bro. I'm serious. You're horizontally challenged. You're horizontally, you're horizontally challenged. Wait a minute. If you let me finish, I could get a point out. So you're horizontally fucking challenged is what you are, my brother. I'm sorry to tell you, but we can help you through this. Like, we're experts in the field. I guarantee you. You have some kind of dilemma. You have a dilemma going on in your mind that is unresolvable without our help. I guarantee you.
Okay, fine.
You'll be able to figure it out on your own.
Okay, listen to this.
So,
okay.
yeah, so
Snell's
just
law,
relax.
the refraction of light at an interface between two medium.
Hold on. Relax. You're not going to continue speaking like this. We're going to move on to see if anybody new is here. You're going to mute yourself and have mic discipline for right now.
Oh no, I'm going to go. I'm going to get up and make some coffee.
And we're going to hear from someone else like Chubbs, perhaps.
Yeah, someone else talk about it.
But just just listen. Don't even comment for now. Just be scarce for just a little while.
Chubb's a regular.
It'll pay off dividends. So, yeah, I think so. He is. Whoever
I'll talk
else
to you later.
want to speak.
Wow.
Adam, I hear you. Back pain. Twice. That really cleared out the room. Holy shit. Sometimes it takes that. I didn't mean to. That's funny.
I had to stop.
Wow. I'm listening. I'm on my Bluetooth. I don't know what it sounds like. It sounds like I'm deaf to myself. I guess if I just talk normal, then it sounds okay. But I can't hear myself in that room. Very strange for Sonny's ears. I digress. Back at home. Made it back home. A crystal clear night under the deck. I have to report that the water right at the harbor site was glass, but I wasn't about stopping tonight. I just rode all the way and came back, and some hot rod guy somebody with a muscle car with a white Dodge Challenger, a brand new one, tried to race me, and I wasn't even racing. But guess what? I beat him around because I go zigzag and I go around the blocks where the one ways are, and I can go to the next one immediately. And then I just beat him around the pass. He was still revving his engine. He was a block away. I was already around the corner going my direction that I wanted to go north. So, needless to say, he didn't win. There could be another, figuratively speaking, another pink slip in Sonny's name. They're adding that.
We heard from Inkosi. Inkosi?
What else? Yeah.
Inkosi. Are you there? Inkosi.
What was Nkosi saying? Well, he was saying something interesting, but I can't remember if it was good, interesting, air quotes, or or strange, interesting, unquote. It's where the quotation system works really well. Oh my gosh. Ah, what?
Inkosi gone.
Nkosi, no go see. Nkosi, no go see. That's really weird. That's weird, Werner. I told someone. I told someone at the corner coffee place earlier in the week that because this person actually mentioned back to me about school and education, like what was the use of like Bill Nye the Science Guy, like literally a student. So because I had flat smacked him and his mother earlier in the year, I don't know how that went, but he comes back with Bill Nye. And I told him, "Did you know?" Because then he started talking. He mentioned Elon Musk, and I said, "Did you know that Werner von Braun, the Nazi scientist, they brought over the Project Paperclip, that was like the head director of NASA during the Apollo missions, wrote a book in the 40s about someone going to Mars named Elon. Can't make this shit up." Isn't that? I mean,
the rocket looked the same too, yeah?
You could call things correlation. You could call things correlation if you want to, but I don't know. You know, like the tinfoil hat has been like put on the shelf and put away in the museum now. At this point, and now we're just going like, WTF? No, you got to put it eloquently, like, because these are momentous days. Like if people don't see how momentous all of this is, like they're just missing the whole thing. I mean,
I had Mr. Wizard when I was growing up.
oh yeah, and
You guys remember
Aesop's
him?
Fables. We need to go back. Yeah. Sorry. Mr. Wizard, yeah, and that was going to some fantasy land. And then there was also Aesop's Fables. And I was going to say, we ought to go back and research those Aesop's Fables for some truths that might be in there. Because you notice looking back on it that like cartoons, a lot of those cartoons obviously were written with a comedic sense that would appeal to the adults, not the children. Like it would pass by the children and they would play a laugh track and the kids would laugh just in response, but they had like a different punchline for the adults in there. A little zinger, like it was adult humor, I think. Think about, man. think about the amount of freaking mind control programming that has been tried on me since I've been alive 65 years. Yeah, it's probably past my bedtime to go to bed.
Does anyone want to talk about the
But
moon? What they think it is?
I see. I am Larry. I just wanted to say hi. I am Larry. Good to see you and your bro. I didn't hear you speak at all tonight.
What's up, Sonny?
Hey, dude.
Who was that?
Cheers, cheers.
Oh, dude. Hey, dude. How you doing?
What's up, Sonny?
Hanging in there. I'm doing pretty well. I
Yeah,
had a tumble. I've had
on
some
your
rough times this year, man. Okay, though. Fine.
yeah.
I'm going to make it through somehow, and things are actually looking up. Like, uh, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm a Cancer July 10th baby, and this time around, it was a horrendous push of energy somewhere to me. Like, I may be one of the ones that are more affected by whatever forces are out there. I don't know if that's true or not,
Right.
but it might be. Because I go too deep, but I just felt there were forces at work that were totally beyond my, let alone my ability to change, but my even comprehension.
Well, sounds like you kicked those
So,
balls.
kicked them in the balls with triangles.
There you go.
Whoa. Hold on a second.
Yeah, you're good, man. Yeah, I was just staring at the moon, man. Wow, it's right on the horizon. Looking huge, man. Huge.
Yeah, we had a supermoon last night.
Yeah, right?
Mm. It looked awesome in real life, and I was trying to get some shots of it. It looked fucking exactly the same.
Yeah, it looks good, man. Liking the way it's looking right now.
Is it? It's like a yellowy color when it's on the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah, very yellow.
It
It's all
looks
the
massive.
and massive, huge, man. Crazy huge. All right, man. Got a few faces in here.
Yeah. So, does anyone have any idea what the moon is?
Do you?
It's not
I have
what they
some
got.
ideas, but that's
It's
about
not.
it. I can't prove anything.
I know
The
what it's
moon.
not. It's not a rock in space.
Yeah. I'll believe that. I know that.
It's a lesser light to rule the night.
Uh-huh.
There you go. All right. We got ink in here. He's only BC verified. Is that it?
Ink.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Ink.
Ink Cozy. We tried to talk to him before.
All right. Oh, welcome. Welcome. What's up, Beats?
Napan's popped in.
What's up, Professor?
What's
How
up,
you
my
doing, brother?
peeps? Good, man. How you doing?
Good, man. I haven't seen you like the last few days.
Yeah, I was down, man. I had some just wasn't feeling good, man. Had like a head
Okay.
cold kind of thing going on. Fucking blowing
Well, I
my
hope you feel
nose.
better.
Yeah, I feel great, man. Just kind of stuffy. But other than that, I'm all right, man. Now,
Good.
yeah, it's all good, man.
Well, I'm glad you back tonight. So.
Yeah, I was in here last night for a while, a couple hours maybe. I don't know.
Oh shit! I might have knocked out then.
I think you did.
Because I knocked out last night, bro. I
I,
was so
I
tired. I worked like 13-hour shift. Came home, took a
yeah,
shower, ate a little bit, knocked out.
I called you out a couple times, no answer. So I was like, he's probably working or something. I don't know. You were sleeping
Yeah.
good, good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
got
man.
him.
I'm gonna go back to cooking. So I'm gonna let you guys talk.
All right,
I'll put me
we'll
some
be
mute.
here.
Yep.
What are you
Let's see. What
cooking?
the hell are you cooking? You always
I had I'm cooking pork belly, and
Oh,
also,
yum.
uh, kind of like a curry with a coconut milk, with a bunch of lemongrass, lime leaf, kalanka, blend turmeric, blend all in one, and it's a Cambodian dish, but it's very similar to curry, and also with like a country style type rib meat in there. Man, it's
sounds
good.
good.
So,
Yum.
Sounds
yep,
great.
yes,
I was
sir.
wondering why
What?
someone's looking at me negative angle.
I stay cooking, man. So.
Hey, if you don't want to pay the high prices at the restaurant, man, you got to cook it yourself. You know what I mean?
You know what? To be honest, bro, like I don't like the restaurant. Like a lot of restaurant, I don't like it. Every time I go eat, I feel
Yeah,
like I'm missing something. I'm a cook, I'm a chef, so that's what I do. Like
exactly.
if I'm hungry for Italian food, I cook Italian food. I want some Asian food, I cook my Asian food. I want some Mexican food, I cook Mexican food. So
I love it, man. Yeah, I like eating home cooking, man, over the restaurants any day. It's nice to sit down in a nice restaurant with some friends, and you know, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm fortunate. I got a lot of good restaurants around me, man. Mexican, Italian, a lot of Indian restaurants. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff here, man. We got everything. It's California, man. We got everything. You name it, man. I'm sure we got some Cambodian restaurants around here somewhere.
no, they do. In Long Beach, LA.
Right.
I think what is it? Um, San Diego.
Hmm.
A lot out there too. So yeah. Yeah.
Right on, right on. Shout out to the YouTubers. We got what? Greg T holding it down. Ozzy. Green Flowers. One Big Pond. Secret Asian Man. Omega Genesis.
Hey, talk about secret Asian man. I never heard him talk before. Since I've been here over a month already.
Yeah, he's hit and miss. Once in a while, I'll come in here.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
We'll have to jump into some more check-ins then, Kembo, because he talks up there.
yeah.
Yeah, just go and listen in sometimes, Jump in, go do some VC check-ins.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not telling you what to do, man.
Yeah, I still love doing VC check-ins, man. But man, I used to get like, 4 or 5 a week easy, man. Sometimes I get like 4 and 5 a night.
Hey, I need the OGs to tell me, like, what I'm saying, like what kind of question, if I'm certified to be a VC check-in or whatever. Like what do you have to do? What kind of question do I ask and stuff? Because I'm not familiar with this. I'm only been here 1 month, so give me a little tips.
Yeah,
Whatever.
man. You got to feel it out. It's like ask them how they found the server. Um, you know, what do they think they live on? You know.
A very short check-in person. I just do the basics. So get your ass in VC and open your mic.
take it up with the crew.
Okay.
But no, I'll see where they live or what's up or why they're here. And just it's all about feeling it out, man. Some of them are. Some will be honest. I got burned a few times, man. Where I thought, okay, we'll get you down to VC, and then they got in here, man, and just totally went fucking N-word crazy. Fucking,
Oh.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh, fuck, man, I got burned.
But it's not your fault, man. It's because
Must be the
you don't
same
know what.
people.
Oh.
Yeah, you test their age and their behavior. See how they just see if they're worthy of coming in here, man. Some people are not, but some guys are, they're just curious, man. Like, what the hell's going on with this flat Earth stuff, man? Well, welcome to the server, man. Enjoy. Stick around long enough, you'll find out.
Talking about Allison, I sent her a bunch of other videos and stuff to watch. At least to study.
Yeah.
But I guess she has. Well, she respond like one or twice, and after that, she haven't respond. So, but I hope she check it out. And the next time she come in, at least she not being stupid like the last few times.
Let's not talk about Allison.
Okay.
Moving on. Chubbs is what's up, Chubbs? Chubbs in the house, man. He's a skeptic of the globe.
No, he's a flat earther.
Hey, mate, how are you? Yeah, good.
I just reading the tags, man. Just reading the tags, the rolls, whatever. Tags.
To try and get that one updated, yeah.
It's all the same to me, man. Yeah, we
What's that?
We got to get you updated to a more proper tag.
Okay.
Anyway,
I don't mind having it because you can sort of use it.
Well,
play the fool.
The hell's that? Cool, man. So what did I miss today, man? I was down. I couldn't even work, man, this week. So I was out working today, but
it's a 3-hour conversation of arguing about refraction, but just calling it a different name. That worked out well.
Sounds so fun. I saw our Russian boy got tagged up, got clipped up last night.
A weird one?
Yeah. I think TEOS UK. I think he made a little clip of him. I didn't watch it, but saw it come across my there he is. Saw it come across my feed here earlier today. Cool. I don't know, man. Let's see. Maybe I'll check out what NASA's up to, man. See what's going on over there, man. I saw some weird stuff, man. We got some NASA. See what they're up to, man, real quick. What are they up to this week? Man, huh? All right. There's they're still communicating with the spacecraft called Voyager 2. It was launched back before you guys were born, apparently. A long time. They got a heartbeat from the thing. That's top news, man. It's top. Shit, man. Have you guys seen the El Gordo galaxy cluster? The El Gordo. El Gordo. We got new pictures from.
Hey, wait, what galaxy? What galaxy you talking about?
El Gordo.
Okay, let me make some image of that.
All right.
Real quick. Hey, let me turn
NASA's
on my
already ahead of
computer.
you, man.
Oh shit! I bet I can make better. Watch this.
I know you
I think
could.
those no ones.
Was that a Star Wars character, El Gordo? Probably. Hey, NASA's got a new streaming service. You guys know that? You can stream with NASA. Fuck yeah. All right. Well, NASA's invited the media to a little publicity stunt earlier last week sometime. They invite the media to see the recovery craft for the Artemis moon missions, man. It looks a little bit like Apollo, man. There you go. Here's the. I think you guys have seen this shit already. You guys have seen that crap. Sure.
It's the ball.
There it is. That's. It's the recovery craft.
What is NASA streaming now?
Oh, it's like there's like their TV channel or whatever, man.
Yep.
Like they have a TV channel, like NASA TV, whatever it is. Yeah. NASA TV. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. I've watched it a couple times. Oh shit. Yeah. Some of these I just can't even read them because it's like, really? Nah. Oh, NASA's gonna have a nuclear powered rocket pretty soon. It's only $500 million for the first test orbit. Only 500 mil. $500 million. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a beauty too, man. That's
What do they mean by nuclear powered rocket? Like
I'll read.
instead of using batteries, everything's going to be charged by nuclear power, or you can't run a rocket.
All right. Well, here it is. The U.S. plans to launch the world's first nuclear-powered spacecraft into orbit as early as 2025. DARPA has announced it. It's $499 million. named demonstration rocket. It will be the first new kind of. It'll be the first new type of rocket propulsion system that the agency's plane could send astronauts to Mars in just 45 days. The agency, which has partnered to develop the rocket, announced on July 26th, they reached an agreement and they're going to contract with Lockheed Martin and build and test the prototype for $500 million. That's all you get, man. That's all you
criminal,
get.
isn't it?
You don't get any more information than that, man. You want? Don't believe me? I read the whole thing, man.
Okay, they're saying that 7 months.
45 days, bitches. Come on, you flighties. Okay.
40 million.
How far do they?
There's no more information, man. You just have to trust us. Not anymore.
Okay, so it's going to do 3 million miles a day. Wow.
That's ripping.
Divide that by 24. What's that?
A lot.
That's fucking crazy, man.
They're just so full of shit. I can't believe people believe this.
It goes on and on, man. There's no end to this shit, man.
125,000 miles an hour.
You guys are quick, man. I like that.
Could you imagine they just sit around in these boardrooms doing drugs and bringing hookers in and shit and go, what are we going to make up today, guys? I don't know. We'll go to fucking Mars on a nuclear rocket.
Yeah, that's what we're doing today.
Just absolute mockery.
It's so bad.
I would take that job number.
What?
I heard somebody mention earlier that they were trying to take some pictures of the moon tonight, and I had the same issue. I don't understand what happens when I zoom in on the damn thing. It just all the pretty light and everything just disappears, and just looks dull and boring. It doesn't do it any justice at all.
Yeah, was it low on the horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
wait till it
gets orange glow, and
wait a couple more hours and try
Mhm.
again. Man. It's just an ugly color right now. It's just gross looking. Oh shit.
It seems like maybe I should take a photography class or something. It just seems like every picture I take just never looks as good as what I see with my eye.
It doesn't work, man. I've tried and tried and tried. It never looks the same.
Yeah.
Nah.
Another weird thing about last night's moon. So the sun had gone down, so-called down, right? Maybe 2.5 hours before the moon was on the horizon. Now, the sun had gone down in the west and the moon was rising in the east. How the fuck does that work? The sun had already gone down 2.5 hours before that.
Right.
How does that work on a globe?
Oh, here's a fucking interesting article. Brian May of the Queen band, rocker guitar guy. He's helping NASA. He's helping NASA ace its asteroid sampling mission in a new book.
He's a PhD, you know.
Yes, he's got a PhD in
In what?
astroastronomy or whatever it is. Yeah.
Look forward to having him on the server.
A lot of
looking forward to it, man.
bullshit.
If they're trying to like appeal to the youth with
right,
musician, I think they're kind of missing the mark there with that guy.
It's a bit dated.
Yeah.
Text him. I feel like I've known him my whole life.
I prefer other classic rock bands anyway. Pink Floyd. Get Roger in here.
Let's get.
I want to know what his inspiration was with that album cover.
Refraction.
Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
Oh, more 3D printing in space. NASA's got that going again. They're gonna print the circuit boards right there in space. That's really gonna help everybody.
Extra
on Earth.
payload.
It's just so cool. I can't believe they're doing it. Here, I'll give you. Yeah.
And
how do you 3D print in zero gravity?
That's my question. That's not a flat earther's question. That's my question.
That's an 8-year-old's question.
It's an 8-year-old's question. There you go. That's the new. This is what the boards look like. High quality, bro. High quality. Fuck yeah. Yeah.
That looks like a piece of shit. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, it looks like a piece of shit, dude. I could. That's like a 7th graders, you know. Wait a minute. NASA has another fucking telescope? What the? Whoa. NASA's new telescope could spot thousands of exoplanets and hundreds of Earth-sized rogue planets.
Good.
Yeah, it's called the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. You guys ever hear of that? Nancy Grace?
No.
Grace. The bitch that used to be on TV.
Right?
You know who I'm talking about?
That's why I'm like, that's why I had to click on it. I'm like, what? Okay. It's not going to be lift. It's not going to be in space until like 2027. It could potentially spot 400 rogue planets, man. It could.
How do they know if they're not? How do they know it's going to spot them if they don't know they're there?
Well, exactly.
They need until 2027 for space to hopefully exist.
It's like it's like them saying they're looking for the Higgs boson particle, but they've never discovered the Higgs boson particle.
We're looking for it.
Yeah. How do they know?
So,
how do they know that the thing they're looking for actually exists?
Beats put the El Gordo galaxy there. El Gordo galaxy. That's pretty funny, man. Fuck.
Philosophical calculations.
That is hilarious. Oh shit, the humor keeps coming, man. I just, telling you guys what's out there, man. I'm not.
I missed when you first started going over these. Did you see the heartbeat one?
What the? Oh yeah, I was our first like 10 talking about the heartbeat from Voyager too. Yeah.
They lost contact with it.
Yeah, they got a heartbeat though.
Well, it's probably the aliens
on a 43-year-old batteries, 47-year-old batteries, whatever.
The aliens nabbed her.
That makes sense.
Oh wow!
It just came alive out of nowhere.
Fucking Helio would be interested in this because this has to do with.
Oh, they're making beer in space.
No, a retired NASA engineer embarks on a new mission to inspire the next generation from Fayetteville. Oh, it's Fayetteville, North Carolina. Damn it. I thought it was Arkansas. Never mind. Never mind. All right. Have you ever heard of a moonstronaut? Monstronaut? Monstronaut rocket. Monstronaut? Fuck out of here. Well, they got the full-size mock-up of the rocket boosters there in Alabama.
Yeah, that's the ones they'll use in the studio.
Yeah, they got them outside the man, this looks like... What the fuck?
Yesterday, I was on Where's Wally's channel, Anti-Flat Earth. I think he's Where's Wally.
Okay.
And I left a load of housekeeping questions in the comments to people who'd left a comment but hadn't had any replies. So it would just be me and them conversing. Oh, the replies are fantastic. Can I read you some? Do you fancy a laugh?
Go for it.
So when I asked, how can you demonstrate gas pressure out of a container? Fletch tells me that, but the atmosphere is not under pressure. It gets thinner as it gets further away from the ground.
That's pretty funny.
Fletch then tells me it's called atmosphere. It's the stuff you breathe in. I didn't name it, and I really don't care what you want to call it. You can call it Simon for all I care, but Simon is not under pressure. And I'm pretty sure that you know that.
What? Is he calling Simon the atmosphere?
Yes.
So the atmosphere is... How can the atmosphere not be under pressure?
Because he's thick. Then Kuros came in. He said, the same way you would demonstrate gas pressure without a container when you consider the 14.7 psi at sea level and less than 1 psi at the top of Everest, and very close to 0 psi at 200,000 feet. Unless you suggest there is a container above the sea level, but below Everest, and above Everest, but not below 200,000 feet. So they straw man the arguments to say that we should have a container in between the pressures.
Yeah, why would you need that? Are they saying that there's no density gradients, pressure gradients in containers?
That's fair.
Weird. Density gradient, therefore gravity. Sorry, pressure
Therefore-
gradient, therefore gravity.
Exactly.
How do you get pressure in the first place?
Tanner?
We know that. When are they going to work that out? Oh, it's the pressure gradient. Yeah. How do you get pressure? Oh, gravity. Yeah, all right.
Oh boy. NASA's got a new moon buggy coming up. Oh yeah. No, it's not a moon buggy.
Did they at least put a bucket seat in this time instead of a lawn chair?
I did laugh. I did laugh so hard when I realized that's a fucking lawn chair from the 1960s, bro. We used to have a shitload of them in our house, and I'm like, they're like these
The
plastic
fold-out ones, yeah?
nylon straps. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it fucking hurt your ass if you didn't have like a towel or some shit. They'd leave marks in your leg. I mean, they were fucking nasty, but you know, they were cheap and light. They lasted a long time, man. But fuck, man. I'm like, no, that's a lounge. That's a lounge chair. Fuck.
My dad, a funny story about those chairs is my dad and his brothers, they used to drive around neighborhoods and they played a game where if they would try to steal one of those chairs out of somebody's yard, but you could only do it if they were outside at the time. So you
Right?
had to just go up right in front of them, take the chair, and dash back to the car with it. I thought that was hilarious. Like you could do that shit today, but in the '60s, man, you could do that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Hey,
Look on people's faces.
has NASA ever thought about what happens if someone dies in space? What do we do with the body?
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
it's just really good engineering.
well, here's the answers, guys. I got answers, man.
All right.
Have they
And
planned this, have they?
well, now you know how many years later they're figured out. Since human space exploration began just over 60 years ago, 20 people have died, 14 in the NASA space shuttle tragedies, 3 cosmonauts during the Soyuz 1971, and then there was the 3 that died on the launch pad, and right, Apollo 1.
3 that were
So only none of them.
From the launch pad?
Yeah, Apollo 1. So Grissom and a couple other guys that got caught in a fire out there on
Didn't they die in a simulation?
Yeah, they were on the launch pad. Yeah, they were.
Oh.
Professor.
Yes, I saw your thing, man.
Yeah, I just post another like seven images.
Okay.
7 more. So check them out, save them, and we'll show the globes when they come in here. You know what I mean? We'll show them. We'll ask them. We'll ask them. Hey, do you think this is real?
What galaxy do you think that is, man? NASA just got this shit yesterday. Check it out. That's the El Gordo, bitches. Is that funny? So you just typed in. What did you type in to get that to come back like that?
So what I did. Hey, let me see. It's a little code involved. So what I did, I do the portrait of galaxy El Gordo in space, from space, cinematic, 35 mm lens f. slash 1.8 ascent lighting, global illumination, natural lighting, natural feature, photorealistic, and then I have to do the IW 2.0 and then AR 16.9 to get that
Damn.
that image. Yeah. So
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's an AI. He made that shit from fucking typing some shit in a fucking search.
yeah, pretty much, bro.
And it took like 5 minutes. It came back with that. That's the El Gordo. Come on, man.
You should send that
Wow.
message.
Galaxy, man.
Area.
It's so fast, man. We were doing it like a couple weeks ago, week and a half ago or something. Yeah, we had some. It's crazy.
One drone in space and almost died.
Well, not in space, but yeah.
Oh man, you remember that submarine that blew up recently? You know,
Imploded, the one that was
imploded.
down at the
Yeah.
Titanic. Yeah.
Well, NASA was supposed to help them test on their controversial carbon fiber hull, but the plans were scrapped because of COVID, man.
Yeah, the submarine was uncertified.
Right. Well,
So
they
they
were
had
gonna
to
get it.
sign a fucking waiver to go down there.
Yeah.
Fuck that,
And
man.
fuck, what? No. Carbon fiber. Well, back to the drawing board, boys.
Oops, didn't work.
Didn't work out.
Not again. Let's make it from foil. Works in
There's no way
space.
anyone to get in that that sub that they were in to go that deep with a PlayStation controller.
Right. I thought when somebody said that to me, I'm like, what? No. They control the sub with play trace? What? I'm like, nah, you're fucking with me, right? Somebody's making a joke. No, that's actually what they were using. I'm like, oh shit. Damn.
You'll never get me in a submarine or a small plane. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be hopping in any of those either real quick, man.
I like having my feet on the ground.
Yeah, me too, man. So we just had the super moon. It's called the sturgeon moon. Sturgeon?
That's a fish, isn't it?
Sturgeon. Yes. Well, my niece is looking at going to college here next year.
Astrophysicists?
She's pretty good with like biology.
Oh, that's a science. That's a proper science.
It's a proper science, right? And she's
Oh,
either gonna
I
do
enjoyed biology.
she's gonna do that or nursing. She's applying to some colleges and looking at them, and me and my wife.
Flat earther.
She's a truther, man, but she's only
Hasn't
7.
gone that far yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit her this year, her senior year. I'm gonna get her down to those logical fallacies. I gotta get that up into her head, man. And
Before she goes to college, man, you gotta
exactly. She's got to know
set
that
her.
before she steps foot in a professor's fucking class, man. So
Yeah, and she'll be able to work out all those dickhead boys before she goes to college.
exactly. I don't want her getting caught up in some woke ass shit, man. Fuck off.
Yeah, tell her not to be a feminist.
Nah.
Yep.
All right.
I would say, like, I know a few nurses. Depends if you can handle all that.
Yeah, that's a lot of. She's super organized, super smart.
Like you got to change people's nappies and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of shit going on there.
Well, yeah, I don't know, man. That might. I'm gonna have to kind of nail her down a little bit more here. She starts her senior here in a couple of weeks.
Depends what if she just wants to help people, then yeah, fair enough.
I hate having to wipe
They
my
get
own
paid
ass.
well in Australia. Yeah, they get paid pretty well in Australia.
My fiance is a CNA, so she does a lot of that.
Yeah.
She works at a healthcare facility for people with like dementia and shit, and just people that can't take care of themselves. And that's a big part of her job. Like just wiping shit off old people.
Mm.
Yeah.
They do. They have a pretty good roster here. They do. Not all of them, but a lot of them do 3 12-hour shifts, and that's all they work. So that brings them up to their 36 hours, but they get paid for 38.
Yeah, there's some good
So they
money in
have
that.
3. Yeah, they have 3 days on and 4 days off, but they're 12-hour shifts. Like.
A friend of mine's, his girlfriend. Apparently, you can travel. You can be a traveling CNA, and you get paid even more if you do that. And they fly you out, put you in a hotel for however long they need you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'd get living away here. You would anyway. They pay you living away from home allowance too. So you get an extra amount of money on your hour, and then they give you a lump sum for living away from home, and they pay for all your meals and any expenses.
Yeah, if you can handle it, that'd be a good thing to go into because it's not hard to become a CNA either. It's pretty easy.
Is it like 2-year course though? Isn't it?
No,
No.
my what did she do? It wasn't 2 years. It's like a few months.
Oh, really?
Well,
yeah.
My niece will be obviously getting her associate first. She'll probably go on and get her master's, something. I don't know, man. We'll see. I don't know if she can handle all that fucking blood, man.
Does she like exoplanets?
Well, no. Who does like exoplanets, man?
I don't even know what the fuck they are.
Exactly.
Just
So,
they look at a light in the sky and then it blinks for a second every so often. So they say there's a planet in front of it and it must be an exoplanet. Whatever exo means.
Well, I think what is it? Where'd it go?
When I write my Christmas cards, EXO usually means hugs and kisses, so maybe it's a friendly planet.
You're getting a little too fresh with that planet there, man. No. So creepy.
Friendly planet.
The Globers and their servers, when they all get together, are they talking like this and laughing and having conversations and having a good time? I've never
No.
really spent time.
No, I even asked, like, I don't know if it was Rufus or Doofus, whatever you call him. Like, dude, man, you know why you're hanging out with us? Because we're fun, man. You can go hang out with your boys over there. You guys be like, hey, did you see little rocket launch today? It's fucking great, man. We're going back to Mars. And that it's like not fun, dude. It's just like, oh, it was cool, man. Like, I loved it when it switched over to the CGI. That was cool. Like, fuck.
Yeah, and I got my theodolite out and measured a dip angle.
Right.
Yeah, he had to make Peter Griffin sound effects.
Dip angle. Really?
Dip angle.
I mentioned this to Sonny.
Did correction
That
angle.
you kind of robot
Fuck
level there.
off with your did correction angle.
The funniest one that
But
I
you guys
seen
notice
was
a lot of you guys are very into music and very creative and artistic. And I was asking earlier if that's like that in the Glover servers, and yeah, they're not, I guess, creative and not into music either. So it makes me wonder if that part of the brain, that creativeness, maybe that has something to do with why some of you are here, you know, and
It's
they
true.
don't have that
Yeah,
that
I've had
creative.
that thought before as well.
Because it does amaze me how
It's just
many.
like it seems to be a. Oh, sorry, Paul. Go ahead, mate.
I was just repeating what I said anyway.
Yeah, it seems to be like a totally different way of thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry about Peter Griffin measuring an angle. Have you seen Randy off South Park telling you how you've got to use the equation to measure your junk? You can't just lay it out there and measure it. You've got to equate it by the tip and the shaft and the angle, and gives you an adjusted size.
Nice.
Yep. It's an apparent size.
It's like the globe. You've got about 30 mathematical equations to come out with your answer.
To come out with flat.
I do have to agree with Randy on this one, though. It does give me extra length and girth.
That's a refracted dick.
What happened, kitty?
You're not actually seeing it. It's a mirage.
Yeah. Fata Morgana.
Well, I just sent this downhill pretty quickly, didn't I? I think I better shut up.
Shit, AJ.
Yeah, with your toilet humour.
Bloody Aussies.
I know. So rude.
That's what I was going to fucking say. Bloody Aussies. Good morning, gentlemen. How is everybody today?
Oh,
UK's waking up or didn't go to sleep. One or the other.
Well, even better, my wife's
just
Greek and she says...
arrived at...
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, even better, my wife's Greek and she calls me a dumb Aussie, so I was being more polite than my wife.
We were just checking out what NASA's up to. I think we're done with NASA. They're going to the Mars. They're going out of deep space. Voyager. They got celebrating 65 years of NASA. This is last week. I don't know if you guys knew that. 65 years ago, they created NASA. There's that. My cat needs me. I'll be back.
Are you winning, Jedi? All moved in and settled in?
Yeah, man. All settled in. Just on my last Friday of my second week at work, man. So I've just got here. Just having a quick cup of tea and a cigarette before I start. So yeah, I'm all good. Thanks for asking, mate.
Awesome, mate. Good to hear.
What's been going on in the server? I haven't been around for a while. What's the news? What's going down? Is everybody still arguing about celestial navigation?
I think that's been kind of put to bed. QE played a few clips about someone else. I'm not going to mention any names.
Oh yeah, there's juicy.
Who is it? Lord Voldemort or something? Doesn't know what a triangle is. Is that what's going on? He who shall not be named.
You knew about the Jeranism thing, though,
It's
yeah?
like a refraction he missed. You should have been here for that.
Yeah, I watched. I think it was Ballbusters the other night Louis. That was pretty good. I understand what you're talking
Yeah.
about, Timbo, without mentioning any names.
Okay, yeah, sweet. But Elijah's posted a pretty good video from what's his name? Oh, I've forgotten his name now. About an airplane pilot.
Taboo
took
conspiracy.
Taboo conspiracy, yeah.
Yes.
He took a I'm losing my words. What's going on?
He took it was a video from a pilot flying, I don't know, quite a distance, like 1,000 miles or something.
3,000 miles, I think it was, yeah.
Some crazy kilometers anyway. And it was looking at the stars on the horizon, and the stars were going.
Well, they were staying on the
They were
horizon.
staying on the horizon. They were dipping down a little bit, but not, or I can't remember. Anyway.
Yeah, and he was flying southwest, so they were actually moving a little bit west, but they weren't rising up as he was flying over the so-called curve. So they just sat there on this horizon,
Yeah. Fascinating.
Nothing changed. And if you're flying 3,000 miles, you're almost doing, okay, not quite 90 degrees, but pretty
Did
close
somebody
to.
post it already? Because I got it.
Yeah, go ahead. Post it. I was just gonna grab it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's only short. It's pretty good watch.
Yeah, between that one and the one before it with the shadows on the clouds. Oh man.
Oh, I posted already.
Oh, you got it already?
Yeah.
Those two are like globe killers, man. Just killers. Just incredible. Yeah, good stuff, man. Shout out to Ben, our flat Earth attorney. For a guy that has, I don't know.
All right, guys, I've got to
You
go
gotta
off to work, but I'll catch one. Each saying.
All right.
Yeah, good to hear from you, man.
He gone.
Catch you later.
He's running late. He gotta go. But for a guy who, is as busy as it is, his family, he puts out these little videos every so often, man. And just like, whoa. It's great, man. All right.
Is that Flat Earth Jedi?
Yeah.
Nah, taboo conspiracy.
Oh, sorry. I'm confused.
Yeah, he's
We've
out
got a
here.
Dugsy. Sorry, mate.
Dugsy's been around.
Dugsy.
Right?
Is that the same that used to be Dougie? Is that the same guy? He's a New Zealander?
I don't think so. Different
No.
Dougie. Dugsy's been here since 2022, over a year.
Okay.
What brings you back, Dugsy? What brings you back? What brings you back?
Just interested. I mean, I've known about Flat Earth since 2017, but I just randomly came back just to see what y'all know.
See what's up today.
Yep.
Hey, guess what, man? Gas pressure without a container, or my new one, man, is if you get closer to fire, it gets colder, or if you get farther away from it, it gets hotter.
I'm sorry.
Have you heard about some people saying that if you get closer to the sun, it gets colder? Have you heard about that?
Yeah, man, that's an interesting phenomenon.
That's what's happening now in the north.
That
isn't
shit's
it?
wild.
Well, right now, man, over here in America, the sun's 3 million miles further away, and we're sweating our balls off. What's up with that?
Bro, for y'all, be getting swamp ass and shit.
Hey, but check this out, though. I used the same example I told my coworker today. I said, oh, well, one of them came in, and she was like, "Oh my God, it's so hot," and I was working next to the oven, so of course I'm freaking hot. And I said, "Hey, fun fact, guys." Fun fact, guys. Check this out, right?
Check it
Well,
out.
they telling us that the sun right now is 3 million further away, 3 million miles further away. But guess what? It's so hot. But in the wintertime, right? In the wintertime, well, 3 million miles closer, but then it's so cold. And they look confused. I said,
Yeah.
look, don't take my words for it. You can go Google whenever you get a chance, just check it out. If you don't
Right.
believe me, just check it out, And then they just like confused. They look confused, all of them.
Well, they're in the kitchen. They work with fire every day. It's kind of weird.
And
Anyway,
I said this. I said, look,
Jumping in and
well,
out.
no.
in reality, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
I said, in reality, look, I'm standing next to the oven right now. If I'm walking 3 feet away from the oven, am I supposed to get hotter or less hot? And they said, well, of course it's less hot. You know what I mean?
Of
You
course.
will, yeah. And they look confused, man. And I was so happy. So I'm, some of my coworkers, I drop a little, a little hint here and there, just to, help them out.
That's a
Maybe
good
later
one,
on.
though.
Yeah, get the mind
Yeah.
spinning, get the cogs turning.
Just
Yes,
like,
sir.
just that little. Sometimes it just takes that one little.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it takes that one right when you start like thinking deeper about it. It's just
It's all it takes,
how
man.
deep the rabbit hole goes.
It's all it
I
took for
see
me,
some
man.
nice fellas.
Go ahead, Paul.
Preach, Paul.
I was just saying, I see some names in here I don't recognize.
Right.
Yeah, I was
Wolfen,
going to say the same thing.
Doug
Ahmed
Z,
Hamza.
Bacon.
Bacon's a glober.
Yeah, we don't want to. Moofin.
I
We got
never
Moofin.
It's
said that.
actually a different bacon.
Oh,
Is
is
it?
it?
Oh, me and Hamza were in here yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
I want to ask you a bunch of
I
questions.
I
I want to
introduced
have
Bacon
them answered immediately.
to the Discord. He's my used to be Globe friend, but we're transitioning him.
Did you expect me to
He's
believe
going
you?
through the process.
If you go trans, go full trans, man. Don't mess around. Moofin is no rolls.
Yeah, I saw him too. Or them. Who are you?
Who are you?
Yo, how did the
I
Bible?
don't know if he can talk yet.
No, you
One
can't.
sec.
Oh, just chilling, man.
Muffin, are you there?
Hello?
Muffin.
What's up?
There he is.
Welcome to the server.
Oh, thank
Wow,
you. Thank you.
How did you find this place, man? My goodness, we're hard to find.
You like that back roads.
I don't know. I just
I
got
don't know.
curious. I just started searching up Flat Earth Discord. I got curious,
Divine intervention.
Excellent, man.
I don't know much about it yet. I just wanted to, share some opinions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. And I want to have them answered immediately.
I don't know, man. I might just listen for a bit.
No, you're right, man. Tell us what you know about the globe.
That was Arnold Schwarzenegger, man.
What you think you know about the globe?
I don't know what I know yet, man. Like I said, I'm here. I'm open. I'm open
You
to
on
new
you on
ideas.
the fence or?
I'm a little bit on the fence. I'm open to new ideas,
Okay. So, do you know if anyone's ever measured curvature directly of the surface of the Earth, drop over distance?
No.
No.
I think
do you know if anyone's... Yeah, go ahead.
I think the moon landing was fake.
Well, that's a start. I think most globers think the moon land was fake anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know if anyone's ever measured axial rotation or orbit around the sun?
I do not.
Axial
Like I said,
rotation.
I'm here to learn, man.
Hey,
Yo,
I got
what's
some
up,
questions.
901? That's a pretty cool PFP.
How much do you know about the globe, man? You know anything about the globe?
No, not too much. Like I said, I'm really just here to learn.
Well, there's certain things that we were all taught in school, man, about this the round Earth, ball Earth, globe. The
Yeah,
and
yeah, I hate it. I hate it when people do this. So, sorry, you've got to have an opinion, mate. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
Muff, you
like
gotta you
like I
gotta have
said,
some
like
starter. You gotta have some starter
I mean,
movement.
like
You gotta have some.
right here, I'm like, I was on the fence. Like,
yeah, but what? On the
I've
fence
always
for
thought
what?
that, for a while that it was, like round, obviously. But
Yo,
I've been
I
seeing
Yeah, I
all
got
know,
these like
but
conspiracy
to
theories
be
recently, and it's
to
kind of
be
been
on the
like tilting me more towards like, a flat Earth opinion.
be on the fence, you have to know something about both sides of the
Yep.
subject. So,
yo, I got
otherwise,
an
you're on the
For
opinion.
fence
me,
for
a
no
lot of it
reason.
just came
Okay.
from distrust of the people, saying that it was the globe. That's what really started
I mean,
making me question, like my teachers, my parents, my
Okay, like
grandma
what though?
especially.
you want
The,
one of
What
my,
though?
you want really the one thing that brought me here?
Hang on,
Kyrie
I'm
Irving has
talking
always
to
been my favorite
talking to
basketball player.
Mufin,
Kyrie, I like Kyrie.
Take
Kyrie
a
Irving
chill
has
pill, man.
always been my favorite basketball player,
Mufin,
and
if you start trolling, I'm gonna fucking kick you out. Take a chill
I'm
pill, man.
okay. I was just
All
explaining
right.
why I got here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So I get annoyed when people do this because it's like saying I don't have an opinion on this or this, but you've been taught your whole life that you live on a spinning space ball. You don't know anything about the flat Earth, so you obviously have an
That's
opinion
what.
that you
Yeah,
live.
no,
Do you
I
think
do.
you live on a spinning space ball?
That's what I mean. I thought I lived on a spinning space ball, but I don't know anymore. Like I said, I've
Okay,
been.
so what on the flat Earth side told you that you don't live on a spinning space ball?
It was more just kind of like, like I said, I thought the moon landing was fake. I wanted to look more into it. I found this
It's
Discord,
got
and
nothing
figured,
to do with the flat Earth.
no, I get what he's saying, because for me that was one of the starting things of the moon
Yeah,
landing that like
but
started
hang on,
getting me questioning.
I'm trying to
But I
work
do
something
also
out.
see what you mean. Like he's got to have. I know what you're saying.
Okay, Hamza, I'm going to mute you in a second. So I'm trying to work something out, Hamza, because he's saying he's on the fence. But if you don't know the subject of flat Earth and what makes you think you're on the fence, then how can you be on the fence?
I mean,
What makes you think that the Earth could be flat?
like I said for a long time, Kyrie Irving's always been one of my favorite basketball players. He's been an inspiration to me. I heard he's a flat
Yeah,
earther, and I
and
started
what
looking into
evidence did he give you?
more of that stuff.
Like what?
I mean, I don't really know what you want me to say. I'm just trying to learn more.
I
I
just
mean,
want you to know what he said. I just want to know what he said that makes you go, okay, maybe the Earth is flat.
like I don't really know what you want to say. I mean,
I just want you to be honest, man.
I'm being 100% honest with you.
Can't be being honest because for you to start questioning that you live on a globe, you need to know some information about the flat Earth, and so far you don't know anything.
That's
So
why
how
I'm
can you
here.
be questioning? How can you be questioning something that you don't know about?
Like I said, I came here just like I just want to learn more. I don't really know what you want me to say. I mean, I guess I could talk about like fake space footage and stuff. Like I've heard stuff about that, but
I think what he's trying to get at is that you said that you've looked into flat Earth, and people that look into flat Earth know something about Earth. And right now, you haven't presented anything that you learned about flat Earth. Does that you
no,
understand
like
that?
yeah, no, I
Yeah, you
100%
just said
understand that.
Kyrie Irving. That's it.
So
Yeah,
it's
no,
Kyrie
no.
Irving.
But what I'm saying
That's
is
it.
this was I literally like this is one of the first spots I got to. Like I searched up flat Earth Discord. I figured that I would try to learn more. I didn't think I was gonna be put on the spot like this.
and
Come
and
on, don't bullshit me.
um, like nobody's trying to attack you, but people like to try to gauge new people's information and what they know to help us better help you and to get a starting point. You know what I mean?
No,
Nobody's trying.
like I said, I completely understand. I mean, like I said, I just didn't expect to be like completely put on the spot like this right away.
Yeah, it's kind of
Well,
what we
we get
do. Take
we
the
get a
money.
lot of trolls in here, man, that pretend to be flat earthers. So
Oh no,
can you can you
no,
understand what I'm saying
I
though? Like
no,
you kind of
I
for
completely
someone
understand
to
that.
say, yeah, if you just go, well, Kyrie Irving, and then you got to go, okay, well, what did Kyrie Irving say?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that probably wasn't the best thing to bring up. Probably doesn't help my case at all. But I mean, like I said, I'm just trying to learn
Like
more.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it was Kyrie Irving or something, but it was the information that Kyrie Irving said. So, like, that's why I was asking,
Oh
what
no,
did
like
Kyrie Irving say that made you question it? You know, like, yeah.
Didn't he
All right.
retract that?
he
I thought he
didn't
went
really.
back on that.
What'd you say?
Didn't he go back on that? I thought he
I
retracted those comments too.
Not that I know. I thought he's like I said, he's been an inspiration for me for a while. I heard he's a flat earther for a while, and I just didn't have a reason to really follow up on it. And nah, I
He
just want to
he
learn
ap-
more. You know?
he apologized to the Jews.
Yeah, that was yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got that out of the way. So, welcome to the server.
Thank you.
Hey, man, my suggestion is go learn about the globe, the radius, distance to the moon, sun, stars, light speed. There's a lot of stuff you got to get caught up on, man, before you're really ready to have this conversation. But the facts are what they told us in school, and we checked it out, and it's got a lot of holes in it. But you kind of know a lot about this stupid globe shit, man. It's ridiculous.
No,
And
I'll definitely do some more looking into it. Like I said, I really just got into here to
you know,
learn more.
they tell us,
Like,
you tell us we're shooting around the Milky Way at like almost 2 million miles an hour, dude. You feel like you're shooting around in any kind of space at 2 million miles an hour? No,
No, I'm sitting here in my chair. I ain't moving at
it
all.
ain't moving
And
at
the
all.
Yeah.
I never change.
But, we're shooting around the sun 66,000 miles an hour. I'm like, what? It's a get the anyhow.
Yeah, there's a few things you got to look at. You know, you got to know the size of the globe, because from that's where they claim the horizon is. But the horizon's always in a different spot. So if the horizon's always in a different spot, then their geometric claim of a horizon being the edge of a sphere that you can't see past gets thrown out the window. Now, and then you go, okay, well, you know, has anyone ever measured it? Like, has anyone ever done a direct measurement of the Earth? And the answer is no. They come up with these things like the guy measured shadows. Yeah, you know, you've heard about Eratosthenes. He's a Greek guy. Measured a couple of shadows from a certain distance apart, and then came up with a calculation that showed the Earth was a globe. Okay. Well, what did he measure? He measured shadows. He didn't measure the Earth. There was too many assumptions that came with that. You know, if you're standing on the edge of the sea, and you're 6 foot above the water level, like, you should only be able to see 3 miles. And then from that, it should start, everything beyond 3 miles should start dipping below a water hill. Like, how fucking weird is that? Pretty weird, yeah?
Yeah, I actually live on the well, a little ways away from the shore of Lake Superior, and I had this one friend that I don't like hide it that I'm a flat earther, you know, from like the people around me, but like I don't like bringing it up in just like topics till I say like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're not gonna
So
argue with him about it.
yeah, because
I
then it
get
gets
it.
into a whole So I live kind of by the shore of Lake Superior, and me and my friend, like one of my only friends who like I talk about it with, and we like have like nice discussions once in a while. He's a Glober, and we had this bet that like we couldn't see if his dad's boat would go over the horizon after, I think it was 3 miles was the thing, like you said. And I mean you could still see it. It definitely did not disappear bottom up. It absolutely just faded off in the distance. It's ridiculous.
Sometimes they do disappear bottom up, though.
Yeah, it depends
Like,
on the humidity.
yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
Well, maybe it could be different in the ocean too than the
Salt
Great
water makes a
Lakes.
difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the air, what's going, you know, if there's different, you know, if you've got cold water and then warmer air, it starts to change what you kind of see, you know, like
Mhm.
it creates turbulence. So things
Yeah.
closer to the bottom, things closer, like the bottom of a boat against the water, if you've got turbulence, then that bottom of the boat's just going to blend into the water, and it's just going to look like the water
Mhm.
is covering the bottom of the
Mhm.
boat. You know what I mean? Like, it's
If you got 20-degree difference between water temperature and air temperature, don't even worry about even measuring it because it's just not going to be there for you.
You showed you could do it on a football field, Jim.
Yeah, I'm talking about water, Paul. My good. Hey, hey.
I just love that video. I like the video.
You need to do one too and post it, and then we need to do a 220-yard flat track one. You know, a half-mile one, and see how much we really disappear.
I'm actually planning a trip next year to drive across the country, and I'm going to be doing a lot of observations. So, yeah, I'm going to have a whole bunch of material.
Hey, Mufin.
It's going to be fun.
Mufin, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, can you jump up into VC check-in 1? And I'll just have a chat to you and then give you some permissions to VC verified so you can open your mic whenever you want. At the moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I'll meet you up there, man. I'll go into 2. That's right.
We got M Jones here too. What's up, M Jones?
No rolls. M Jones.
Every time you guys say it, I get hungry.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Mufin went up to VC check-in. There's a shit. What the hell's going on in VC check-in?
I think Jimbo's a bit suspicious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's either completely fucking like in the dark. I mean,
Yeah.
it's possible. Or he's trolling us. It's one or the other, man.
Yeah, because it was odd. Because at first
you can't
he
just
said,
go like, "Hey, man, Kyrie Irving." That's why I'm
Yeah.
here.
Like
What is he?
Kyrie Irving's tweeted stuff. He said stuff like you got to have
how many
something that.
presentations did Kyrie Irving give about fucking
Yeah.
flat Earth? It's zero, right?
I looked it
Yeah,
up.
he can give fuck off. Yeah.
There's a lot of things on the internet that says he's a flat earther.
So you know.
He's
At least
yeah.
you know.
He's not.
Fuck him.
I've never even heard of him.
Well,
a
he's
good
a
basketball
pretty
player.
big deal here in America, but
Yeah.
but yeah,
Is he?
yeah.
Mhm.
He is a really good basketball player.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give him that.
He makes like $5 million a year playing with a ball, and he's a flat earther.
I don't know.
And one other thing he did do, man, is he said no to the Coco and told them to fuck off. And he sat out and lost a shitload of money, man. He's like, I'm not going down that road.
After he said that about the flat Earth, they made him go on like Joe Rogan or some shit, and they sat him down and gave him a talking to and set him straight.
Exactly.
I remember.
I was just gonna say you got to wonder who came to him and was like, "Hey, you can't be saying this." Like something set him up.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Joe Rogan. Well, like it was like a team effort, I think. Yeah.
I just found it just as a sidebar. I found it interesting. The most famous men's tennis player, Johonovich or whatever his name, who was obviously a Freemason because he actually took some pictures with that. That they put him out as an anti what. And then they did the same thing with Kyrie, who's probably the best 6'3", 6'4" player in the world when he wants to be. And then they did it with Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback now, he used to be with the Packers, now he's with the Jets. And they put him out as some, anti, what. So they took the most famous players in their sport and put them up there as being some sort of rebel. I think, this is just me personally.
Yeah.
I think it was all staged. That's just me.
A lot of things are staged, man. More things than you can ever imagine are staged. I know that.
I tell you, Flat Earth dude, I found a Cherokee Indian who was a glober.
No.
And we know that's staged, right?
100% staged because that's impossible. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, if anything's staged, it's the Cherokee, guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're all flat earthers. Have been for centuries, millennia maybe.
That sounds like the punchline. A Cherokee Indian is a glober.
It is a punchline, and that's a long-standing inside joke. But anyway, I'm glad you
Hey,
guys
I want you to know
listening.
I want you to know from 5,000 feet, 22-mile lake, you can see the flat Earth Indian teepee.
Right. Hey, Jim, you did I don't know, I'm gonna call it a diatribe or a piff or you had an epiphany. You had like this long drawn out talk one day. I think they played it maybe last week or
Yeah.
something.
Uh-huh.
Where you were going on and on about their fantasy globe ball
In their fairy tale.
in their fairy tale, we call it, man. Do you have notes on that, man? And
No,
I would love to get a
I'll-
copy of those notes, bro. That was excellent, man.
Well, I have a copy of the notes, or do you just want me to post the video?
No, well, the video is fabulous, but no, I would love to have a copy. You could DM me those notes, man. That would be
I got it
sweet.
right here. I'll DM to you right now. I got it right here.
Okay. I just like, shit, I gotta get Jim's notes on that, man, because you nailed every fucking possible thing that you could think of about flat Earth versus globe Earth, man. From
Yeah, it's in your fairy tale. But I'm
in your
telling you, my
fairy tale.
friend, I have in your fairy tale, and then I have another one that I'm done. It's called In Your Belief System, and then I have another one is Your Insane Beliefs, and so I have, another one that says you can't prove your globe, and this is why. So I got a bunch of them.
Damn, you need to
I'm working on this stuff,
I think
man.
you maybe need to put together a real nice cliff note kind of thing or something. I don't know. That's fantastic. I was listening to it. I was driving around work, and I'm like, holy shit, you went on for like 45 minutes, an hour or something.
Oh no, it was just 24
or
minutes.
whatever. It felt like I was like, there was so much information in there that, like, holy crap, man. Yeah. Yeah, post the video for everybody else because you guys got to hear this shit, man. It's absolutely epic. It's only 24 minutes.
Where are you posting this? Where's this getting posted to?
Well,
Live stream.
I'm sending my cliff notes to Dude's DM right now. He's got it.
There we go.
I'll go
I
ahead.
love it.
I'll go ahead and post the video.
But yeah, the video is excellent, man. I was laughing my ass off driving. I'm like, I can't believe I'm a friend of that guy's, man. That guy is
We both
crushing it, man.
We both have Cherokee blood, man.
That was my brother right there, man, spitting the Cherokee truth of Earth.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you. When you were here, you mentioned how the way you project your voice sometimes people take it the wrong way. And I got to tell you, you sound so energized, and you project it so well. It gives me energy. Like you make me excited sometimes.
Yeah, it got me
when you
all
go on
psyched
here,
up
man.
too, man.
It's yeah, it's not. I don't know if it's a negative at all. Like I feel your passion and your energy for this. I think that's awesome.
It was fabulous, man. And there it is. There's my bro.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the. I got 3 or 4 more. They're not gonna be 20. They're not gonna be 24 minutes long, but they're gonna. But there'll be something similar. See. I just got. We see too far over water and over land. We see too far over land, over water. The moon is the perfect calendar, and the rest of it is I'm just going after the globe, man, because the globe doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale, and that's all I want to do. That's all I want to do.
All right. I'm subscribing to your channel now. There we go. I'm all subbed up.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. I didn't even know it was a video. I just thought it was you on here talking and somebody clipped it or something. I didn't even know where the actual video came from or the audio came from. Anyway, good stuff, man.
I tell you, I'm telling you right now.
I'm solid.
I said this afternoon. I don't know if before you got here, Flat Earth, dude. I said there is no if globe. There is no if globe that than this, because there is no globe. There is no globe theory. There is no globe theory. Period. There's no globe. And so the only time you should ever use the word globe is if you have fairy tale before the word or fairy tale after the word, because that's all it is. But so there's no if globe and there's no globe theory. It's fairy tale globe or globe fairy tale, and then you can say whatever you want to say.
How about snow? Can I put that before the word globe?
What's that? Snow globe?
Yeah.
Snow globe.
That's pretty. I tell you what, as long as we don't give this globe any form of reality, you can do
Yeah.
whatever you want to do, because globe, gravity, outer space, planets, solar system, galaxies, nebula, black hole should
Fairy
not
tale.
even be in our nomenclature. It shouldn't be in our language. It shouldn't be in our words, because they do not exist.
We should call you a no glober.
A no glober. No glober. Globe fairy tale, man. Globe fairy tale. I always like people say, well, if the globe, it's like, no, there's no, and globe theory, this is no, there's none. Let it go.
Thanks for Cliff Notes, man. That's fantastic. I might have to do my own version of that. My language is a little. I might have to throw bad language in there, but we'll see.
Well, I think you're 3 generations more Cherokee than I am.
Yeah, I might have to. I get more pissed. I'm more pissed than you. I might tell them in your fucking fairy fucking tale. I might get a little more animated. That's all.
That's pretty funny, man.
That's about it.
That's
But
pretty
all
funny.
the facts are facts, man. They are fairy tale facts, man.
Yeah, I got it right here. I got I got 16. The globe never existed, and here's why. I got 12 things for globers to prove, and then I got in your fairy tale, and then I got, hey globers, in your belief system, and I have 23 of those, and then I have 14 that has you're insane, you're insanity globers, and this is what it is. You're insane globers, and this is what it is. I actually use the word insane. I like that.
Insanity. It is insanity, man. I was looking at the moon tonight, and I'm like, you're telling me some magic rock is floating over our heads? Get the fuck out of here, man. That's insane.
And I want you to know, it's not 21,100. It's not 2,159 miles in diameter. It's 2,159.1 miles in diameter. Got to have that one in there, man. I'm telling you, you look it up. You look it up on Google. 2,159.1 miles. Who freaking measured that?
It's that 0.1 that makes it legit.
The 0.1. It could have been 0.001.
I want you to know why the Earth. I mean, the Earth is 3959 times 2. That's 7918. Why aren't we like 7918.3?
I don't know.
They use the rulers. That's why. They use the rulers to measure the world. That's why.
Yeah, if there's no decimal places in there, it ain't credible.
Yeah, because I used to measure my dogs and animals. And so yeah, they use rulers with that shit.
Right.
Yeah, just
it seems too perfect for it not to end in a decimal.
It's got to end in a decimal.
I mean, it's not real if it's 2,159 miles. It's not real, man. We got to add a 0.1 to it.
Yeah, and by the way, who the fuck measured that shit? Come on.
NASA.
NASA did.
They got a fucking monkey fucking measuring shit.
Oh, when they drove the moon buggy around it, that's when they measured it. Yeah, it was the moon buggy. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yo, y'all ever feel like
when they
this
hit the golf shot, yeah, there was a computer chip on a golf ball, and it measured. Yeah. How far did they say they hit that golf ball on the moon?
Oh,
like
I don't know.
like a couple like miles or some shit, right?
That's a,
Like,
I want to know. I
fucking-
want to know. Did they use a wood or an iron when they hit
it
that?
was an iron. I think it was like a 5-iron or something. Yeah, it's hilarious. Dude. I'm like, I hit it a mile or some 2 miles. I don't know. It was miles, not like yards. Yeah.
That would have been when Jack Nicklaus was really hot. Not that was before Tiger Woods.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, do y'all ever feel like there's not enough animals?
Golf
Like,
clap.
there's only like 70 of those bitches. Like, I feel like God should just drop a new batch of those. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
evolved animals.
I know
What if there's
exactly
like
if they're
what if there's like a unicorn walking around with like a Wi-Fi antenna? Just that evolved to the modern world. Like, you could have no internet at all, and then all of a sudden the unicorn just walks in your backyard.
I
Know what I'm
like it.
saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm still waiting for the new drop.
Shout out to
Come
Helio.
on, don't bullshit me.
Don't bullshit me. Shout out to One Big Pond, old dude. How do you say your name? And at no one. At no one? No one. At no one.
Huh?
At no one. Is that how you say it?
Yeah. What's up?
Dude, they played golf on the moon, man, with a 4-iron. Is that cool or what, bro?
They just brought up. They just threw the golf in the air. We're like, oh, that's the new move.
Hey, I think that the Glovers all live in what we call a violation of physics, but they don't know that. They think things are shooting over their heads and stars and moons. In your fantasy world, you
Yeah.
are shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. In in high school physics, they teach you can measure gravity and you can measure all the circumference of the Earth, and it's just like
Right.
it's all bullshit. It's a little impressive how in depth they made it, but like
It's impressive.
crazy, man.
Well,
Weird.
I mean, things do drop at a certain rate,
Mm-hmm.
roughly on average,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how
And
they
they
build.
they just call it
That's how
gravity. Yeah.
they build bridges and skyscrapers and all kinds of cool shit based off that things are heavy. No shit, Sherlock.
I am going to make a movie called Moon Man. It's called Moon Man, and the two lead characters are the professor and then Marianne. And
Okay.
the professor is Moon Man, and Marianne is Mrs. Moon Man. So we need to find characters who will play that. So anybody who wants to volunteer, I have the script already done, and Gilligan is going to help out. There's a guy named Gilligan in the Moon Man movie, and he's going to be the one that hits the golf ball, but instead of hitting it forward, he accidentally hits it backward 3 miles.
All right.
Okay. Back. Mufin's back.
I'm sure we got some young actors in here that could help us out. Maybe.
Yeah, moving school.
Moon Man.
Oh shit! What's that, Timbo?
I can't wait to see this in theaters, dude.
I was going to say, moving's cool, so he's all good.
Moving's good. We're back. We're back on track. Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
Welcome back. Glad we got you all straightened out there. Boy, the
Who are
VC
these
check-in's
others?
popping, man. How's the
Yeah,
VC?
who's this Rayleigh agent?
Don't know. I haven't spoke up yet. I see you got quite a. I'm not. Never mind.
Okay, so who's
Rayleigh agent?
at no one? At no one. I saw you in VC check-in before. The old dude. Are you there?
Yeah, he's here. We've been talking with him for a minute.
Oh, have you? Okay, cool. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, we've been rolling.
Cute ass. I gotta ask though. Has any
go
of
ahead.
y'all meet during this live stream? Because I gotta ask. I already did it already. I keep capping with y'all.
And does anyone chow meat?
No, am I the only one that got exposed myself like this? I've been dragging that shit, bro.
What?
I can't
Are
understand.
you talking
either.
to us or are you playing a game?
Yeah, I think he's playing a game or something.
Yeah, I think he's playing a war game or something. So
Yeah. It didn't sound anything like what the fuck we were talking about. Shit.
Well, that time seems to happen often. I mean,
Yeah, it happens, man. I mean, these youngsters, man, they're always playing games all the time. Plus, they're multitasking their asses off.
let's give this guy a go, eh?
Man, I'm
Israeli
guilty of having
agent.
this Discord in the background while playing games. I gotta admit it.
It's okay, man. I discourage it, but if you got to do what you got to do, you know.
Israeli agent, you have control of your mic.
Israeli agent, secret agent, man.
Must be playing games.
You got your
Yeah,
mic,
hello. Is it cool if I ask a question real quick?
Mr. Jones.
Go for it.
Yeah, so I'm looking at a lot of the information on this this server, and
Yeah.
maybe I missed it, but most of it's like videos and stuff, and I like to read a lot. So, only if you got like the most comprehensive book on flat Earth, just shout me the name of it.
Comprehensive book.
Yeah,
Anyone
yeah, if you
know?
are.
Well, there's one called 200 Proofs or 100 Proofs. You know, both of those. I don't know where they are in the server, but man, we got a lot of stuff in the server, from Coriolis effect to firmament to eclipses, gravity. We got hairspray.
Do you like reading like scientific? Or do you like reading observational reports, like with data and stuff like that?
Yeah, anything. Yeah, or just like something that's very like comprehensive, like compares the claims of the globe model to the
Okay.
yeah,
All right,
something like
watch
that.
this. I'll give you a video, right? And then I'll
Hmm.
give you the data, all the information in written form that goes with the video. How about
Yeah,
that?
perfect. Yeah.
It's about laser tests.
Laser tests, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is
Yeah,
that when I was like this was ages ago, but I remember so in the UK we have, they might have something like that in Australia, but in the UK we have like form tutor before school. So like back when I was still in school, they would have it where we watched this this thing. It was like some hit piece on flat Earth essentially, and they were disproving the laser test. So
no, I'll
are there
explain
laser
that in a
tests that
minute.
show the that there's like no curvature?
Dude, you're right out of
Yeah.
school.
Yeah, that was I think that you're talking about the Netflix one, aren't you?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
That was 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was.
That
Yeah,
was
they
literally
set
the
up a.
exact time where I watched
The
it.
problem, the problem with that when he actually went to do the test, his laser burned out, so he just used a really bright flashlight. So it was kind of fucked up, man. It was a bad test. It went all bad, but we got one, man, from some super scientific guys, man. These guys are all like PhDs. They did some laser tests, man. 23 miles, 26 miles.
Yeah.
9 miles.
Oh yeah. I had another question as well. So I was just in the lobby chat and I was asking a question about flight paths, and the guy who I was responding to said that there's no like exact flat Earth map. Like no one claims that X or Y map
Well, there's
is the flat Earth
there's
map.
no exact Earth map either, man. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So right. So there's no map which you would say like most accurately demonstrates like the size or shape.
Well, accurate to what though? Like accurate to what?
Like if the world is a flat plane,
right?
Like a map that would
Yeah.
essentially look like if you had the most insane bird's eye view. You could just see everything.
Right. Well,
How do you get
inside of
that? How do you get that
it,
map?
well, I don't know if you guys are familiar with autopilots on commercial jet aircraft, but
Mm.
all the autopilots are programmed with an AE, azimuthal equidistant map of Earth. And it's in every single autopilot known to man, and that is pretty fucking accurate map. Now, what's beyond all that landmass? Who knows, man? But that shit's pretty tight, and it's a flat Earth, round, azimuthal equidistant map, man, and that's what they program into the autopilots for jet aircrafts.
Right.
There's that.
Hey, Mr. M. Jones, I posted, there was a video, Laser Shorts, and then the information to go with that video is the
Directly below it.
FE Core links.
PDF.
Yeah.
Let me just
So
open
yeah,
Google
watch
Drive.
the video, and
That's
then you
in
can
live
check
stream
out.
voice text. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I'm just opening. Well, I need to open the links. It's opening in Discord.
It's gonna
One
take
second.
you
So
like
there's,
a few hours to
yeah, I
get through.
think there's 14, maybe 14 tests. I think it goes from shortest to longest. So the longest one they did is I think it's at the back.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, the one in the back's 40 kilometers or 26 miles.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And this was back in
Yeah,
what,
cheers.
this is back in 2018, 19,
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, this was, if I remember right, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I believe this was April or March of 2020, and the one at Utah that was 18.8 that they did over Bear Lake, I believe that was
I think
early
that's
2021.
might be a different one. I think that might have been Taboo Conspiracy that was doing
Yes,
it.
that Taboo Conspiracy
This
did
is we're
the
talking
one
about
over Bear Lake.
we're talking about the FE core guys.
Mhm.
I think is what we're going for.
Yeah, I think that's 2020. I think maybe 2018.
There's also
I get mixed up.
yeah, I've also got one somewhere. Oh yeah, I know where it is. 120 kilometers done by the military and the a university in conjunction.
Laser?
They were
Yeah,
they were checking out laser targeting. See how far they could shoot laser targeting over a surface.
All right.
Mm.
Go ahead,
Jones.
M. Jones. Did you say something?
Yeah, so the last question I have, and I'm just going to go on mute. So the one thing, probably the main thing that sort of makes me slightly apprehensive about the flat Earth is just purely how pervasive the conspiracy must be, because there's just this insane, like,
Hey man,
widespread view.
guess what,
Like,
Jones? Guess what, Jones? They locked the entire world down in 3 days.
no,
Back in
exactly.
2020.
No, I agree. I
What
agree with you.
the
But it
hell?
just seems
Tell me
insane. Yeah.
there's not something going on. Oh shit. Those Mongos shut everything down overnight, man. What?
You got to look at this too, yeah,
Okay.
right? Like, if
That's
the
not
world is
crazy.
convinced that they live on a globe, if you came out and said you were a flat earther, what happens? Do you get automatically shut
ridicule.
down
Yeah.
from normal people? So humans are self-regulating, yeah. So they regulate themselves.
That's true,
I'm so
man.
happy you didn't save the last question and ask why would they lie. Thank you for not asking that question.
Yeah, like,
Oh no, yeah, but yeah. I mean, I've before I looked into flat Earth, I've like looked into a lot of conspiracy theories. Obviously, I didn't get vaccinated or anything. So
good.
yeah.
So yeah, man, there's people out there that have tricked people into all kinds of crazy stuff, man. And throughout history, it's nothing new in our generation or 10 generations ago,
Right.
man.
Yeah.
People were tricking people just to get ahead, man, and that's how the world. I don't know. That's how this place is, I guess. You have to have both sides of everything, man. Good, bad, right, wrong, up, down, left, right. I mean, it's just a constant dichotomy of this back and forth of everything in the world, and it just people confused, man, when you have so many damn things coming at you all the time, and it's easy to trick people, man, when they're just trying to pass a test so they can get on to the next grade level, man. It's like,
Well, yeah, obviously you're not you're never really taught any like debunk, and a lot of the times when you look into the quote debunks of conspiracy theory, you investigate the debunk, it doesn't really stand
right,
up, like it doesn't really
yeah,
make sense.
and there's a
The
lot of
alternative would be what evidence is there for the globe? Like what evidence?
You got it, Chubbs.
I believe in you, Chubbs.
exactly, Chubbs. What
Exactly.
evidence for the globe is there, man? 100%, man.
Like
That's
instead
what you
of
gotta look
asking
at.
how like the conspiracy side of it, just look for the facts. Like what is there to prove that it is a globe?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
makes you think that it is a globe?
Yeah, because I was, you're told in school that they do the Greeks figured it out by shining, well, not shining, the sun shined on these poles and they cast a different shadow. Well, you can do that with a torch and like 2 books. You can observe on
Yeah,
your
you just
table, which is
change.
not a sphere.
Yeah, you just change the distance of the light. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's easy. And then you start looking into how they know how they think they know where the distance to the sun and how big it is. It's a
How do
transit of
how
Venus,
do
so
they?
they assume that Venus is the same size as Earth. Well, how do they know what size Earth is? That was a guess too. So now they're guessing that this light in the sky is the same size as Earth.
Hey, I got
So,
a
and
question.
it transits at this speed. So it went past the sun and took a certain time to go up through the sun, like in front of the sun. They call it the transit of Venus, and then they did some maths, worked out the sun is this far away and it's this big. Pretty fucked up.
Yo, Timbo Slice, I got a question. It's a little bit off topic, but it's about space. So, what are your thoughts on aliens then?
Oh man, I'm not. Space to me doesn't exist. So if you're talking about aliens from outer space, they don't
Yeah,
exist.
forget about it.
What
Now,
type
they
of
are
like we could be talking about aliens like illegals, like immigrants. We could talk about those, but I'm talking
right.
about aliens like from outer space. Like I fuck an alien out of space. No lie. But I want to hear your thoughts about it.
What?
You fucked an alien from outer space.
Bro,
Now I
I
haven't
would
fucked
fuck an
one, but I
alien from
would.
outer space. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
Like I've
shit,
seen
man.
some hot shit online.
Bro, I'm telling you, Reddit's a spot, cuz.
Shit, bro.
I'm not gonna
Send,
go there, man.
send
Fuck
some
that.
links in this chat.
Fuck
Nah,
that.
don't
Some
do
links.
that.
Don't do that. Hey, we like to talk
Yeah,
about Earth. We
porn's
live,
against the rule.
we
Oh,
No,
live
but, like
on
I
Earth.
swear I've seen some UFOs and shit before.
Yeah, me too, man. I saw lights in the sky. What did you
Yeah,
see?
but
Did you see
it
a
doesn't
metal
mean that.
craft made out of like
It's
metal?
Truman Show shit, Bacon.
People
but
got out of it,
what
talked to
are
you.
your,
No, fuck no.
but what are the thoughts? Because I know that the U.S. government has given out information about the aliens. So what do you guys think about that?
We don't
It's
trust the
all
U.S.
bullshit.
government.
They're just trying to carry on their narrative.
You believe everything
Think
else.
Fallacy.
about it, man. Why does the government release stuff?
Hey, but I know one. You trying to send me DM me some links real quick?
Like, do you want like some cartoon? You want some in person shit? Like,
You
what you
guys,
want?
did you
Shit, a
guys
little bit
come
of
in here?
everything.
Did you guys come in here for a chat or what?
I
Oh,
mean,
my bad.
Yeah, we got rules, man. It's nothing personal. Don't take it personal.
Yeah, I apologize.
Chat
I
about
apologize.
flat Earth.
But M. Jones, man's asking some good questions up in the old. He said, man, he has a really hard time figuring out that the whole bendy the water level on a sphere. Water's
Because how
level
would
on a
you do it? I
How
guess
the
they would
hell would you
say
do
that
it, man?
like the
Dude, we've been asking that
circumference,
shit. 2015, man.
yeah.
My first video, man, was one of the. Watch this, and the guy had like a deflated like basketball, and he put the water in it, and it was like falling all over the sides of the globe. It was a mess. Anyway, yeah, where's this water level thing, man? On the
Because they
spinning
claim
globe.
that, because obviously their claim is that the water curves because it's pulled to the Earth through gravity.
Right. That's
But
the
the idea of there being a sea level, like they say, oh, this mountain is so many miles or feet above sea level, how would you go about establishing what the sea level is on a sphere? Like, how would you do that? Would you say the sea level of the Earth has this
Yep.
sort of circumference, and then you go above it? Like, how the fuck would you? Oh, my language, but how would you do that?
Yeah, you're good, man. Welcome to 2015, man.
2015, shit.
We were saying that shit back in 2015. Go, wait a minute, man. How the fuck do you get this water on the ball? I don't get it, man. Help me out. And we've got
Well,
gravity and refraction. That's how it works.
yeah, and then the atmosphere being like turning with the globe uniformly,
Right.
so you can't feel
It's
it.
Velcroed to the Earth. The atmosphere is Velcroed to the Earth. Everybody knows that. That's their explanation, man. I'm like, okay, that's a good one.
Yeah. What about the clouds, though?
Oh,
How the clouds up there and not pulled down?
they're not Velcroed and they're not super glued. They're more like Elmer's glued.
Yeah, what's the force that like keeps the? Because they claim, oh yeah, things can only go down to Earth if there's this force called gravity. But what's the force that is causing a helium balloon to rise? What's that called?
That's my question, man. Always, I ask those guys the same question all the time. I'm like, what's the force pulling the helium balloon up? And
No, but what's their answer? Like, do they have an
their
answer?
answer is like, well, it's the air pressure around the outside of the balloon is less dense than it's and it just goes up, and once you nail them down to density, man, they're kind of screwed. They'll always back themselves into the corner when using this as an example, by the way, because things are heavier, they fall down. Things are lighter, they go up. I mean, you have no choice but to be put in a corner at some point, man. I mean, you have to take a stance and say, hey, man, well, things that are lighter go up. Well, okay, well, they don't have a fucking answer. That's why we're still here. They don't have an answer for that shit.
Mm.
And if they do, man, we're here 24/7, 365 days a year, man. Please bring it
Yeah,
in,
that's
man.
why I came here, because obviously, I just find that I'm convinced of most things by seeing two people who are experts debate on the topic, and then whoever comes across more convincing is generally the one I'll believe. But
Well,
even that's, I guess, flawed, because obviously
here's the cool
you could
thing
have someone
about
who's
it.
really bad at telling the truth and someone who's really good at deceiving, and then it persuades you in the wrong direction.
Yeah, man, big fancy words, and I got math and calculations and equations. But when it comes down to geometry, yeah, you bring your geometry in here, man, and you're gonna get handed a flat Earth, man. I'm sorry.
All you do, Mr. Jones, is go look at that tilted, wobbling, spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball in an education situation somewhere and say that thing is so scientifically impossible, it's not funny. We are told that we live on a tilted, wobbly, spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball brought to us by literally Jesuit priests in 1540, and water is held down by this magical, invisible force that no one can see or explain why it happens, and that something came from nothing in the vacuum of outer space while traveling throughout an ever-expanding universe at 1.3 million miles per hour, while Polaris, the North Star, has always remained fixed above the North Pole, and the stars revolve counterclockwise as long as anybody can remember. That is not a globe. That is not where you live. The globe is a fairy tale held together by indoctrination and money.
And a little bit of mathematics.
Yes, math. Yes, math. Yes.
Math magics. Hey, we got Matthew Learns out there in the chat, man. Shout out to Matthew. Him and I measured.
In the YouTube
He's
chat.
Yeah, he's in the YouTube chat. He said that the radius is 39.58.8 miles.
Oh my God.
Just to fuck with you guys, Matthew. Man, I wish he was still in here. I don't know. You guys can let him back in, but
It's up to
Matthew,
up to Helio, man.
it's up to
He's the one that
up to,
he's
it's
the
up
one
to
that
the
booted him.
bosses, man. Ain't up to me, man. I'm just a low grunt on the fucking totem pole here. Low Cherokee on the totem pole.
Little Cherokee.
And Cherokee flat earther. Anyway, the fact is that when you look at the evidence for the globe, it has all kinds of explanations for all kinds of shit. But when you look at flat Earth, man, you just go outside and say, "Hey, man, looks like we're not spinning, and it looks flat." Okay, well, that's pretty simple. But they got all kinds of explanations and math, equations, and calculations. Matthew and I measured the distance to the sun, man, at 3,400 miles twice because we calculated it based off the shadow and the time of day and where we were on our latitudes. Yeah, that was it. And we came up with a number because we can. I mean, was it true or not? I don't know, man. We
Yeah, and
did.
they try to tell you the Earth or the sun is millions of miles whatever away, and yet it's so bright and it stays in the. I mean, it's like you said, you calculated it.
Yeah, well, the sun distance thing is always fun because
Mm-hmm.
I always like to point out that I don't know. I'm here in America. It's hot, summer, sweating all the time. I got a hell of an electric bill for my air conditioner, and the sun is 3 million miles farther away, and I'm sweating.
Certainly feels like it here.
And then, of course, where Timbo is, he's freezing his ass off. He's got a hoodie on and putting his heater on in his car and shit in the morning. It's cold. It's kind of,
Not at the moment. We've just had they're actually closing some of our snow resorts. There's no snow.
I was going to say, man, it was 6 o'clock in the morning this morning. It was 14 degrees. It was warm.
Yeah, it was 6:30. 6:30 here. It was 10.
And you're in the snow.
You guys got to get. You guys got to get rid of your Celsius because we don't understand.
But it makes so much sense, man. Like 0's freezing, 100's boiling. How much easier can you get than that?
Exactly. It's like, hey, what's half of 150 millimeters, Timbo?
75.
That took a. Hey, what's half of 7/8?
I don't know.
4.4.
Right?
3.5.4.
What the hell's this English shit, cuck, fuck, fraction shit? Fuck off, man. Give me millimeters, meters, kilometers. Yeah, give me that all day long, man. This fraction shit they came up with is dog shit, man. Yeah, piss off, English. Fuck. Half of 7/8. I don't know. Fuck, I don't even know, man. It's probably like 47/7/16 millionth of a fuck. You got to sit there and divide and use decimal points and all this shit.
What'd you say? 7/16?
I don't
So it would be 1432s, yeah?
1432.
1434.
1434.
Hey, flat Earth dude. Flat Earth dude. Australia has something else better than us. They have a better educational mathematical education because Timbo just told us what's half of 7/16 was. He didn't think twice about it.
Oh no, I got it wrong though.
Actually, got it wrong. But
Oh, he did.
anyway, it's
Stupid Australians.
what's half of 7/16? I don't know. 3.5 sixteenths. I don't know.
Hey,
You know what I
Flat Earth
did?
dude. Hey, Flat
I
Earth
just
dude.
I did exactly the same fraction in a different wording.
Hey,
Yeah.
Flat Earth dude. We now know that if we have a question on fractions, don't ask an Australian.
Dude, I mean, don't ask anybody because they got to calculate it. They ain't gonna have that shit off the top of their head, man.
Or
It's
I
not gonna
tell you, those people down under, we pick on them too much, man.
Yeah, we just do everything backwards and upside down.
right. Hey, they have a different star rotation.
Yeah,
Jimbo.
it spins the opposite direction.
That pretty much proves that they're like, just weird. First of all,
And they have a Sigma on Tantus Australia. Ooh.
you can't see it though. That's the weird thing about it. Even with like a telescope, you can't see this shit, right?
I seen the ISS the other night.
Yeah.
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 How'd that work out?
The projected image of it, or
Well, I seen this big light in the sky.
Oh my goodness.
And I had a look on the ISS tracking app, and it just happened to be flying over my location. I was so proud to see it for the first time in 42 years.
Oh my goodness.
I seen the ISS on Tinder the other day.
Oh fuck! Here we go. Saints is in the house.
Wait. The
Where'd you
ISS
come from?
The ISS didn't make it till 1998, so no 42 years here, bud.
Oh, well,
I seen the ISS on
I'm
Tinder.
42, so that's the first time I've seen it.
There you go.
Well,
it was on
the
Tinder.
light in the sky that's claimed to be.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, dude, you want to see a funny picture of this car that was driving down the freeway today? I took a picture of it. You know, they're called the Nissan Frontier, those trucks. Check this Nissan Frontier. It's totally decked out, SpaceX style.
The final frontier.
Instead of
Space.
Nissan, it says space.
Final frontier.
He's
That's
got the 3-2 in the license plate. Look at the license plate. Got the 3-3 in it.
Yeah, I can go into that. That's just random shit. But
do you like that? Do you like that truck or what?
Now, if it was a custom license plate, I'd be like, oh, okay. But that's just
Do you like that truck?
Sure, man. I
It's
like
a
it.
space truck.
Space truck. Hey, man, that's how indoctrinated people are, man. Like, put space, final frontier on their fucking pickup
Maybe he
truck.
makes bolts for NASA.
Probably.
Yeah, he could work
Maybe
for
it's got a spacious cab.
KPIs.
The what do you call it? Vandenberg Space Force Base is only about 30 minutes from my house. They have like thousands of employees there. They all live in this area. A lot of them do.
Earth must be a globe.
Yeah. Some of their houses are so far. The curvature blocks the view from how far they live from here.
You guys are awesome. Man, the VC check-ins. Checking it out. Just a bunch of regulars up in there. Okay. Anybody else new up in here? Mr. Jones, you want to get any more questions? Did he leave? No, he's still here.
Nah, I'm just listening right now.
Yeah, but
Anyway, just to give you a heads up, man, late nights I come in just for kind of laughs and let's have some fun talking about Earth and space and crazy NASA shit. Yeah. So
Well, I'm definitely in for that. I just finished my third joint, so.
NASA's coming.
I'm right here with you, brother.
NASA's got
Someone
this
calling
new
me?
nuclear rocket coming out. They're going to spend $500 million trying to look at this, maybe making a nuclear rocket. We can get to Mars in 45 days, bitches. Going 100,000 miles. We can go 100,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, what are you guys' thoughts on this whole the superconductor thing? You guys hear about that?
Yeah, just a money laundering thing.
Superconductor.
Yeah, they apparently they finally made a room temperature superconductor in South
Talking
Korea.
about cold fusion here.
No, they got a room temperature one now. I'm seeing it all over
Really?
the news. I don't know what to think of it.
I haven't seen anything about this. It's
Can you,
new.
what's a superconductor?
I'm not entirely sure. What I've read and heard is it's like I mean it's just it's an energy source. The way they describe it is just an energy source that doesn't, you don't got to cool it. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but it seems almost like too good to be true.
Just like the globe. It's too good to be true, man.
Exactly.
I had a girlfriend like that once. Too good to be true.
She a globe?
Yeah, globe.
I had one of those.
Did you have to blow her up?
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
be here all week. Hey, tip your waitress.
Yeah, I bought her mail order. Thank you very much.
Hey, I got a question. So,
Go ahead.
like David Grush, have you heard like some of the things he's came out and said about like the military apparently like hiding like spacecrafts and stuff like that from us? I just want to know
The
like your guys'
guitar-
opinion on that.
The guitar player guy?
No, there's a U.S. He was in the army for a while. And he came out and was talking about all this like stuff that the U.S. government's hiding, like the U.S. spacecrafts and stuff. And I know you guys said earlier like you don't believe in space, so like
Yeah, you know why?
what do
Why they're doing
you think about that?
They're doing it because the truth is coming out about how NASA lies about stuff.
Yep.
So they're agreeing. They're saying yes,
Mhm.
NASA does lie, but it's not about this. It's about the alien invasion, which is going to play into their agenda. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
the red and the blue. There is no
Yeah.
red and blue. There's no Democrat and Republican. It's all the same thing. You know?
Yeah.
They're trying to
Hey,
use the publicity that they might get around, announcing aliens to further push, yeah, like you said,
Yeah,
their
it's
agenda and their lies.
subterfuge, dog. It's just subterfuge. You know?
Yeah,
Musa,
but
have you ever heard of
What's
Project
up?
Bluebeam?
yeah, I was literally about to
So
say
No.
that.
you know our
You
little
were,
thing we were talking about.
Fake alien disclosure one world
I think
government.
so. Yeah.
yeah. So you remember? Have you ever seen a clip
I sent it over, and hope you enjoy.
Oh.
Hey, have you ever seen a clip
Oh,
of
that's
George
nice.
Bush Senior talking? Can you two shut up, please? So there's a clip of George Bush Senior saying, was it Reagan? I think it was Reagan actually, saying, the only thing that could unite the world, stop it from warring, would be a enemy from the outside, and then
I
we
think that
would
was
have a one world, a one government to rule them all. It's not quite like that, but yeah, was it Reagan, Paul?
Yeah, it was
I think I know what you're talking
1982.
about. I don't know
Yeah,
exactly who it was though.
Ronald Reagan. Yeah.
It was
Was
1982.
it?
Reagan at UN.
Mm.
Yeah, and then Bush said it as well. But so they what if they created this alien invasion to get
They very well
everyone
could be.
scared to bring them into a one world government?
That's actually a really interesting point. Wow.
Yeah, well, it
So
makes sense because
so think
extraterrestrial
about
threat.
this, yeah.
Yeah.
So all this time they've been saying that aliens don't exist. Yeah. When they say that aliens don't exist, what do the public do? They go, I don't trust the government. Aliens don't exist. Aliens must exist because the government's saying they don't exist. So, and then all of a sudden, they come out with these things. That these stories about spacecraft that they let slip from the military and everything like that. No, they don't exist. They don't exist. And then all of a sudden, they come out and say they exist.
Mm-hmm.
They go, and then everyone goes, "I knew they existed. I knew they existed." And then it's cemented in everyone's mind that aliens from outer space exist.
Yeah, they control both sides of the story, so
Yeah,
The
they
Something to
thing
think
is
about.
when you
well, they
when
said
you
it was
see like
balloon tests in Roswell, New Mexico in the 1940s. And then
yeah,
they tried to do this, hush hush thing and wouldn't speak about it. And if anybody tried to question them, they wouldn't talk about it. They weren't allowed to mention UFOs, but they put that in everybody's heads. They were the ones that started it.
Yeah.
Just like Timbo was saying. Now I believe it started in 1940s with Roswell, New Mexico. If you guys aren't familiar with that incident, you can check it out.
Just after the end of the Second World War, yeah?
Yes, sir.
the thing is
What
everywhere
happened
now
after
has
the
a
end of the
camera,
Second
so
World?
like surely we
Yeah,
would
go ahead.
actually see the aliens. Like whenever you see the footage, it's always some like grainy shit the government puts out, but everywhere, like every shot, everybody has a camera on them. Like if there were actual UFOs, people would have like proper good footage of it.
Well, there
It
are
wouldn't,
UFOs. A UFO is just an unidentified flying object. It
you
doesn't
know what I
mean
mean, like
anything to do
like
with
a
extraterrestrials
spacecraft,
or
alien.
aliens.
Yeah.
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 I agree. Agree with you.
Whereas
Like you got to
generally,
think
or
about
you
this.
get some guy who's like proper wasted. He's like high. He's like, yo, they abducted me and they probed me, and then you get the government putting out like something where they go, oh, there's biologicals, and here's some like 240p video. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say to that as well. Have you ever heard about Project Monarch, mind control? Yeah.
What, MK Ultra,
Yeah,
or is this a
yeah,
different
things
one?
like that. Well, they've been testing. They've been testing. They were doing LSD testing in the in labs on people for years and years. They were getting people to do some weird shit. Now,
They did it on
what
the
if they?
Unabomber, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I don't know that story. Is that the? Yeah, but they like what if they've been doing this mind control study since the 20s and 30s, let's call it. Well, we know the Nazis were doing it, so all the Nazis came to America, Britain, and Russia, so they would have continued on the studies. Do you think they would have perfected it by now? What if
Most
they send out signals to people? I know it sounds very tinfoil hattish, but what if they send out signals to people that like controls their brains? Now they have a fungus that goes into ants or mammals and things like that, and they actually go and destroy themselves. Like they'll climb to the higher the top of the tree so that a bird can catch it, so that the spores can be spread around. Now that the fungus gets inside this animal's brain and makes them do things. Now, what if they did an experiment with fungus and then they worked out how to control the fungus? Like, there's so much shit that they can do. Like, it's not that far fetched.
Yeah. No, I completely agree.
So
And
that's what the
you hear
alien
with
probing could be. Like, yeah.
yeah, it could
You know about
be people being
nanofibers, Brian.
abducted for government experiments,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
And they're
Someone's
just
dressed up in a grey suit, and they go, "Oh, I was abducted by aliens," but really they were,
perhaps they were given like a
given drugs and
hallucinogen. Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Who knows?
There's a
But
picture
and
of a
then
superconductor
oh yeah,
posted if you want.
like picture of what?
Hey,
All
you seen
alien is
the
someone
one with the ants?
belonging to another
Well,
country or nation, right? It doesn't have anything to do with the vacuum of space,
It just could be some like Chinese
which is I always thought funny.
spy plane or something.
Why did they start using that term alien? How did that start? Because it used to be extraterrestrial, but then
Alien.
they stopped using that, and it became alien.
I heard Jemsy talking about this the other day. I think the alien just means not from this land.
Yeah, it's like
Something
foreign.
like that. Foreign, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you use it in terms of objects as well. Like, that's
Correct.
alien to this country, Like,
Yeah, like unfamiliar.
yeah. And then
You guys
maybe,
seen
you know, that
that
extra.
alien movie? The
Sorry, go
alien
ahead.
movie.
Sorry, mate.
It's called 50 Shades of Greys. The alien sex movie.
50 Shades of Grey is bloody hell.
Well, if it is the government that's doing it and abducting them and feeding them drugs, all I can say is if the government's listening out there, please don't come to my house and abduct me and give me free drugs. My address is as
You're okay with the anal probe?
Yeah, I don't know about
well,
that, man.
depends what drugs they've given me, I suppose.
Blood. That's weird. Why do they always report the anal probe? Like, what? Why? Sounds like.
Maybe they're
It
Galians.
sounds like satanic or something.
Yeah, these aliens travel billions of miles through space for thousands of years, and the first thing they do is find a human and pull his pants down and probe his ass. When they crash landed in the desert.
I mean, why would they need to do that if they could just go to Uranus? Everything they do and say, from the aliens to the NASA space thing, everything has like overt, blatant homosexual undertones to it, in everything they do, bro.
Well, yeah, so Freemasons believe you can get like power from it or something.
Yeah, well, what it does is it demasculates, because people like NASA's really popular. Their clothing brand is even in skateboard shops. Everything, you know what I mean, from sports to skate. Pretty much everybody rocks NASA, or somebody knows somebody that rocks some NASA gear or something. And basically, it's promoting that homosexual undertone, and in the end, homosexuality and everything just leads to depopulation. That's the bottom line. So breaking apart the masculinity from the how it's supposed to be, like the man and the woman and the child, break that whole thing. Basically,
Look what they're doing with
NASA's,
feminism at the moment as well. Yeah.
it's like deceiver and
Women don't need men. That's what they're trying to teach these people. But so what?
You
Population
guys
reduction.
You guys heard of that? The acronym agency that did the 9/11 report. It was called NIST.
NIST,
Yeah. So Google FEMA. FEMA, the agency, and NIST, and it pops up FEMA NIST. So they're clowning. They put that shit right in, like feminists, right in our face. It's pretty blatant. I'll post an example so you can see what I'm talking about.
Wait, so real quick, what conspiracies are we allowed to talk about on this server? Just because I'll make sure, like, I'm not
We've
saying
got to
anything
stay away from anything medical.
Right, yeah.
Anything that had mass casualties. Got to stay away from that.
Right, got you. Yeah, no World War II.
We can speak in code, but we try and stay away from
Right.
it.
But
They do
even
pop
then, if
up
this
in
is
the conversation.
if this is
Go
being
ahead.
live streamed, then there's no point me speaking in code because, like, I don't know, I can't, I don't know any code that isn't like blatantly obvious.
Are you talking
So,
about the last 3 years or what?
No, like 100 years ago, or anything really. Even with COVID, if you talk about some of the medical stuff, like how could you?
Well, if you're talking about 100
That's like
years ago, I
Voldemort.
think
Yeah.
I think I
We
know what
can't
you're
say
talking
that.
about, but yeah, I probably
the
agree with
one
you.
from Spain. That one?
Pardon?
The one from Spain? Is that what you're talking about?
Spain, something like that. There was a guy from Spain who was friends with the guy I'm talking about, but yeah, something like that. But anyways, I'll just keep it to flat Earth and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's being live streamed. But yeah, this is sick, man. Because
there are options to if we start getting into a deeper conversation, we want to start talking about some other stuff. We can go into another channel. So
yeah. Do you often get like people who are like proper globe supporters, like academics, come in here?
Yeah, we haven't for a while, but recently we had a guy who was a astrophysicist who said he takes pictures of exoplanets.
exoplanets. What's an exoplanet?
Exo's like kiss, you know, exo.
It's a sexy planet.
Yeah, well, they're faraway planets that are Earth-like, that orbit a star like the sun. It's so stupid. But we've all done a little bit of research into things like that, and what they do is they look at a light in the sky, yeah, and then they measure its brightness, and then the brightness dips. So they say, oh, something passed in front of it, and then they measure, and then say 6 months later, it does it again. Oh, it passed in front of it again, and they go, oh, okay, so there's a sun, and there's a planet in front of it that's got a 6-month orbit around the sun. This is what they do, and then they go, okay, it must be a planet because it has a 6-month orbit around the sun. It must be like Mercury or something like that, you know. They go, okay, that can't sustain life. This is what they do. This is how they work out whether a planet is Earth-like or not. If they look at a star, if it has like a little dim in light over like a normal Earth year, they'll say, oh, maybe that's Earth-like.
Right. So they say like, right. So they calculate it based on how often this thing occurs, which is presupposing a lot. Yeah, I see.
Well, presupposing anything really.
So if they say, oh, it
Presupposing
takes
that the light in the sky is a sun like ours. Presupposing that the light dimming is something like a planet going in front of the sun.
how do they
That's
claim
it.
to
They
measure
just
the distance between the Earth and the Sun? Because to me, it doesn't really seem like it could be far away. Because
the transit
when
of
you look at
Venus.
wait, pardon.
Transit of Venus.
Right.
So
Go on.
they assume that the Venus is the same size as the Earth.
What?
And
How do they figure that out?
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, they don't even know how big the Earth is because they measured some shadows. And they assumed a ball, and
Spirits
then
told him.
came up with a
Spirits told
radius.
him.
Yeah.
Spirits told him. It's seriously, spirits told him.
That's the answer.
Yeah, that's the answer.
They didn't know that one.
Well,
That's even worse.
It started with Pythagoras because he assumed the moon in the sky was round, so he also assumed the ground was round.
And then they got assumed that the same size Venus was the same size as the Earth, and then they waited for Venus to go past the sun and measured how long it took to go past the sun. Wait, this is how they got the size of the sun. How'd they get the distance? It was the same thing, wasn't it?
Doesn't make sense because the shadow comes in at like the angle it comes in like side on. If you, I'm not sure I
Angular
can explain
size.
it. Yeah. The ray of
So
the ray when it goes through the clouds, it looks like it's probably a lot closer than what they claim.
if they've got a presumed size of Venus, then they can measure the angular size and get a
Due
distance.
to parallax, yeah. And then that's how they get the distance with parallax. Is that right?
If they think it's a certain size, then it has to be that certain angular size when they watch it transit the sun. It has to be that angular size at at a specific distance. So they can just think that, oh well, okay, measure the angular size. If it's the same size as Earth or similar size, and it goes in front of the sun, and we measure the angular size, then it could only possibly be that angular size at a specific distance.
Wouldn't they have to know how far away Venus was to do that as well?
Not if they give it the size first. They've already presumed that it's around the size of Earth.
Okay, I get it.
So they've presumed that they know the size because some guy said spirits told him, and that'll do. And then they can get the distance.
Yeah.
Conversely, if he hadn't have known, could have been like the spirits could have told him, well, Venus is this far away, and then he could have worked out the size.
Yeah. That's weird, man.
Hey, here's the feminist thing I was talking about.
What is FEMA? I'm not familiar with this American stuff so much. I know what NIST is, but what's FEMA?
Federal Management Act or something like that. So
It's like an
anyway,
emergency thing, yeah? Like
yeah. So they put their names. See how they put their names together like that? It's not by
Yeah,
mistake.
I see
It's
that.
just kind of obvious, you know what I mean?
where'd you put it?
In the chat.
Well, wait, can we talk
Are
about
you in
9/11 on this?
in the right chat?
Or...
Oh wait. Oh shit. Wait a second. Oh wait. Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, hold on. Here it is, right here. So my bad.
Oh, there you go.
Wait, can we talk about 9/11 on this on the live? Or
Only at 9:11 p.m. and a.m.
Yeah, it depends what about it, I think.
You know, 7-Eleven was a part-time job, bro.
I was just gonna say, yeah, NIST was the one that claimed that Tower 7 like collapsed due to fire, like a steel.
I think me personally, I think it was due to ice, like snow and stuff like that, and water damage. It makes more sense, you know what I mean?
Makes more sense.
You guys ever seen pictures of what it looks like when a bird, like a pelican or a seagull, hits a 747 that's flying on its normal
Yeah, it
course?
destroys the front of it, yeah?
Dude, it looks like you dropped a hard-boiled egg on the ground, dude.
Oh
And
shit!
I told somebody, like, if a bird could do that to a plane, then how could a plane do that to a plane do that to a building? And they're like, you know what they told me? They told me because the building's standing still. The bird's actually moving towards the plane. I'm not even joking. I was
Did you
like,
guys
oh
know
my.
that was the first time in history that buildings collapsed free fall speed from fire? That never
Yeah,
happened
no.
Yeah, well, and
It was
especially with
just a
that
coincidence, mate. Just a
the I
coincidence.
beams. It's like
It
it's not even
keeps
like a
flipping.
normal skyscraper. It's just huge I beams and like really small windows. Like
Yeah,
Of a bird
the whole
hitting a
thing.
plane that's parked, and then the whole plane just collapsing from the bird hitting it, and the bird going out through the other side of the plane.
The
Yeah,
whole
I
thing's
believe I
made
watched a
out of those
documentary
huge.
on. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I was just saying the whole building's made out of those huge I beams and L beams, and I think the floor, the slab floors, were about 300 millimeters thick. So, and they were all interlocked as well. So it's weird, man.
To have those buildings free fall like that, if they wanted to have a planned demolition, there's only a handful, maybe a dozen people in the world that are that good that they trust, to hire to do a job like that. That's a very skilled type of profession. There's very few people who can do that they trust to have a complete free fall. Like, it's not easy, you know.
put them in an urban moving systems van.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing. There's only about a
Also,
dozen.
something interesting that Indio said as well about the ignition of jet fuel. So it can only ignite over a certain temperature at a certain humidity as well. So, and that
You know
day
what?
it wasn't.
I bet you those buildings wouldn't have fallen. You know how they say sometimes planes let some of their jet fuel just go because they have too much and they need to land and they have too much fuel, so they just let some of the jet fuel go. Sometimes, if they would have just done that before they hit the buildings, they would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids. So,
Nah, but
you guys
I
ever
think
seen that
there's
shit?
actually
Jet fuel out of we let the jet fuel we released some of the jet fuel midair because it's easier to land, and we didn't, for some reason they didn't factor in that much fuel for landing or whatever. You guys ever heard that before?
no.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've heard of that actually.
Dude,
so
yeah.
when a plane's
There's
flying, it just dumps the oil out of the sky.
It's
No,
fuel
the
sometimes.
fuel.
Sometimes
Yeah, because it evaporates.
out the wings, they say. And so, like a year or two ago, in the LA neighborhood in Glendale, kind of by where I live, there's an elementary school, and they got sprayed with a bunch of gas from a plane. And then they came out with a whole explanation where like planes often will do that because they didn't factor in that much fuel for landing. You know,
You know what doesn't get talked about enough is the two planes that just magically disappeared. One that supposedly crashed in Pennsylvania, which there's
And
absolutely
disappear ground.
no wreckage of, and the Pentagon. Where,
Yeah, yeah,
where'd
weird.
those planes go? They just incinerated.
This at
And they
9/11
took
was
all the
my
CCTV
waking
away.
up. Yeah,
I think the
after
same camera.
9/11.
They had the same camera system set up at the Pentagon as they did to videotape the atomic bomb testing in the 40s.
With the miniature houses.
Yeah, it was actually telemetry data that was destroyed.
Have you watched those atomic bomb videos lately?
No, they've changed them though, huh?
If you can find the old ones, just go back and look at it. The smoke's huge compared to the building. I just look at, oh man, they're like little matchbox houses.
Yeah.
Wait, so do you believe the nuclear bombs are fake, or that the footage is fake, or both?
I'm
I
not
don't
sure
think they
about that
are.
one, man. I'd
I
probably
think
lean
if they
towards
did, they
that they
wouldn't
don't
fake.
exist.
I think what it is, bro, is the DEW. And that's plain and simple. They've had that for a long time. It's super inexpensive. They can minimize the damage to almost like pinpoint exactly what they want to damage. You know what I mean, without the unnecessary destruction of their infrastructure. You know.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make sense in some of the footage that you see like the whole entire structure of the house get destroyed, but the camera is completely stationary.
Yeah, and doesn't
You know
move.
And also,
Yeah.
the
wouldn't
best
like
footage.
the radiation rays like damage the film because they wasn't like a digital camera, or like
Yeah,
wouldn't
they weren't magnetic.
the
Yeah.
electromagnetic pulse even on a digital camera, wouldn't it just shut the electronics off?
The
Yeah,
best
for sure.
footage is in Terminator 2. If you guys watch Terminator 2, you can see the best footage of the of that bomb.
That's actually a sick film though.
That's
But
probably
yeah,
the best.
when she gets nuked, yeah.
Oh yeah, and all her skin starts flying off.
Yeah.
As if she'd
That's
be
the thing
still
is
holding on
like,
to the fence, though. You know.
even though Hollywood's dodgy, they make some good films sometimes, like Alien 1, Alien 2, pretty good. Even though it's like all the that's the problem is they're kind of good at this stuff.
Neil
Yeah.
Armstrong, Neil A is alien backwards.
Where do you come up with all this shit?
I just like words. When I look at words, they rearrange and go into like alphabetical order, or like I read them backwards all the time. Mm.
Like synesthesia with words, is it?
It's like what?
Synesthesia? What's that? Where you like days of the week have colours and stuff like that.
Yeah, I do see stuff like that. Like the only time I don't is when something's handwritten by somebody. But if it's typed or printed, it just starts doing it. I don't know why, but it's gotten worse the older I get. I'll tell you one thing though, nothing except for talking about flat Earth will get a chick to want to leave that I've like recently like you know what I mean, and I'm chilling with. Everything's going good. You know, just open my mouth and like they're like next thing you know, I'm like by myself and they're gone. Yeah.
Nah, bro, you have to just
Ease into it,
play
mate.
it in like a funny way. You got to make them
Yeah.
laugh.
Yeah. I get so into like what I start talking about that it's really weird. Like a lot
No, you
of
got to
chicks.
ask them the questions. You got to let them talk in it, because otherwise,
Yeah.
their attention span goes away. So I just ask them questions, and I got this one girl to watch what is it, New Pearl Harbor on YouTube. Like we weren't
Oh, yeah.
watching a fucking Disney film or anything. We were watching New Pearl Harbor. This is
No,
great.
you guys are doing this all wrong. All you got to do is when you're engaged in the act, make her say the Earth is flat. She'll do it.
Oh yeah.
She'll do
Reprogram
it.
our mind. That's crazy. High level tactic.
That's
Right.
mind control, Paul.
Yeah. He's been reading the this document on MK
Yeah,
Ultra. He's
yeah.
figured it out.
Project Monarch.
What's
He's the
Project
boss.
Monarch? What's the
Well, you know
what's the
the monarch
difference?
butterfly. You know the monarch butterfly.
Nah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
It's an
you see
orange
people with
butterfly
these.
with black dots all over it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's an orange butterfly with like black dots all over it, like leopard
Right.
dots. Right,
You
right here
see
by
people
where I
with
live, they have
tattoos
one of
on
the
there.
they got one of the biggest monarch refuges in the world right here in Santa Barbara.
So
You ever see all these like superstar pop stars with that butterfly tattooed on their body?
oh damn. Well, yeah, because they have I'm not going to say too much about Kanye, obviously, but he did have a handler who was like ex-intelligence and stuff, so that's quite common. Is that they do
Holly
that
weird.
stuff?
Like
Yeah, yeah,
weirder than
yeah.
you think it is, man. Yeah. Fuck that. Turn your
And they
TV
always
off
do like
and listen to
the
music.
yeah. I heard something about music being all at a certain hertz, which is
440.
damaging to your brain. Yeah, 440. Yeah.
Yeah. They changed that a long time ago.
To
You
keep
can
you
see Detroit,
your right
great
brain.
America, with music. There's a certain group in America that has just been destroyed by the music that is promoted and pushed to that community. You guys know what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Well,
You
they
talking
get
about
the
Yeah.
Christian
rappers to do like humiliation rituals now, where they get them in like dresses and stuff.
You guys talking about Christian rock and roll?
No.
Yeah, mate.
Like what you did there.
You know
Even with the
exactly.
Christian
Yeah.
stuff, like in America, you have the I forget his name, but there's that televangelist with like the super jet or whatever.
Oh yeah, those guys, Brooks.
But generally, I'm quite interested in Christianity. I think that it's quite persuasive.
You'll get a lot of those conversations in here, mate.
Mm. Well, in Genesis, it talks about Earth having a firmament, like a dome, and I guess you could argue, oh, that's
Does
an
it refer
atmosphere.
to a? Does it refer to a tent?
I
Like
don't
a tent?
might do.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure
think so.
either.
You
And I
know what's
think
funny?
also in the Bible it
A
talks
lot
about the four
of
corners of the earth, which doesn't
a
really.
lot
How
of
would you say four corners
that's
on a globe?
Christians will say that firmament's just metaphorical. He's talking about the exosphere and the atmosphere. You know what I mean? The edge of space. It's something that actually is within a certain mile distance. They say, but it's theoretical, not tangible. But yet it's also literal. You know what I mean? They bounce satellite frequencies off of the exosphere, which isn't something you could see, taste, touch, feel, or hear, allegedly, but it's something you can bounce signals off of. And it's something if you put enough pollutants up there, we'll get burned from the sunlight because we'll get too many UV rays. But it's not something you can see, taste, touch, feel, or hear. But yet it has all these actual physical qualities about it. You know?
Physical but not physical.
Yeah, double standard like a motherfucker.
Like spinning but not spinning. It's not spinning,
Yeah.
therefore it must be spinning.
Yeah,
Or
it's physical force,
it
therefore
looks
it's
flat.
gravity.
It
Whoever
looks
was
flat,
touching
therefore it
on
must be curved.
Right?
whoever was touching on the music thing earlier, it's the same thing with like EDM and trance music. It's to keep your endorphins and stuff pumping and to get your
Well,
system so you sit and want that crave.
I'm a '90s rave puppy, so.
Oh, I know. I'm guilty of this shit too. I grew up in the '90s, so like.
No, yeah, I listen to all rap and stuff.
No, but like
So
I did a lot of like music theory and stuff and like learning that and the frequencies and combining like certain elements and lyrics with certain frequencies on top of that can really like
Yeah.
fucking program people's brains. It's fucking interesting shit.
Oh yeah. What was that what was that American like group that got behind all the music and stuff like that. Something project. Fuck, I wish dude was still in here.
You're talking about project? Are you talking about Project Mockingbird?
Nah. It was, you know how they got all the like
Say
artists
it again, mate.
in the 60s.
Say
What's
that
that?
again, mate. Say that again. What did you ask?
Oh, they've got a group behind all the musicians in the 60s and stuff like that. It was
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name of it, but I know what you're talking about. Like Jim Morrison was a part of it, Jimi Hendrix,
yeah.
all of them. Yeah. Oh, it's the something club.
Oh,
Fuck, Sunshine Club, some shit like that.
No, it's
yeah.
not
Oh, the
that.
ones them lot who died all the same way, like.
Yeah.
Nah, that's 25 Club, but it's actually a like fuck, I gotta
And they
like
all owned a very specific ranch too, if you noticed.
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Jared Leto owns that ranch right now.
correct.
Is it in
That's what I'm
California?
talking about.
Is it ranch in California?
I
Yeah,
believe so. Yes.
used to be an old
Yeah.
studio.
Yep.
Hey,
Exactly, Dimbo.
on this, that ranch that you guys are talking about, right? It is actually located on the property. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this. One of the biggest rocket testing facilities in the world. It's called the Santa Susana Rocketdyne Facility, owned by NASA and Boeing, and it's actually right here in the county where I live in Ventura County. It's in Simi Valley, at the edge of where like the LA border is, or near Hollywood, and where a couple of the ranches are. They had the Charles Manson one, and the other one you guys are talking about. But that it's actually on the property of the Santa Susana Rocketdyne Testing Facility, where in 2018, one of the major California wildfires just happened to start on the property because they were getting sued. If you guys ever look up Mothers Against Santa Susana Rocketdyne Facility in California, you're going to see all these women who are protesting and taking it to court because people have been getting a super rare form of cancer who live within 12 miles of this place for years and years. And so the place was ordered to shut down. They're going to court red taping it for years and years. Finally, in May of 2018, they told them you have 6 months in order to shut it down. Otherwise, the feds are going to shut it down. And about a week before that date came up, a fire called the Woolsey Fire and the Hill Fire, and they combined them two into the Woolsey Fire. And that was when in 2018, when you seen all the celebrities' houses getting burned up, and it was like it shadowed the Chico fire. I mean the Paradise Fire. Even though the Paradise Fire was worse, it came in its shadow. It happened the same day, but it continued for like a month. Anyway,
Interesting.
yeah.
You
It
could
was
just
called
keep going.
Lookout Mountain Ranch, by the way.
You could just keep going with these things, couldn't you? Like, and everything seems to link to each other.
It does, bro. You want to hear some crazy stuff? Okay, so the Paradise Fire was called the Campfire, and it was November 8th of 2018, right? So Paradise was lost that day. It burned down. Well, if you guys have ever heard of a famous author named John Milton, who originally wrote the screenplay Paradise Lost in the 1600s, he died November 8th, 1674, the same day of the Paradise Fire, November 8th. Weird, huh?
Oh, they put everything in front of us, dude. It's in our movies, it's in our music. It's all shown to us ahead of time. They have to.
Yeah,
It's the rule. It's the rules of the world we live in.
I know.
Might
It's called Less Than
be
Happy.
back later. Catch it.
Well, gentlemen, if you guys want some flat earth rap music that I made, I'll post a couple songs on the live stream, and you guys have a good night, okay?
Yeah, take care, man. Thanks for coming in here.
Thank you, bro.
Hey, bro, hold on, bro. Let me talk to
What
you
up?
real quick. Hey, you make music?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
well,
a flat Earth rapper, bro.
okay, if you a rapper,
Flutter day,
you want to make
man.
some flatter song, bro. I'm gonna add you real quick or whatever, cause I'm trying to get some project going with the Flatters music and stuff. So I'm a music producer
Oh yeah.
and yeah, audio
Go check
engineer at
out
the same
Flutter
time.
Day.
But yeah, so but yeah, man, let me add you real quick so before you leave.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
Yeah, we'll
Here,
we'll we'll
I'm
do
gonna
some
put the
projects together. Yeah.
I'll put the playlist right here. Hang on.
Okay. All
Here
right, brother. I'm not gonna hold you up, but I just add you already, so you
we
take
go. Okay.
care.
Hey,
We'll talk later.
I. just posted it right there in the Oh, do you want me to send it to your direct your DM?
It don't matter, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check it out regardless. So,
Okay, bro.
all right.
I just accepted you right now. Okay.
Okay. All right. Take
Cool.
care. Have a good night.
All right, bro. You have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Talking about conspiracies, one of the newer ones that I find fascinating and kind of funny is, rap music. Rappers, when I was growing up, they were tough guys, badasses, real men, manly men. And
You right?
nowadays, a lot of people don't know this, but all the major rappers, they're all homosexuals.
I know. It's so
Everyone.
sad.
Now, you can't tell me that's an accident. I think they're trying to um, push that in that community, to so that they embrace it more because it was really not accepted a lot in that community.
I know.
So I think what I mean, and
Yeah.
it's obvious, right?
It's really sad, bro. It's really, really sad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then with the Ice Spice stuff, they try and masculinize the women, like make it all about chasing money and stuff.
Yeah,
But
look what
and
they're doing to young girls. They take these young girls before they're 18 and they make them these pretty little cute singers, and these younger girls are looking up to these girls who are almost about to turn 18, and then they turn 18 and become total whores. And these little girls that are 12 and 13 are still watching them, still admiring them, still love them. And now this girl is doing gyrations on the stage like she's humping the stage. They're all whores. It's having a horrible effect on girls and all
Hey, bro,
you know.
you're saying war like it's a bad thing, bro. Come on.
Yeah, well,
but
women, they're destroying women and their value and their worth, and yeah.
I think what they're doing to guys is way worse, bro. Like Little Nas X, with that video where he's in prison. It's so gross.
no, the worst one is the one with the devil.
Yeah,
Right, you
well,
seen that?
that's both pretty damn bad, dude. It's disgusting. Makes me feel uneasy inside. I mean,
Well, and the thing is, kids sing the
dude.
song like you see that song being played on like daytime radio. It'd be one thing if it was only played at like
Yeah.
late night or at nightclubs, but it's played like everywhere. Like you say, he's like top of the charts, and you don't, like what was Little Nas X famous for before that? He got that song Rodeo or whatever. Like his music wasn't that good, so it's being pushed by the label, which has all the money.
Yeah, his music wasn't
Man,
good like the Island Boys. Those guys have real talent. You know what I mean?
funny how all these fucking no names just get so popular and get so hooked on people so fast out of nowhere, right?
It's just it's location, location, location. They don't have to be good or anything. They just keep pumping it and pumping it and pushing and pushing it.
I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's what it is.
You don't think they're pushed? They push it in the mainstream so people think that it's good. They're like, it's not good,
Oh,
but everybody.
there's push, but I think they have a little extra hand on their push, if you know what I'm saying here.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, that's the only kind of thing they're pushing. Yeah,
There's
yeah,
some deals being made. There's devil in the details, as it were.
dude, blood sacrifices, bro. Yes, you're right.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's got these fucking no-name people that just come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, he's super popular. All the
Yeah,
people
like
nowadays
that's
don't want to be a thing. They want to be a status. They just want to be famous or popular.
And a lot of the music now is trash, bro. Like I
Oh yeah.
can't. Yeah, it's
no, it's
freaking trash.
recycled trash. It's recycled trash, bro.
Yeah, just trash.
Half of
When I
the
think
music
about when
out
I
there, if not
first
more, is
like
literally just stolen and rehashed other songs already.
when I think about music and stuff, when I first started getting into music when I was really young, right? And even as I got older, I think about all the music I listened to. I was just told, "Hey, this is good."
Mm-hmm.
You know, I never really got to explore a lot of music and artists that you don't see on the TV.
And you know what's
You know what I
funny?
mean?
They
It's
do
like,
it to everyone. Oh, hey, this is your ethnicity. You're gonna listen to this music. You're allowed to listen to this
yeah,
kinds of music. You know, they fucking
yeah,
segregate us in
it's
like
crazy.
multiple planes and levels and different things, and people just don't realize that.
I mean, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember like record stores and things, but you'd go in there and
Oh, dude, Rasputin
there was
Records. Fuck yeah.
just a sea, yeah, of CDs and whatnot in there, and I probably didn't even look at a quarter of it. I just knew who I liked because it was on the radio, and I was told, "Hey, this is what's good," and I never like went through and really looked at everything that was available.
Yeah, and when people sign these record deals and stuff, they literally have it in the contract, so you're not allowed to promote Jesus. You're not allowed to promote religion. Like they literally will tell you what to promote. And of course,
Well,
a
yeah,
lot
that's
of
what
them will
they
have
mean when these
NDAs as
people
well.
in these. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm done now.
When these actors and these musical artists, they will actually come out and say, "Yeah, I sold my soul." You know what that actually
Man, everyone
means
thinks they're
is
just losing their mind. No, they did.
no, no. What it means is they now belong to that record label or to that movie studio. And that persona you see in the public when they're out having coffee or anywhere in the streets, that's still an act. That's not a real person. They're still an actor and they're not allowed to have a true voice of their own. They're a mouthpiece for that music um label or for that studio, that film studio. They're not allowed to have their own opinions on things. They're not allowed to deviate from whatever narrative that studio wants pushed. So you're really giving up yourself, and they're always acting, they're always performing, even when you think they're not. They are,
Mm.
because you can't actually sell your soul.
Yeah, well, maybe there's definitely probably a level of like esoteric rituals they do, but yeah, of course, like when they do the contract, they're made to adopt certain behaviors on and off the stage, on and off the microphone. But yeah, I don't really listen to too much mainstream stuff, but my favorite artist is Kanye West, and he's extremely mainstream. So, or he's now known as Ye, but.
Yeah, and using music and movies to steer the younger generations, that's been going on forever. I mean, they did it in the 60s with the sex, drugs, and rock and roll movement. That's all psyops.
Oh, it absolutely was because they said, "Oh, this huge, things going on: sexual liberation, sex, drugs, and rock and roll." When it actually really wasn't going on, but by saying it was, everyone's like, "Oh, let me look into it now," and they just created it out of nothing. It's fucking crazy.
But then, what did they know? What did they know would happen with the advent of like Hollywood and media, right? What did they know would happen if they put out a certain narrative that gave the impression that it restricted people's freedoms? What did they know would happen? People would make fucking movies about it.
They're doing fucking testing behind the scenes. They always are. That's where all the fucking money goes to. There's shit they do the world will never know about.
Designed to like pull on your heartstrings and make you feel this certain way, and you feel compelled. Like, but most people, they feel like in the movie there's an ending where you feel this, oh yes, justice was served or whatever, so you don't feel the necessity to actually go out in reality and make any changes. You feel like it's already done. You're appeased. You're like, yes, you know.
You know, another little trick they like to do in the movies too is they interweave a lot of truth and a lot of things they're actually doing in these movies so that when you try to speak to people about it, they just think it's some, you know, movie shit that you watch too much TV.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're like, "Oh, dude, you got that from a movie."
Hey, the
Because
term
truth is
conspiracy theory came from the CIA.
yeah, truth is always stranger than fiction.
The revelation of the method, they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. It's all about consent.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
this is just my belief, but I think the greatest conspiracy of all was the devil and you know, convincing everybody that he doesn't exist.
See, it was easy for me because, like, I was kind of religious before, and then when I discovered flat Earth, it's like, well, if Earth is flat, that means, you know, there's a creator, and therefore God is real, and I've seen evil in the world, so that also is my second indicator that there has to be an opposite. So, too much adds up. Devil's got to be real. Plus, some of the fucking heinous shit you see that goes on in this world.
I think all they need to do is give you the sense, you know, that there is this option on the table that there's no accountability.
Exactly. It's not your fault. You didn't choose this.
Yeah, I wonder when you know when they started pushing the heliocentric model and when it really took root, um, how many people left religion and how many people just became, you know, what I guess you call atheists. I wonder if that really had an effect when they started doing this whole science thing and heliocentrism.
They traded one white robe for another.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you had a bunch of people in those white robes, pretty much dictating to you your reality and what was going to happen to you if you do this or do that, or if you give us this, give us that, and you know you do these things, then you might be okay. And now it's yeah, the guys in the white coats saying that give us this money, we'll sort it out, we can smash the asteroids away and all
We'll solve all your problems. You just give us a little money and have a little faith in us, and we'll take care of it for you.
Exactly.
Funny how that works, man. It's little things here and there you start to pick up and notice as you get farther into this shit. You're just like, holy crap, man.
Yeah, and it's funny how they didn't have to really change much, like fire and brimstone from heaven.
Yeah. It's funny, man, like how much of this shit actually goes on in Israel. Like, I talked about it before, like in the military, we picked up like cargo containers full of like people and kids. Like, I know like that human trafficking shit's real and it's disgusting, and how frequent and often it goes on is like so understated. There's just so much that goes on we don't know about.
When I was a young man, I uh, hung out with some pretty ruthless people, and I got into drugs a lot, selling drugs and whatnot. And I noticed, when I was in high school, everything was just marijuana, and
Hmm.
there's no heroin. I never heard of heroin. I never saw heroin. And then they invaded Afghanistan, which is one of the largest growers.
Yup.
Yeah, you know where I'm going
Yup.
with that. The largest
Yup.
growers, you know,
Wasted a
poppy
couple of years of my life for that shit
in
too.
the world. And then shortly after, heroin was fucking everywhere. Just the streets were flooded with heroin. Are you telling me that those two things aren't related?
They absolutely are, man. You think we're just gonna leave all that behind and just let it go to waste? Absolutely not. Alphabet Soup Agency boys got to do something with it.
Yeah, so it's just out of nowhere. Just heroin was everywhere where I'm from, anyways. I'm sure it was in other places, you know. But yeah, just it took over.
I'll say when I was in high school, it was pot, and then like ecstasy and like Molly and stuff started coming out.
Yeah,
Shit.
when I got out of high school, yeah, I was like in my early 20s when X came about, and um, yeah, I didn't like. I don't know. I never really liked it. And then
I couldn't
you
even
when you
fucking, bro. The
when you
fact they were
deal in
just like,
that
this shit
thing
can literally put a
of
hole in your brain.
graduate
I'm like, I'm good.
graduate levels, right? You start out in
Mhm.
weed, and then you kind of go to pills. Then next thing you know, you're slanging coke. But yeah, I'm not bragging. I'm not proud of it, and it's just something I did, and it's
Everyone's
important
allowed to
to
have fun here and there.
be peaceful and share things with people.
In
You know,
the
maybe
in the UK,
you
it's
just
more
didn't notice
common
that.
to do like ketamine and shit. Weird.
I can't understand you, bro.
Yeah, hello? Wait, am I coming over correctly, or is it all like roboting?
You're a little. How do I explain it? It sounds like a little fuzzy.
Woman, I'll disconnect, reconnect.
It's funny, like, okay, moving too, right? So,
Hello?
any girl that I
Yes,
was
yes,
ever
yes.
with
Reconnect.
before um the movie 50 Shades of Grey came out, nobody ever said, choke me, slap me. As soon as that movie came out, every girl that I was ever with right after that movie, it was all that. It's insane.
That's not true. Latinas like that.
Okay, well, okay. I don't have that experience with them.
But then again,
Probably,
that could just be me sticking my dick in crazy. So who knows?
yeah. I've only been with white and black girls, so
But I do know what you're saying. It's this power of suggestion, man. They put it out there and it gets on people's minds. They start thinking about it and it starts becoming a part of them. They're like, do I like that? Should I like that? Does everyone
right.
else like that? Maybe I need to like that. Like it's like people are robots and they're deciding, should I get this latest update or not?
Yeah, it's so crazy. It's powerful too, man. These devices, these phones, social media. It's
Oh,
amazing.
everyone jokes about the coming zombie apocalypse. We're already in it. We are the zombies with our phones, man. Look at the people's posture. They're holding their arms out, staring at this little device like a zombie. They know what they're doing.
we know, really crazy shenanigans that they've been up to over the years. Imagine the shit that's going on that we don't know about.
Oh, you don't want to get me started in all that kind of stuff, like things like Tartaria or stuff like that. Or if you want to get into the now, Russia's been putting out a bunch of new stuff about what's actually in the North Pole, or what they're saying supposedly already in the North Pole, and why we're not allowed to go there. Apparently, there's a bunch of fucking frozen underwater structures and ice and shit down there. How'd that get there?
Well, and what would I have a problem with that, because what would be their motivation to say that?
Oh, to stir up shit. To stir up shit.
Crazy.
Think about, here's the thing I think we don't think about very often, and that's how impressionable, like as Americans, we are. I think that's something we don't realize is we're more impressionable than I think many other cultures are. The latest thing comes out on TikTok trend or the latest YouTube trend comes out, everyone's doing it. It's on the news, public media's got it, like it's everywhere. It's like I say, everyone's a robot, and the latest updates coming out on what's in and what's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
I'm
hey,
outside,
I do have
and the
a question.
moon. Yeah, go ahead.
People
I do
don't
have a
really
question for you guys.
when they don't develop their own personality. It's really given to
You
them.
know why they don't develop their own personality? Because evil cannot create anything new. It can only corrupt or change what already exists.
Right.
Go ahead, Kimbo. I know you want to say something.
Yeah. So I'm just curious what you guys think about the moon map, because I hear a lot of well, I'm not gonna say a lot, a pretty good amount of flat earther talking about, that's real, it's the best explanation, all that,
I'll tell you.
crap.
Oh,
So
hey, look, there's a huge fucking possum right here on my fence. Hello, mama. um, I mean, like, people talk about, you're talking about how, like, the continents can match up with, like, a good section of, like, the moon, and how it almost is like a map of, like, our realm, right?
yeah, something like that.
I see what you mean, and I've seen the pictures or, like, the examples people use and show and stuff, and if you actually get a
I can't.
telescope and look at the moon and like actually compare like the photograph to that and not see like they're just bullshitting you, like
That's what I'm saying.
a lot of it adds up. But to me, I would need like something secondary or additional on top of to add on to me. It's just like if the world is laid out supposedly Antarctica's or like the edge of our lake that we're in, like what about this extra segments of the moon that's on there? Like what's there,
Yeah,
Or what's that supposed to be? It's just, I don't know. But then again, that requires too many other things, like being able to go to the North Pole and being able to go past the 60th parallel, which we cannot do.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
think that's pretty interesting too. I think it's a little hypocritical though for us to look up at the moon and try to figure out what the land looks like, and since we tell
I know.
Glovers
In
all the time, hey,
in
what are
that
you
way,
looking up
yes.
for to figure
I
out
don't think. Yeah,
where
I
you're
get what you're
standing?
saying.
But,
I
it's
don't think that's
fascinating.
what they were trying to say. I think they were just trying to say like a lot of like the shapes on the moon and shadows and shit are very weird because they add up to what the continent shapes would be on a flat Earth map, and they're saying it's not that it is, but that it's an interesting coincidence.
But
Mm.
none of us in this chat know what the continents look like.
No, absolutely not. I've only ever seen everything from a fucking level plane, either highest being an airplane. From my personal experience, at least.
Yes.
I'll tell you
I
though what.
mean, shit.
You want to know if the world's fucking flat or not? Join the Navy and get on an aircraft carrier and have them transit any ocean. You'll learn it's flat. That was my fucking main like questioning point before I was like a real flat earther. It was just like, how can I see like hundreds of miles? Like, and I can see all these ships at varying distances and shit. They're not supposed to be there. I shouldn't see them.
Oh, we have somebody new here, right? Lone
Oh,
Crazy
do we?
Legs.
I ain't got any powers. I can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk low too, cause my wife's sleeping. So what's up, Crazy Legs? You can speak up if you want to.
You have voice privileges? I'm away from my desk. I'm out back smoking real quick.
Okay. Well, I guess he doesn't want to talk.
You know, was it globe earthers talk about, oh, gravity holds the gas in the air in place while it's spinning and stuff. No, it doesn't. Go look at any smoker outside. Look at them smoke. What's the smoke doing? It's moving all over the fucking place. When they blow it, it's going wherever they blow it. Like, absolutely fucking not.
I don't know, man. They just believe in anything. I think it's like a lot of them's like since the flat Earth, came out. They want
Yeah.
everything but flat.
I've developed a new theory on top of the not everyone's a real person theory. So I believe like some people are genuinely NPCs or just empty bodies or vessels out there. On top of that, I think some people are just not able to come to reality or the truth with the fact that Earth is flat.
Well, they've been taught since, a very young age to not question things.
You can make the
Don't,
argument we all
there's no
have,
reason to be
right?
curious. We have all the answers. Mhm.
You know what's funny?
I was,
I've been like pushing my dad this whole time, like for the longest time. I've been laying jokes here because he works for a military government company, Northrop Grumman or whatever they're called. Pardon me.
Bless you.
And they do satellites and stuff. So I always joke about, hey, where's the curvature? How do you guys measure, curvature over distance? And I'm like, where are your guys' marble pictures from your satellites? And he's like, yeah, and stuff. And he came over the other day and he starts bringing up like stuff, and he's just like, he's like, when I point my telescope level instead of pointing it up at the stars and stuff, he's like, I can see a lot farther than like we're just like supposed to be seeing. So now he's starting to get onto, I can see farther than I'm supposed to. He just got smart to point his telescope horizontally instead of up into the sky.
That's a good start.
Oh, it is. But he makes more jokes day by day about like things being flat. He's like, "Oh yeah, a football field's flat, right? Right?" I'm like, "Yep." So like just slowly day by day, it's like he's kind of saying like, "I agree with you, but I can't say I agree with you."
Well, you've been planting the seed, so eventually you're gonna, if he cares
Oh, my
enough.
dad's the practical guy. He's the one that taught me to question everything.
Okay.
He knew
So you learn a lot
once
from him.
he knew once 9/11 happened and all that stuff. He's like, nope, that's not happening. He knew the second it happened. He's like, I know by that explosion. Fun fact: compare that explosion that happened from when the plane hit to Die Hard's explosion of that tower. Tell me if there's a difference.
That's nothing new either. 9/11 wasn't a new thing. They've been doing
Oh
that
no,
forever.
they were putting in a
Oh,
bunch of movies and stuff ahead of time.
I think it was
yeah.
also in like a rap music too. I think it was like the message about the 9/11, September 9/11. Um, Man, I forgot. I seen it a long time ago in the rap music. Oh, in the video clips too. In some movie I forgot, but yeah, they put in the movie too. It's a long time ago. I forgot what movie it was. So
All they got to do is circumnavigate north and south direction to prove us wrong, and they can't do that.
It's never gonna happen.
Because it can't.
Yeah, they can't.
It's funny. I was watching a video that was explaining like there's a reason why there's all these like the Devil's Triangle and the Bermuda Triangle and stuff. It's if you actually go and look at the wreckages out of there, you'll find a lot of satellite and rocket wreckages in those areas.
Yeah, I thought about that a long time ago too. After I became flat earther.
Oh, don't fly
About
here. Planes won't work. Oh, don't go here. Your boat will just vanish.
yeah.
Nope. People have been going there, been finding shit.
Yeah, I think like another thing too, like all the ships or planes that go around that area at the time, and they just vanish, and we hear stories about it, you know, maybe it because the military shoot it down or
Well,
blow them up or
that
something,
or maybe something simpler, more cost efficient, which is do we actually have records of the people that were on those ships or planes, or records of said planes or ships? Or are these relatively ships that just happen to be created for the story? Who knows? Not saying either
That too,
way,
that
but
too, that too, yeah,
like who
yeah,
actually
you're
looks
right.
deep into this stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they create a bunch of story and maybe also like some of those and planes also got blown up too, but yeah, I get what you're saying on that part. Yeah,
Oh yeah, I mean, God bless
yeah.
my dad. He's the one that got me into conspiracies stuff because he proved to me that most sports, at least like football and baseball, are rigged. He
Hmm.
could predict almost anyone who would win every game, especially if there was a national like tragedy that happened in a certain area. Either
Hmm.
the football or the baseball team from that hometown, wherever that tragedy happened, or that state would win the championship of that season.
Wow,
You know, the
hey man,
NFL should be a sport.
if
Huh?
your dad stopped betting, bro, he'd be rich.
Oh, he's a Christian man. He
The
doesn't do
NFL,
betting.
Yeah.
they're classified as entertainment, and they're I don't know what the hell you call it, but the
Yep.
organization, the NFL, yeah, that
Yep,
not a
it's an
sport.
entertainment organization, not a sport like the
Yes.
WWE.
Hmm.
I unfortunately found that out with hockey as well. And when the whole, Las Vegas thing happened, Vegas Knights happened to win. They were team created that season and won the very next possible championship that came up after that.
Didn't that happen in the NFL too with Katrina and the New
Yep.
Orleans Saints then won the Super Bowl the following year?
Yep. And
Yeah, how
Boston.
convenient. Yeah,
Man, it's
it's
like my dad was on to shit, man. He was a smart guy.
so in your face. It's so in your face.
And give them bread and games and they'll be happy.
And if you're not into sports, well, we have this other thing called politics and Democrats and Republicans, and you can play that game too.
Oh yeah.
I never buy into none of that bullshit.
It's
Well,
fucking meaningless.
maybe kind of in beginning, like before I, start looking into like 9/11 and all this stuff, or the moon landing. But after that, man, I never believe anything anymore. I used to think that, there's a good guy, gonna, come out and save the world,
Oh,
like
there
certain
is.
politician.
I'm not a
Um,
politician,
yeah,
but
yeah, that's what I'm saying, like politician and stuff. Like I used to think like that, man, when I was growing up. And then when I came to America, I start looking to what happened to my country, why there's war, what happened and all that stuff. But I came to conclusion, oh, my country at the time was not in debt, so they create the conflict and they let us kill each other. And during that time, we didn't have no money. So guess what happened? So we need money, for weapons. We need money for the military and you know food supply, all that stuff, right? So where do we go? We go to the bank. And after the country got destroyed, guess what happened? We need to rebuild the country. Guess where we go again? The bank. So they make money off just us killing each other, destroy the country, destroy any like knowledge that within like almost anything. I'm not gonna say medicine and stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna go to that detail.
Oh,
But
bro, don't get
yeah,
me
so
started on fucking like World Wars One and Two. All of that's literally a family affair. All the major leaders of those nations of that time, Austria, Germany, France, the UK, and all that stuff, they're all relatives. If you look at the fucking bloodlines, they're all fucking related. It's all family matter.
I don't doubt it. Yep.
And we're all just fucking victims of it.
Yep.
That's one of the
And
things that it's the hardest thing for me, and the saddest thing is young men and women that join the military thinking they're
Oh
doing
yeah.
something and
I
protecting us and keeping our freedom secure, and it's all
my brother to this
bro,
day, I feel so defeated. I gave up 8 years of my fucking life, and like anyone that's joined, however long they serve, long or short, like when I saw fucking Biden just fucking run tail between his legs out of Afghanistan, I'm like, cool. We just wasted our time and our lives for fucking nothing, man.
Real men of genius.
That's a hard conversation to have with
Real men of genius.
friends. It's such a difficult thing to discuss. But
It sucks,
we
man. It sucks.
Oh, bro, it does, and it's funny how only guys really get emotional about that.
it is a
Like
deception.
we can only because we can fathom the loss, like the amount of loss. Just think about it in general, like how many lives just due to war have just been lost? Like it's unnecessary. All of it's unnecessary. We're
What's
fighting
worse
because some
is
guy said so. Fuck that.
exactly
and,
all
and you
that
know,
loss over what some politician told a lie.
War is just between two different people with different kinds of hats on.
Old
and you know
people
what?
with money sending young poor people to die.
And it's been that way
Exactly.
forever.
Yeah, you know what I said. I think like after the Ukraine and Russia, get into it, and I said that's right. I said they need to come up with the international law when two leaders are having beef with each other. Guess what? We should put them in a cage, let them fight till death. That's what we need to do.
Nah, not till death,
Not
because
all national
then
leaders should
you
have a
don't make
fucking like
money.
cage
You
match.
make a pay-per-view and you put boxing gloves on it, and you have to stop them so nobody gets hurt, and just make them box for like a couple
Yeah.
rounds.
The only problem with that is the people that were presented as the real leaders, they're not leaders of shit.
Well,
Well,
it's because those that need to be in power don't want to be in power.
society has a bad habit of putting the people who are least capable of doing a job at the top and most pinnacle point of it. And it's like, yeah, here you go. And then they expect them to just be perfect and do all these things. Meanwhile, they've got a bunch of like glorified idiots helping glorify the idiot. They take care of, make sure they don't fall over. No, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything wrong. They're cleaning up all the messes.
Yep.
My butt's been wiped. No. Remember that clip with Biden where it sounded like
Yep.
Biden said that? It
Yep.
sounded like he said that.
Did you see, was it the fucking mainstream media news has been trying to push, maybe it's time to reinstate a new version of the draft. It's just like, cool. So, well, that means three different things. One, they're trying to, make everyone angry, which they're always doing, so that's a given.
They also made
Two,
it so that they can draft females.
yeah,
But
two,
this is like
that's coming in the future. Or three, that there's some kind of conflict that they're trying to push.
this is so far away from the topic.
Yeah,
But you're not wrong either. There's so much fear mongering that's done in order to generate this kind of anger and hatred or
Well, it's also a
fear where they're
pattern.
just yeah, it's a seasonal
They've
thing.
done it so many times, especially
Like, oh, it's draft
like I
season.
say, like from
Draft
from the
season, grab
90s,
your
yeah, from the
boots.
90s to the 2000s. I think this is due to internet and mainstream media nowadays and our technology, but like all these events aren't even just happening like once every couple years or every year. It's like we're having an event every week now, almost every
6
day.
weeks or so.
Every day almost there's something. So now we're just like, nah, bro. Like it's happened so often, we know the pattern. If X, Y, or Z happens, 1, 2, or 3 will happen. Like it's exhausting. That could also just be, you know, like the autism kicking in with pattern recognition, but who knows?
Well, they've definitely gotten better at, steering society into the direction they want them to go. Because I remember when I was a kid, you would see something implemented by them that was done on purpose, and you could see that they wanted people to start to accept something that
Yeah.
wasn't accepted in society, and it
Yeah,
would take
they
10.
plant the
It took
seeds.
a while for them
Yep,
to
a
take to it.
decade before as well. I was gonna say you're right.
Yeah, but
I
now,
got a theory about
like a
that.
couple of years, and it's accepted really quickly.
So, because they can't get us to accept, how do I say this kindly? Minor attracted adults, they can't get us to accept that. I think a lot of this trans or whatever LGBT, whatever stuff, I think the more degenerate side of that, at least, other than like actual people that say they are whatever they want to do, like I think that they're trying to get as much degeneracy accepted as possible so they can try and ease that in some way somehow. They can't get in the front door or the back door, but they're trying every fucking window.
Yeah, I believe that.
If they can't get it that way, they try it in the movies. They can't get it that way, they try it in the music.
And they push that in
Yep.
pornography a lot too. Some of your most popular pornography channels are like teen. It's always around teens and shit like that. It's like one of the most searched porn categories in the world.
You know the
That
crazy things too
or
is like
family
this, right?
stuff.
They
Oh
they
yeah, yeah.
got
That's
uh,
they're,
they got
yeah.
all this freaking music talking about killing each other all the time,
Oh yeah.
selling drugs, prostitution and all that shit, right? But then they want to censor us. I mean, they did censor us, and but how does that make sense? And you seen a bunch of fucking comments under like YouTube comments, whatever, like, oh, you guys should not have a platform. Don't give them a platform. Oh, these people should die. These people, oh, I wish they never exist. Where these people
It's
come from?
because you're
Like,
running on
bro.
version 1776. They're running on version 2023. You need to update your program, Kembo. That's what's going on. It's almost like it's they don't even care about what you're saying anymore. It's the fact that you're not saying what they are saying. They don't even care about the substance of what you're saying. You're not agreeing, so therefore, zero value. It's
It's
scary, everyone jokes about simulation theory.
it's
Yeah, well
fucking
there's
backward,
a lot
man.
of fucking parallels to how fucking robotic these people are.
Yep. It's backward, man. Everything is fucking backward now and shit. Yeah.
Well, shit, maybe it's not that people are NPCs, but that they are literally turning us into NPCs with everything now.
Hmm.
The slow degradation of the mind.
You
An
know,
infinite number of things.
yeah, but I did talk to like people from India, um I talked to a few of them and stuff. I do ask them to like, oh, do you guys believe in this heliocentric model about Big Bang, about evolution and all that bullshit, dinosaur, whatever. But they did mention about, yeah, maybe they do believe in dinosaur, but yeah, but they don't believe in the Big Bang, the heliocentric model. They have their own god or whatever. Um, and they don't believe that the Earth is moving and all that stuff. So maybe they are flat earthers too, but not in the way that we are. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know too much. You know, like the stuff that we know. Which is good in a way. Which is good in a way. It's because,
Yeah.
if this kind of information reach out to, their people in their language, that would be a good thing too.
Yeah. So, funny thing about dinosaurs. So, how they say, dinosaurs are related to like chickens and ostriches and all that stuff? If you take, the T-Rex's little arms and you
Yeah.
simply just like flip them over, the entire skeleton becomes that almost identical to of an ostrich. And ostriches, instead of having those little arms, what do they have? They have wings. And all these ancient cultures talked about dragons. I'm pretty sure they weren't wrong.
All I know is if a giant ass goose tried to eat me, I'd be like, "Oh my god!" And
Yeah.
then we would set on a crusade to try and kill that beast.
Yeah, in the same exact way they talk about dragons. Whatever you want to fucking name it, that would still be terrifying in the way.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
with the
believe in
dragons,
any form of evolutionary story, but if we're talking about
there's
giant
actually a
critters,
vulture. There's actually a vulture that actually eats bones. It's a carrion vulture, and it looks like an actual dragon. It's fucking
no,
vicious. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
I don't know. No. Okay, yeah.
It's
I need that
fucking
I
cool.
want
Look,
this picture so I can show it to my children.
yeah.
Hey, look at this.
Here is
Look,
the bearded
it's a.
vulture. That's what it's called.
Hey, look at this new Pocket Monster card I found.
Right?
It's
Look at
just a
this cool
picture of a
animal I figured
vulture.
out. Well,
see.
It's my new Pokemans. His power is he eats bones.
You said did you post a picture in
yeah,
live stream?
I'm about to.
Oh, okay.
Copy image. And live stream. Bam. It's posting now. Give it a second.
God.
Come on. There you go. Bam.
Oh. It looks pretty crazy.
Okay, but I actually would like to be friends with that thing, so I could just summon
I
it.
know, it's
and
fucking
then,
cool though, right?
Yeah, imagine if you
Yeah.
had two of them though, and somebody messed with you, and you didn't do anything. They were watching, and they saw some, and they just show up like, "We're your friends." Your enemy's like, "What the hell is even that?"
They just like, nah, I'm good. Later, bro.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell
Exactly.
is even that?
Yep. Thank you. I will say that's one of the couple conspiracy trains I do agree with. I do believe in the dragons, and I already know dinosaurs are fucking made up. So.
Well, dinosaur just means terrible lizard, so.
In the sense of what we currently know it or perceive it to be, they are not true.
And dragon is like basically serpent, dracon, like. So there were terrible lizards, but not all giant bones lizard bones.
Yeah.
So
but we also do have petrified reptiles like snakes and reptiles from that time. So
yeah.
I have a piece of petrified dinosaur shit.
A little bit of everything, just a whole lot bigger.
Yeah.
So
pretty much.
So I need to hear the like just maybe like a short claims with the evolution. Like what really happened? You know, what a comet came out of nowhere, hit Mars, and then the splash from Mars, you know, hit Earth or whatever. We got water. Like can somebody like give me like a short story?
A giant explosion from a singular atom happened for absolutely no reason at all, and then all of a sudden, fast forward to the future, you got this primordial soup where microscopic rocks started having sex or whatever, I guess, and life was formed from that into these little single cell whatever the hell things until they
basically rinse and repeat squared.
They crawled out of this they turned into fishies or whatever. They crawled out and evolved into rats that eventually became some kind of like monkey ape thing that lost all of its hair and got PTSD.
We diverge on different paths along different ways, and supposedly,
and then now for some reason everybody pays taxes or something. I don't know.
Oh, someone joining in that's muted. What?
Yeah, I never bought into that bullshit. Never bought into that bullshit
Well,
at all.
just the fact that the number of chromosomes alone that us and monkeys have that are different, like we have different number of chromosomes. So it's
Oh,
not
but
possible for
you're
us to
so
evolve
close
from
to
them.
having the same genetic structure of a banana or
Yeah, but
something.
no one wants to look at just the fact that the number of chromosomes are different means we cannot have come from them. Like that alone debunks everything.
There's, oh my god, there's so many things wrong with every aspect.
Oh,
Of, never
it's
mind.
like like I
Never
say,
mind.
their math literally disproves their math. It's
No, I was
infuriating,
just
and people
looking at
just
the
can't see it.
words. You
Asteroids
never
with
mind.
the dinosaurs. Did it kill the prehistoric fish in the ocean too?
No, they're still there in the deep.
I'm afraid of what's in the deep because I know we haven't explored what's in the deep.
I hate. Like, I used to
That's one of
enjoy
my
going to
very
the
few
ocean, but
fears is
also
what's
had
in the
this
deep
weird
deep.
like, you know, like
It's almost it's
when
an
you're out in the
instinct.
ocean,
You know something's there.
like the sea foam is moving and it has all this weird circular
Yeah.
spirals and stuff that kind of look like tentacles or something or gel
Oh
like.
yeah.
And then you've seen jellyfish out there before, but also you know that there's like things like octopus or whatever,
There are
squids and
giant
other shit
squid.
that's out. Yeah. So then being a kid or a teenager swimming out there and that and seeing that, and then also the sun is blinding you, so it's reflecting
Yeah.
off of you. You can't really see what's going on, and it's kind of murky, and something touches your foot.
And you're like, nope, I'm gone.
But nope, I'm out. So, like, there's strength, there's safety in numbers, or at least the illusion thereof. So we would get like things that we could float in and chill and hang out together, like all the cousins. When we would do like summer vacation. Everybody would go out for a week, and we'd go chill by the beach and do all kinds of random family event stuff, and it was cool. But nobody really wanted to be swimming alone, so we would all go hang out together. There was one time that there was this sandbar that formed, so we were just hanging out there on the sandbar, and the tide started coming in, which that had happened like before, like the past 2 days. This time when it happened, sharks were nearby, sand sharks, which they were small, but still, it was. Yeah, they started circling around, and we saw fins, and there's 3 of them, and I'm like, oh shit. Needless to say, everybody swam very quickly to the beach. Like the adults grabbed the kids and scooped them up. I'm like, we're out. Because there's only it was about 3 feet deep or that waist deep getting across it, but the tide was coming in, so it was about to get a whole lot deeper. About to lose a toe.
What?
I was joking about losing a toe, having sharks circle around.
Oh man.
Talking about sharks, man.
Nope.
You seen these girls swimming with shark, redirect them with their hand, push the head of the shark away, and then the
Sharks
shark
are
will
very
just,
instinctual, so like if you flail about like a fish, they're gonna snap like, hey, that looks like fin movement. Let me bite.
It's
I
that
wonder if
sense,
this
like
tastes
everyone
good.
says, don't like show fear around a dog. It's like same thing with a shark. It's like
If
they have
you,
like that innate sense, and just if
all
you
right,
are calm and collected about yourself and control the situation, they will allow you to control the situation.
if you saw a mountain lion and you decided, hey, I'm gonna squat down on the ground and start jumping around really fast like a rabbit. How do you think that would go? I'm just
it's probably gonna
saying.
attack you.
Yeah, it's gonna jump right on you at like, hey, this looks
Yep.
like prey, and jump right on you. And the same thing applies to sharks.
See
You
a
can't make
shark.
movements.
See a shark just become a jellyfish.
It's like the shark thing. Let me flail about like a fish and see if it doesn't try and take a nibble, because it recognizes that I am not a shark like it. I'm something else. Most shark
I mean,
bites are just that.
I
They're
think it was like
just
2 years ago. You guys seen this guy got chased by a mountain lion? You know, on a trail, and he
Oh,
just
you talking
keep
about
walking
yeah.
backward. Yeah, man. Looked like the mountain lion by the, you know, bite his ass, and he didn't even have anything on him, right, at the time. Yeah, he just kept throwing rocks, or whatever.
You gotta
Had
That's
him.
smart.
fight back or
It's smart
walk
to do because if you throw rocks, it's gonna be like, oh wait, stop. You know, my prey usually doesn't do this.
walk while
Yeah.
maintaining eye
Yeah.
contact and like a steady pace where you're
Yeah.
looking directly at it, but don't run. If you run,
Oh
they're gonna be
yeah,
like,
you run,
"Ooh,
you fuck.
prey."
Yeah,
But do not
that
turn
would
your
Yeah,
have.
back to it. Do not turn your back to it.
Yeah.
yeah, because you turn your back to it, and they're gonna think, "Oh, fight or flight. Flight mode kicked in. All right, let's go."
Yeah.
And it's gonna go after you because it's still in fight mode and it's ready to get you. It's ready to get anything. It's just instinctual. It's the
You basically
programming.
just bore it out is what you do.
Yeah, I'm
I
thinking about
remember a
next
video.
year.
Dude was on a bike and a bear was
Or you
chasing him,
just
and
do
he's
what your
like, "Oh
God-given
my
right should
god!"
be, which is just pull out your gun and just handle it. But
Not
I'm
everything
thinking
has to
about
resort to
going
violence.
camping next year, and that kind of got in my head a little bit.
where I live
If I
out
do
here,
go,
Remember this: if you're
where I
ever out
live,
in the
you
wilderness or
have to.
anything, these animals have never heard a human. They've never heard singing before, for the most part, I'm sure. And the way that you can control your voice is something they can't do. If you automatically instinctually go to a reactionary state of fear, they're going to recognize that instinctually and know what that is. But if you sing at them in a way or talk to them in a sing-songy way, you can actually control the situation.
Oh,
But you
not
have to
where I
keep
live.
your
We have like
voice under
feral.
control.
We have like feral like shit out here, like real bad shit. Like
And
we have to kill almost on sight if they're on
oh
property out
yeah,
here,
so
because
there's
they will kill or maul you if they get any
especially
kind of
things that,
chance.
well, if it's in a pack mentality, they're going to roll with the pack. So, and if
well,
something's
that
become accustomed or acclimated to something, they're going to keep doing their habit. Sorry,
yeah.
Kimbo.
Well, I think I'm gonna freaking if I do go camping, of course I'm gonna pack my heat with me, regardless, cause
Oh yeah,
I don't know
anywhere
what's
else I
out there.
absolutely agree with what he's saying. It's just up here
Yeah,
it's just they're fucking they're crazy. We're at we don't really know why. They're just all like that up here.
my point is this: have the ability to defend yourself, but try to command it to leave first.
Oh,
Like,
bro, I'm an animal charmer. I'm fucking Snow
yeah,
White as a guy.
because you can talk to animals. They'll recognize your vocal tones and stuff, but you have to have confidence. It has to come from your gut. It's got to come from
Yeah.
like that inner strength type thing,
Everyone
because
needs to
they have
be
to know it's
more in
real.
tune with their instincts. Their instincts aren't to be
Yeah,
fucking something to be, just glossed over. We have them for a reason. Like that uncanny valley shit. We developed that
yeah.
for a reason.
On the other end of the spectrum, don't try and like talk your way out of a fight with a bear that's clearly got like hunger in its eyes and it's
This
like
isn't
running at
D&D and you're
no.
not a druid. Let's
Yeah,
be honest.
yeah. Your charisma is not that high.
Yeah.
You are not about to enchant a bear.
What do you guys think
Unless
about
if you have a
coyote?
guitar, you might. If you pull out a guitar on a bear who's never seen one before, what the hell is even
Yeah.
that?
What do you guys think about coyote? Have you guys ever heard any story about coyote
Yes,
attack?
I saw a video of a
Yeah.
bunch of coyotes out in this guy's backyard, and he just kind of gently opens up his back porch door,
Oh,
rips this huge fart, and all of the yapping of the coyotes just drops to dead silence. And I'm like, damn.
I've seen both spectrums of coyote, both viciously like violent and also like adorably just like, hello human, love me.
Yeah, some of them, if you exert kind of a dominance thing,
Yeah.
they'll just be like, okay, that
Yeah.
guy's the biggest guy in the room. All right, I ain't messing with him. But
yeah.
then other ones, yeah, if they think that they can get you, they will come at you.
Especially as a
It's either a
pack.
bobcat or some coyotes came and killed all of our chickens last year. I think it was a bobcat though,
Oh
because
wait,
they were walking
you
around
from
free range.
Tennessee or Virginia?
North Carolina,
No, okay, my bad. Fuck, bro.
from the
I'm sorry.
Carolinas.
North Carolina. Also, you guys have a lot of like what kind of animals you guys have over there? Like bears?
We have random stuff. We have things that are in the forest. There's like
They got
bears and
Sam
mountain.
Squanch.
There's bobcats and bears and stuff around here and coyotes, but there are like other more dangerous things
There's
up
also
towards the
boars.
mountains. Yeah. Over
What about
towards the
snake?
swamp type areas, there's a lot
Yep.
more of those.
I
What about
know
snake?
because we would go hunting for boars near the Virginia border area.
Yeah, but what about snakes? You guys got like venomous?
Yes, we
Snakes are
have
bad. Snakes
several
are real
different
bad,
types of really poisonous snake.
Oh
especially in the
shit.
swampy areas.
Oh man. Yeah, I can't deal with snake, bro. I just
Our
can't.
airsoft field in Virginia had a lot of snake nests there, unfortunately.
Copperheads.
Damn.
Copperhead Row. Oh, such a good fucking song.
You
You guys
you
ever
guys
heard
got
of
a
bobcat
God damn you!
screaming?
Now I gotta listen to that.
You guys ever
yeah, I
heard
can't
that or
deal
the
with
bobcat
snake.
screaming?
What is it, bro?
What was
Sorry.
it?
You have to
Am I
speak up. I
coming in?
couldn't
Can you
hear
guys hear
you.
me? I was asking if you guys
Oh,
have
keep
heard of
talking.
bobcat scream, the noise they make.
It sounds
It's
like really
extremely creepy.
haunting.
It sounds like a human woman screaming.
Yeah, it's haunting. It's weird.
It almost sounds like one of those Aztec death whistles.
I have bobcats here in my yard. Bobcats, deer, lots of coyotes. When I first moved
Pretty
in here,
sure.
Daywalkers, Wendigos.
the
Pretty sure there's a bobcat
deer
around
and the
here.
coyote would come pretty close to the house, but ever since I got my German Shepherd, they don't come anywhere near the house. Well, the deer still do sometimes, but the coyotes, I don't see them as often as I used to anymore. Like they smell his scent and it keeps them away.
So, I have a story about something related to that. Give me 1 second. So my grandma, like, I'm adopted into the family, not related, but kind of related to the story that I live with, or like that adopted me. So I'm like kind of related to them, but not related. But anyways, my grandmother's part native, and she said like if you have like any kind of like dog or something like that, let it kill like a natural animal from that land it's on. So if it kills like a rabbit or a squirrel, anything, just like let it get a natural animal, kill it, have it, bury that animal, and all the wildlife in that area will know not to come around there or fuck with it. And it has worked on any land we've had, families had.
Interesting.
That's really interesting.
It's almost just like a way of nature saying, "I don't do that." To
Yeah.
itself.
My shepherd, he catches possums a lot, but he doesn't. He just kind of runs around with them in his mouth. He doesn't. He doesn't really care to. He's not trying to kill them or eat them or anything. He just wants to play with them.
Oh,
It's
I
like
had
a
a
toy.
German Shepherd, and
Look what I found. Hands you a live possum.
well, she kind of did that, but it was usually like dead squirrels and stuff. Like she was just really good at getting them.
I found
yeah.
I was hiking around in my woods once and I seen like a bone sticking out of the ground, right? So I was like, "Oh, what the hell is that?" So I started digging it out. I tried pulling it out first, right? And it wouldn't pull out. So I had to actually dig under the ground to get it out, and it was a completely preserved dead rabbit, except one of the legs was sticking out of the ground, so that had decayed down to the bone. But the but the rest of the rabbit was fully intact. And I don't know what animal, what animal would bury a rabbit like that and then leave it. I don't know if I don't think coyotes do that or bobcats do
Weird.
they? Isn't that
Is
bizarre?
there any water or rainfall in that area?
I mean, no. There is sort of
Because if there was, my only theory would be therefore the animal was hurt or injured and just died in the water or mud or something, and just
no, because it wasn't like mud. It was actual, dirt, ground.
my boy was like an Egyptian.
But yeah, I'd never
In the
seen anything
dirt.
like that. It was just so weird to see the bone, and then when I got, the part that was underground was completely like preserved.
Interesting things, right? Just like how if you leave something out in daylight versus sunlight, it'll rot faster in moonlight than it will in sunlight. Why is moonlight colder than the shade that exists next to it? Interesting things.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
I fell asleep for a second. Yeah.
Would you listen? Would you fall asleep to the peaceful listening to of our rants on the Flat Earth Discord, 24/7?
I fell asleep. I'm pretty sure Paul earlier he was sleeping too. He fell asleep.
Oh yeah, Kembo, did you go out and check out the stars like I mentioned?
The star.
How I
I don't.
said like certain constellations, like my dad got into like telescopes when I was young, so like I've always been into like astronomy, and like I noticed like sometimes certain stars or constellations will like pulse or like sparkle more than like at other times, and like all the stars in general seem to be like sparkling more than they normally do or have been.
Yeah. Oh no.
If
To
that
be
makes
honest, man,
sense.
I haven't checked. I haven't checked none of that yet. Not yet. But if you can provide me with a link to whatever, that would be perfect, man. Then I will remember to like check them out.
Outside your door at the sky. Yeah, I'll see if I can find like a
Yeah.
video to compare.
Yeah,
No, but
I
I
once
do see
had
the moon though, bro. I do see the moon. Well, when I was in Florida, the moon was not that big most of the time. But when I moved to Texas now, man, the moon looks fucking huge, bro.
I'll tell you what,
Than
if
than
a
I normally see.
747 went across like right now, the moon looks like it. If a 747 flew across it right now, it
Hmm.
would look like it would be like 3 times the distance away from that plane. It doesn't look far at all.
Yeah. No,
It's
it
funny because
doesn't look far, man.
sometimes it literally does look like just a circle in the sky, and like tonight it looks 3-ish dimensional, but not as a sphere. Like it's weird.
Why
Looks like an
has
egg.
nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
We
That's because
didn't
we
go
did.
there,
Yep.
and that's the way it
We
happened.
can't. Yeah, somehow they went through the radiation belt.
Hey man, when the globe Earth people fucking hear that video clips or see that video clips, man, they gonna fucking stop making excuses
Hey,
even
bro, what
after
happened?
they
What
heard.
happened to the fucking asteroid belt in our solar system? No one ever talks about that. Like, it doesn't even exist anymore. It's never in any of their diagrams or their pictures of space or their fucking CGI. And they're
Oh
supposedly sending
no,
out all they're
no,
supposedly sending out all these probes. You're telling me they could successfully navigate while we're doing all these different motions, and so is everything else in our solar system, and not smash
I
a probe
know.
into a rock?
I think they fucked up when when they start to release any like CGI footage and what you call like in the movies or whatever.
Even anything, bro. Even
That
look at the textbooks. Where'd the asteroid belt go?
yeah. Well, they fucked up. That's what I'm saying. They fucked up when they released it.
Thank you,
Um,
whoever did that record scratch, because like that's one of the biggest things I've been on lately. Like I've been asking people, like, did you like learn about the asteroid belt? And they're like, wait, what?
I heard there's a hole in the ozone layer.
Yeah, thank you. What happened to the ozone layer in general?
yeah, nobody's
It's
talking
just
about it
no,
anymore.
it's just gone. Like the fuck,
Yeah, it just disappeared. Yeah.
I used to tell people that their hairspray was
bro. It's
bad for
it's
the.
things like that, and then you bring it up to people, and they're just like, what? Or they're just like,
What are you
and you're just
talking
like,
about? Who are you?
thank you. Exactly.
I think we were supposed to run out of oil like 20 years ago.
We're always running out of oil, except we can never run
That's
out of
not
it.
part of the test.
It's not fossil fuel. It's the Earth's blood. What? No, a Middle Eastern guy just came out recently, and he even said it in English to make sure and he said this on live TV to make sure like the people doing the subtitles wouldn't get it wrong or misrepresent what he was saying. He's just like, oil is infinite, man. He's like mine away. Why do you think
Yeah.
these Saudi princes are so rich in their entire country? No one works because they know what's up,
That's
bro. They
normal.
know the game. They know the game.
What's
They don't care.
There's such a thing as wasting water. How the
Oh
fuck do you
no,
waste? Are we running out of water?
there were. I know we live on a water planet, supposedly, right?
Doesn't make sense to me.
Well, there's supposed to be what is it? It's not natural water. It's something. It's called something water, but it's like Earth's like natural water. Like we have infinite. It's like oil.
Well, and depending on where you live, when you turn your faucet on, that water isn't going to waste. It's going down the drain. I mean, it's going
Yeah.
back to the filtration plant, right, and being recycled and put back.
Yeah.
You know, so what? How is it being wasted? I never
Yeah.
understood that shit. Will people just be like, yeah, stop. You can't be wasting water. It's crazy.
Well, it's like here in California. Every year we have a water drought, a water drought. We had like the biggest storms ever in our history for almost like 2 months straight, and literally the week after we're in a drought, and everyone was just like, "No, we're not. Fuck off." And then they were just like, "Okay, no, we're not."
Yeah, but then there
Wouldn't
these
you like to
companies.
know,
I
weather
came across
boy?
this company the other day online, and it's supposedly a weather modification company, and you can hire them to do cloud seeding and shit. So like, how can there ever be a drought if it's possible to do cloud seeding and make it fucking rain?
Yeah,
Well,
they've been
here's
doing that for
the
years.
well
This
here's
could
the
be shit.
here's the implications from that. If they're offering that, what do they have that they're not offering to us? They wouldn't offer that to us if they had something bigger and better.
So here, I'll post the website.
That's
This
just
could be
how
totally.
everything works. With any kind of technology we
Yeah.
have, they always have bigger and better than what they allow us to have.
Probably about
Exactly.
50 years ahead of anything that anybody can see now publicly used.
What is it? The military has 50 years ahead of what we have, but they're researching 100 years of whatever the military has.
There's always a 100-year plan every day.
To make sure that their family is secure in power and keep
It's
us
Hey,
enslaved.
whatever happened to like Elon's boring company? What's he doing with all those boring machines? They're not just sitting there doing nothing. All these boring companies,
sounds
man,
pretty
they're
boring to
all
me.
just doing right? It's almost like they do it on
I'm pretty
purpose.
sure he's still making money, bro. He's still making money off that,
I want to know
boring
what they're
ass
using these
company.
tunneling machines for, man. They're not just sitting there doing nothing.
So this company will actually, they can modify your plane to do certain things like cloud seeding, um, photography equipment. They offer these services, I guess.
So what you're saying is they've already weaponized weather warfare.
I don't know, man. You guys check this
Wouldn't
out.
you like to know, weather boy?
I'm not saying this shit is even real. This could be total bullshit, but it's interesting that this shit is out there.
So I know this is a little bit off topic from what we're talking about, but I do want to ask Ether. Ether, can you can you give us a little knowledge about gyroscope? I know gyroscope. It's mechanical. It's not electronic, correct?
Yeah, but I also don't claim to have any special knowledge on things that aren't my specialty.
I can tell you how the gyroscopes work in an aircraft, but that's the extent of my knowledge of gyroscopes. I wouldn't know how any other versions or a standardized version would be.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to tell
Specifically
you
the
anything
F-18
extra that you
Hornets.
haven't already heard around here.
I will say a gyroscope does have to work on a level plane.
That's what I was gonna say too. Yeah. But yeah, I think I had a little kind of like back and forth with my friend. I think it was like 4 years ago. One of my friend, um, he did kind of like listen to me for a little bit, but then a month, 2 months later, we don't talk because whatever reason. And he sent me this thing right with the gyroscope. Somebody made like a debunking video, like debunk flat Earth video with a gyroscope. Like, oh, gyroscope only work on a globe on a spheres. But the way they were saying was they were saying nothing really. Just show like a fucking picture of the globe and then like basically an object moving over a globe, pretending to be a gyroscope and didn't really explain anything at all. But
I can
of
tell
course.
you from a first-hand experience in a Navy Greyhound aircraft that does not have any autopilot capabilities. Maintaining altitude at a certain altitude for a certain amount of time, there was no up or down like corrections that needed to be done while flying over a long period of time, which would therefore indicate, with no change in the aircraft's gyroscope, there was no change, which therefore would indicate we live on a flat horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's why,
But again, that's also not like empirical evidence. That's just my personal experience and stuff. So
I mean, from what my understanding, it's designed to be to balance with the horizontal, with the straight line.
that's why it's airplane sea level.
Yeah, that's why they don't call it C curve.
I'm exhausted
You
as
do
like
have.
talking Udo, PC verified, no.
Yep, I was gonna say the same thing, my friend.
Well, I beat you to it.
Hi guys.
But yeah, I don't know. Can controls me
Hello.
everything. Hello.
I'm just listening.
Okay, that's cool.
I mean, is it okay if he, ask you a couple questions?
I don't have a question for now.
No, no, I'm just asking you. Is it okay if he asking you a couple questions?
Okay. No
Okay,
problem.
so
But
okay.
not my English not good very well.
It's okay. It's okay. I
Okay.
can understand you. So we'll take it something light. We'll take it something slow. My question to you is this: Are you on a globe side or on a flat side?
Plus side.
Oh, you're on a flat side. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. I believe the dome firmament and water above, water below, and
Okay.
just this.
Okay. So you on the flat side, what would be your number one proof that it's a flat stationary plane?
My religion book, yeah, Muslim religion
Oh.
book, Quran. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And this book is very profitable for flat Earth.
Okay. So beside the religion, okay, so beside the
Yeah.
religion, what would be your number one proof? Because the book can say whatever they say, and we're not talking about anything that from the book. We're talking about your experience, your life experience that can be tested, that can be proven. What would be your evidence?
For which Canada is to
Yeah, flat Earth proof can be tested for laser testing.
Correct.
100 miles, not curvature the Earth. There's all proof for a flat Earth.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that's fair enough. No curvature we can
And
see too far.
and we can't go to Antarctica. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. So,
Thanks.
all right, my friend, welcome to Flatter 24/7 Discord.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come again.
Kemba, you're doing a good job out here, man.
That's rude.
Oh yeah, man, I try, bro. I learn from you guys.
Fitting right in.
Any,
I was trying to.
uh,
I don't know if that was just.
this Discord group, any Turkish person? Nothing?
We actually have a very, if you scroll down in the
Yeah.
Discord section, we have a very large Muslim group and section that actually
Yeah,
talks and gets
Muslim,
together.
okay, but not Turkish
I think there
language.
might be a couple. A few.
Few. I'm not.
Let me see.
Okay.
Hey everyone, is my sound coming out? Hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we
Yes,
can hear you.
we can hear you.
It's a little quiet. You might need to turn your output up a little bit,
Okay.
but we could always do that ourselves too, and not be lazy.
No, I'm just using the push to talk, so it's always a bit complex.
That Discord's always changing. They have to make it as difficult as possible.
Okay, I should be a bit louder. Is this alright?
Perfect. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just sitting on a bench enjoying well, now it's getting towards nighttime, enjoying the evening and listening to you guys.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, we've gotten off on a couple tangents, one might say, unfortunately, but you know.
Yeah, I first was listening when you guys were talking about random animals.
The bearded vulture.
And the only thing which I could think about when you guys were talking about coyotes was, where is the Roadrunner?
Oh yeah.
Actually, we have roadrunners out here. They're a lot smaller though than what they depicted in the cartoon.
Oh no, my whole world's falling apart.
Yeah.
Right, your world didn't fall apart when it came to Flat Earth, but when it came to ruining up the cartoon and the coyote, gosh damn it.
So today, I was doing an environmental thing, and there was some random people who came over and gave a presentation on how you set up these wildlife infrared detecting cameras. And then I was questioning them. I was like, hey, during like full moons or stuff, do you notice, like, I don't know, more like, say the pitches get triggered more because of the electric sort of build up or whatnot? And then I was like questioning them, what about with clouds overhead, and what about like the static and thunderstorms and stuff? And they got a bit annoyed at me. They were like, oh, stop asking questions. He quickly
Why do you
changed
want to
the
know
subject.
this stuff?
Yes. So I can't help myself sometimes.
Oh no, I get it. Or you hear someone say something, you're like, but that's so wrong. I have to say something.
Yeah, but it was nice. We ended up going on canoes and setting up some wildlife cameras along the river here. So It's been a
Sounds
good
awesome.
day.
Do you believe the Earth is flat, Salt Lake?
Yes. Oh, by believe, I
I,
don't mean believe. So
you
far as
know.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Nice. I was just wondering.
Yeah. I don't know why I wouldn't have that tag. Maybe someone forgot to tag it. Or maybe sometimes when I talk about like tests, I sound like very skeptical, but that's because I'm super thorough. And then some people might think I'm not a flat earther because I'm just like really criticizing the test methodologies so that it's perfect.
Oh yeah, I'm
You want to
not
make
sure what
sure you.
you're talking
That's
about, but
fine. You just want to make sure you come to an absolute outcome before you give an absolute answer on it. That's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, which they can't seem to do for the radius, but oh well.
Funny how that works, right? Or for the size of Antarctica. Oh, it's supposed to be only 13,000 miles or whatever. That's not what Captain Cook measured.
yeah, I have a question actually. I mean, I know the Earth's flat and all that, but like my buddy asked me a question I didn't really have the clearest answer to, but he said, "How does the moon?" He thought the sun gave the moon light, like it's reflecting off the moon, right? Because that's the globe model. Yeah. So if I were to tell him no, it's not. It's like, what's the best answer, right?
Okay, so
It's the luminary. Yeah. Go ahead.
sorry, I was just making sure I had a good connection before I started talking. During a new moon, if the moon's giving off sunlight, right? During a new moon, where's the light that the Earth gives off? Why isn't the moon illuminated by the Earth's reflective light? We can see Jupiter, we can see Mars, we can see all these other planets like stars in the sky. Earth should be doing the exact same thing. So where's the moon on a new moon?
Okay. I didn't hear half of that. Sorry.
No. Okay. It, all the other planets reflect sunlight, correct? They look like stars almost to us.
Well, all the other planets have their own aura. Like, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, but our moon also does the same thing.
right? It's I guess it's the
So,
spin
so
shining the light
in
on it. But
theory, Earth should therefore do the same exact thing. So where's the new moon at? The Earth's light. You know, when we have a full moon, we can read a book from it. We can stand outside. We could drive with our car lights off.
yeah, of course, yeah.
So the Earth should do the exact same thing for the moon. So we should at least have a faint image or something to see. But there is absolutely nothing. So where's the Earth's light that it gives off?
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
You know, we don't see it on satellite. You can also bring up satellites. You know, why don't we see satellites up there from Earth's light that gives off? They're made out of metal, right? They should reflect light. Why isn't the Earth? Why isn't the sunlight reflecting off Earth off those metal surfaces? You
Yeah,
could throw.
well,
Yeah.
they do tell us that we can see them and we can spot them, but I personally,
Yeah. So we cannot spot them with our eyes. No, it's impossible for their size compared to the
yeah,
height they're
I
told
spot
to
them.
be at.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do that, but you should be able to
You
use
can't.
like a
Yeah.
magnifying
Or like
something.
people say that they see the ISS, you can't. The ISS is the size of a 747, and it's much higher than a 747. It's much higher than the satellites are. So no.
Yeah, you're definitely
But
not going to see this.
when when you see like shooting stars, quote unquote shooting stars, and like they sort of like glimpse and get brighter and then softer again, they say, "Oh yes, that's a satellite," and it's like, oh, how do you even confirm that?
Yeah.
So annoying.
Easy to attach a claim to something you can't, counter prove. That's basically what the entire glow and helio model is. What was the question again? I'm trying to think if there's any other answers or examples I could give as well.
The question was about the moon's light during a new moon.
Moon's light. That's right. I'm trying to think of anything else I could give that would help.
Well, honestly, can you just explain why I think it's, well, the moon has its own light, right? What is that? Plasma? Is that reacting with the atmosphere? Like, what exactly is it, right? And how far above the Earth is it in
I don't
miles?
fuck.
Few
I don't
miles,
fuck.
something?
I don't fucking know,
We
man.
yeah, we don't know on that part, period, you know. But
To
one
be
thing we do
honest, your
know,
best bet would just be to somehow build your own kind of rocket or something, aim straight at it, and hope for the best, and you let us know. That's unfortunately the only way we can ever find out. Same with the sun.
yeah. But you know, they tell us is like what the moon is 238,000 miles away, and the sun is 93 million miles away. And but you know, in our reality, you know, it looks and appear to be the same size. But then they tell us that, oh yeah, the sun is like what 400 times further, and then 400 times bigger. And that's the reason why, you know, what a coincidence, you know. But these things exist in our reality, just like the yin yang. You know, we
I'll
have the
tell you
yin yang, the
what.
male and female.
I could give you
Um,
an approximation, I think, of like the heights because we had that one rocket that went up to what was it, 72,000 feet, and you could see like the moon supposedly in the footage, and you can see like the horizon was still flat and everything, but you could see the moon, and it looked to be like a little bit lower than the rocket's level was.
bro, I seen some footage like that too, bro.
So from that
Like,
approximation, you could guess it's at around probably like 50 to 30,000 range in height,
mm.
probably. I don't know.
But yeah, but I mean, one thing we can agree on is logo sun and moon. You
Yes.
know, yeah, and just like you know, I said, I noticed kind of like a little bit of speculation too. But yeah, these things exist in our nature. You know, freaking, you know, male and female, hot, cold, dry, wet, good, evil, God, devil. The list goes on. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well,
but they
everything
tell
has
us
an
the
electrical
opposite.
charge
So,
to it, you know.
yep.
Globe people like to bring up when try to bring up movement of the Earth. They like to say, "Oh, well, the oceans are moving." Well, there's a natural negative charge to the Earth, and if you want to compare, like lakes, which are freshwater, which have no salt in them, they're not conducting a charge. Whereas the oceans are full of salt; they're a prime conductor. You know what I mean? So of course they're moving. They're probably locked with the electric charge the sun and the moon give off, which is why they're moving. Because the sun and the moon are always moving. That'd be my best guess from what I can at least see and observe. As far as the moonlight goes, you can also use, the inverse square law of light, which is, if the moonlight we see right now, every quarter of a distance you get is supposed to get brighter. So if we take the moon landing footage, supposedly, or any of these, pictures zoomed in of the moon, the moon should be a lot brighter than it's being represented. It should almost be blinding, but
So
that's not
whatever's
what's shown.
it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, so you don't even have to have that conversation with
Exactly.
someone.
But normies can't understand the basic
True
concepts for them,
story.
unfortunately. Don't understand
Yeah.
why, but first
Just
it's
just know this. There's no curve, and
you
water
know
cannot turn into a ball.
I almost just I think had a self epiphany. It's like the reason they can't come to terms with flat Earth is because they've built their whole life around a story. They're literally giving up a whole like religion and belief story system. It is a religion, so they can't come to terms with flat Earth because there's nothing to fill that empty space. Because while flat Earth may be truth, there's nothing filling that up. They need a quote unquote story. So what they're lacking is, unfortunately, I think, religion at that point.
Well, yeah. Imagine, when you when you question them and challenge them on what they know about where they are, the globe, they don't know a fucking thing.
Oh yeah,
You
their
know,
argument
so
always
They don't.
that's all their arguments. It's like, oh, I need to replace this fake story with some other kind of story. It's just like,
they
no, just here's the facts, and that's not good enough. They want a story to believe in.
really just screwed their head up by
Yep.
realizing, you know, wow, how come I don't actually know anything about this globe that I'm
It's
on?
because they have no true belief system and they don't have an actual religion. They believe in this scientism.
They
Hey, I recently, like the other day, I was talking to my friend who loves the globe, and I was showing him that Genius documentary by Stephen Hawkins, and one of those exposés of how like they do a curvature test, but they actually like edit the helicopter into it because you can tell because like the water has the exact same waves and like the same birds which go past as the helicopter goes up and goes down in both situations. And he really struggled at first. He's like, no, that can't be, that's not it. But eventually he conceded and he's like, okay, yeah, that was pretty dodgy, but that's entertainment. So like he didn't really concede. He's still sort of like saying, no, that's just like they got the
Yep.
results, but they just didn't get the video they wanted, so they just cropped and made a prettier video for it. It's like,
That's
oh,
the cog
okay,
disc, and then
at least he got a little somewhere. So
you can
it's
always
slow and patient.
yeah. You can always follow that up with asking him then, well, if someone cheats on you once, would you trust them to not do it again? So if they're lying to you about this, what else are they lying to you about?
Stephen
You know?
Hawking's an actual clown.
This
That
is
was
a
one of
fucked
the
up thing to
worst
say,
things.
but I think he was literally just a puppet.
I hated that
yeah.
helicopter. It was
How
one of the
how
worst
can
things
you,
I've ever seen.
if he has like a robotic voice, anyone could be putting like that robotic voice, making
Right?
it read out.
Who's to say someone's not just fucking TTSing and he's just sitting in a chair like, oh god.
Mhm.
No way to
Fuck that
prove
guy.
it.
Well, so what documentary is that one? If you can like post a link to the
I'm on
chat.
my phone at the moment, so I can't send a link. Well, actually, I might be able to send a link I have on Discord, but it was the Genius by Stephen Hawkins, but some other guy who just had a quick expose on it. I'll see if I can get the link.
I'm sure we can find something on YouTube. Anything Stephen Hawking related, they'll have plastered all over the place.
Because I remember, I think I'm not sure, maybe 5 years ago or 6 years ago, when flat Earth was just get out of control before they start censor us. And I seen documentary from I don't know from like History Channel or National Geographic or not, but I think they trying to make a documentary debunk flat Earth, and show us with the helicopter and lake and whatever, trying to deceive people. And I don't know if that's the same one you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the
But
same
I
one.
I don't remember exact title.
It is. It's
Um,
the same one.
it's the
Yeah,
same one.
I got
Oh,
it
okay.
in
Yeah, I
Yeah,
the
yeah.
seen that.
chat now.
I was laughing so hard. I was laughing so hard. I said, man, these fucking people are like they nuts, man. They so desperate and people with their right mind and can think for themselves. They would look at it like, oh, this is a fucking joke. But I guess Globies they always like be like, here, look at this documentary. You guys just got dunked on or debunked. So yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen anything do that in nature. If that happened, it would like have like a mirroring thing. So already, if you just like go into the field and do optics, you'd see there's something sketchy about that video.
They're sketchy about the entire, place we live. I mean, I don't know how normies don't that there's something wrong going on everywhere in the community with the government, with television. You know, how do they not feel that and sense what's happening around them?
I don't know. I'm just glad I'm not one of them anymore.
Yeah, me too. I'm very thankful for that.
Yeah, I am. I am thankful I came up in a household that was question everything.
So many
So
people are unhappy too, and it's like, and they have no idea what the root cause of it is and what's causing their unhappiness. And for me, it all starts in the globe, because that lie, they're allowed to manipulate you and hit you with so many other lies.
And you know one thing too though, it's like when we used to be globe earther, even we were believing in space, all the movies, the science fiction movies and
Trust me,
series,
I'm a Star
TV
Wars
show.
fan. I know.
There's always something is missing. I always had something missing in our soul, our heart,
Well,
and
because you
after
also knew. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, after we became the true earther, man, it just like everything just feel a joy, like and like I don't know, maybe our consciousness is fulfilled with the truth, and everything just open up, and flat is just open. It's not just about flat earth. It's not just about the shape of the earth or whatever. It's about the truth, and the truth open up everything. Flat earth had open to anything, like after you find out the earth is flat and stationary, it's open up to anything. It's like it's just every little thing, like the jab, the matter of fact, I called that before they even shut down everything. I told my coworker, I said, look, the vaccine's coming, just watch,
Careful.
right? 3 months.
Careful
Yeah,
with what you
yeah, I
say.
know, I'm sorry.
Let's divert. I want to add on to what you said by saying that the thing you were feeling when you're thinking about space back then was you knew that it was never going to be your reality. You knew you would never go there. You knew it, but they wanted you to believe that, hey, someday this is going to be possible. You knew instinctively, though, in your lifetime, it would never happen.
True. Yep. And it's always something is missing, man. It was always something missing. But
It's
then
because they
when
want
we
all your drive, they want all your focus up, away into something that cannot be manifested. They want all your energy, your potential wasted. Now that you know that all that's not necessary, it doesn't exist, it's fucking bumpkiss, you can now focus on who you are now that you know where you are and who you actually are in this place. You can now create infinite things because now you now know what the system is. That's what they don't want people to know.
yeah.
You are no longer able to be controlled by them.
Yeah, because you know what you're in, or at least to our knowledge, you now know everything, quote unquote, the Matrix.
I
Now
do
this is where
agree
the
on
work
that.
starts, and it's just the beginning, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's so many other. I thought I was kind of done when I hit flat Earth. I was like, oh man, okay, this is it.
No.
And then I
It's just it's
biology,
just the Jenga brick that makes all the other Jenga bricks fall down, and you start noticing stuff you didn't notice before, and you're like, God damn it.
It's like, holy shit, every fucking thing is a lie.
Everything, man. Tell you what, man, if you can get your hands on some Amish dewormer, do it twice a year.
What the hell
That
is
shit
that?
is
What's that?
so I have family in Pennsylvania, and there's like a large Amish community out there, and they swear and live by it. It's just like some homemade stuff. I'll try and get a bottle and like post it on the ingredients and everything on there. It tells you how to do it, and the Amish do it twice a year. But apparently the family's been doing it, and like there's so much shit in us we don't know about. It's supposed to like clear you out of parasites, worms, all that kind of shit.
Hmm.
Like if you ever fasted and got headaches during your fasting within like the first day or like your beginning of your second day, that's usually because you probably have some parasites that are trying to get you to eat. Otherwise, they would die.
I see.
I've done a parasite cleanse before, not to like the extent that this shit is. Apparently, the Amish shit's the good shit, but shit does come out. I will tell you that. So you'll lose some weight. You'll feel a lot better.
You
You
know
said
another thing.
comes out. You mean
Oh, go ahead,
shit?
brother.
Or you mean
Oh yeah,
worms?
you'll see it in your shit. Liver flukes, shit like that. Little worms. Yeah. There's all kinds of stuff in you don't think you have that you don't realize you actually have. And a prevalent cause of a lot of this stuff is, funny enough, GMO-based foods, because they provide better environments for that kind of stuff to live and thrive in than regular natural plants and vegetables would. That's why if you ever get into like talking about like getting fish for like sushi and stuff, you have to get very specific grades of it, and usually a lot of it has to make sure it's got like no chemicals, no GMOs in it whatsoever as well, because
Man, I
otherwise it
don't
could
even
have
eat
those
sushi
parasites and stuff
anymore.
like that.
I don't even eat sushi anymore. I mean, I had it before. I stopped eating a long time ago. I don't know. I just don't want to eat it.
Oh yeah,
And
I stopped once I found out like that's a prime area to get like parasites and shit. I was just like, nah, I'm good.
so okay, I'm just gonna keep it short. So I seen a documentary about the fish that was farm raised. I think they farm raised in like Vietnam, in somewhere in Europe, and somewhere. Yeah, I think the two main that I found was
Like
somewhere in Europe.
fisheries.
Yeah. So and then I guess the doctor from the French French, whatever, he's French. They did they did the test on it. They went to buy the products from the market. They
Yeah.
bought like red meat, they bought vegetable, they bought different type of whatever other meat, and then they bought the fish that was farm raised. So the farm raised, and they tested it, right? And the farm raised was like 5 to 10 times more toxic than any other products
Yep.
inside the market. And I stopped. I didn't want to, I didn't want to eat fish anymore. Every time I go to Walmart or whatever, I see farm raised, I don't want to buy it. You know, you would buy it with the wild catch or whatever. Then when you see the label like that, go ahead and buy it. But if you see farm raised, please stay away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's in charge of regulating these products that are labeled, GMO free or organic?
That'd be the FDA if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that kind of is a red flag to me.
Oh yeah, the fact that it's an alphabet soup agency that has to do it alone shows that it's not in our best interest.
I mean, I feel good when I buy organic and GMO free products, but I'm not under really any illusion that it's actually better for me, possibly just
Oh,
based off.
another.
Well,
Sorry about that. Another thing I do want to add to that. So the toxin from the fish, um, guess where's it from? Take a wild guess.
I'm gonna say birth control pills.
what you
You. What about Paul? Take a wild guess. Just take a wild guess.
what was the question again?
No,
The toxins.
yeah, the toxin.
Fluoride
Yeah,
is my second guess.
yeah. My first guess would have been the what do they call that when the
Antibiotic?
to get flushed down the toilet. But
Estrogen.
well, I'm thinking possible runoff from farms, fertilizers and things.
Okay. So anyhow, you know, like when I was watching it, my mind, I was like, oh, it gotta be antibiotic, because they were talking about antibiotic, whatever. But the fucking toxin, it was from the food, like the food they for the fish. And then I was thinking to myself,
Oh, we get
wait,
shit when you
wait, so these asshole are allowed to manufacture the shit, where's their factory, where they come from, what country they in, why are they allowed to um manufacture these type of food and feed to the fish and use the fish to sell to us. And so we, when we eat, we get sick from it. Like, these companies should be shut down. These companies should be, whatever, sue and fucking, I'm not gonna go to the detail, but yeah, you get what I'm saying, right? It's the food that they feed, to the fish.
Forgot we were talking about farm raised.
And this is happening on a flat Earth, okay?
Dude, farm raised fish tastes like shit too. I've had farm raised fish, and I never liked this awful tasting.
And that's why I don't want to eat too much fish anymore. Like, when I was growing up, you know, um, in Maine, when I moved from Cambodia to Maine, all we do, we go fishing. We catch like white perch, stripers, a lot of striper. Matter of fact, and I love to eat fish. Every now and then we buy salmon or whatever. But when I moved to Florida, I found out about it. I kind of stopped eating fish. It just, yeah, it kind of messed my head up. Like, oh, if that's toxin, it's very toxic. I don't want to eat it. And when I do go buy fish, in at Walmart, I would go for like farm raised. Never want to do wild catch. I mean, no, never want to buy farm raised. You got to go with the wild catch. I know wild catch is a little bit more expensive, but it's okay.
Just got out my meeting and I missed the chat about the moon. Are we still talking about that?
If
Yeah,
that's
we
what
can
you
talk
want
about
to talk
that.
about.
One of the gents asked about why the moon was a different type of light. I think did anyone answer that well?
Yeah, I thought I think I heard an explanation. No, maybe not. I don't remember. Did all those questions get answered? I don't remember, guys. I don't even remember who was
Yeah,
that was asking. I'm
I
not
can't
looking
remember.
at the thing, so I have
Oh,
no idea.
go on about it anyways. We'd like to hear anyways.
I have no
So there's
idea what's going on.
so there's like a rumor going around that the moonlight, direct moonlight, is colder than the sunlight.
Yes.
Was
Yep.
that addressed?
I
Yeah.
brought it up, but I brought it up. Yeah.
Yeah, and when you do experiments, you actually, with like just a simple thermometer, you actually do
Yep.
see a cold,
Measurable
it's
difference.
colder. Yes, it's colder in the sunlight. So isn't that direct proof and evidence that the moonlight is definitely not sunlight?
Yep. At least to me, I would believe so.
In what
What's the
scenario
oh,
could
I'm
this
sorry.
sunlight be colder? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna mention what's it, the Sentinel. I always have trouble explaining the eclipse, but it's basically the shadow that is being projected on the moon does not line up at all. I think I have a picture I can share. I
Oh
can't
yeah.
remember. I can't pronounce it very well. Um, Nobody wants to help me out, or do you not know what I'm talking about?
Well, you went about a stellarilian eclipse.
Yeah. I mean, you know, explain that.
Explain that without another body in the sky, yeah? An invisible body.
That doesn't make sense, bro.
What do
That
you
shit
mean?
doesn't have to do with the the light though.
What's up, Big Root? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. You're doing some good work in here, man. Good to hear. Good to see you.
Yeah, man, I learned it from you guys, So, I mean, I've been here like a month and 4 or 5 days already, so I should be able to, do a little light work. You feel me?
Good vibes, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have. I've been trying to research whether the moon, its light, has a different effect on decaying and rotting things, because there's a rumor, an ancient rumor, that the sun will, that the sun will decay, but the moon will actually petrify. Has anyone heard this before?
I thought
I
somebody had
have
just
not, but go on.
earlier. Didn't somebody
No, I
mention
haven't
that?
heard.
I swear somebody mentioned that in here earlier.
I may have just not been here for that.
Maybe, but there's rumors, not rumors, but from doing different research, I've just come across this idea that things that were turned to stone, if you go back into like mythology, so I know it's not Sunday, guys, but let's just touch on speculation for a bit. If you go into mythology, yeah, they'll say that you can go far enough back to go to a time when the sun was actually created. The moon was actually created, and there are myths where there was a time before the moon. And there's also a lot of myths about things being turned to stone at the same time as these moon came in. So there's not. I'm wondering whether also on top of that you can see that wood, brick can turn to stone. So before I take this any further, does everybody agree, or does anyone have an opinion on that? Brick and wood can be turned to stone.
I've seen it.
Yep. And if you look at a lot of the mud flood stuff, you will
Mm-hmm.
see a lot of the stones, big blocks of stones. You can start to see evidence where brick and different materials have been turned to stone. So I'm starting to think that stone is just this effect of petrification. Could it be the moon that's causing things to turn to stone? Just pretend it's Sunday for a minute. What's your thoughts around stone, and what's your thoughts around the moon petrifying and the sun decaying, and the difference between that? Because you think that could be a thing?
Maybe.
You've got to ask yourself, how is materials turning to stone? How are we seeing wood and red brick turn to stone? And it's not like we have an explanation of how this is happening. So could the moon be involved? The moon is supposed to have, in ancient history, in mythology, the moon was supposed to have a petrifying effect, and it's the only light source that has a cold light. So I know it's not Sunday, but I think there could be something there.
Well, I don't disagree. Interesting to think about. I haven't thought about that.
I never thought about that either, so I'm just listening on that part. but I don't disagree with you at all. It's something new. I'm still, absorbing and taking in.
Yeah, I know it's completely like out there and shit, but the moonlight has weird effects on us. I mean, we have all sorts of myths connected to full moons. Yeah, and it has a cold light, and I believe it has a petrifying effect to it. So being out in the moon light shouldn't have a positive effect on you. Yeah, it's probably not that interesting to be honest.
You say it shouldn't have a positive effect?
No, I reckon that the moon would have an aging effect on us in the same way the sun would have the opposite effect on us, a youthful sort of nutritional effect on us. Where I think the moon, the idea of decay is it's sapping that energy out. So is the moon, let's say it's a yin yang system, you must have an opposite. In this kind of balanced system, the sun would give nutrients and then the moon would suck it out, for example. So, yeah, it's just
Interesting.
speculation. And maybe that's where the myths of things turning to stone and people turning to stone come from the moon.
I thought it was Medusa.
Yeah. And Medusa and the moon. But yeah, the fact that the sun, the moonlight is cold, is there any way that sunlight could go cold and then still shine? I think no. I don't think you could ever allow people to just assume that the moonlight is sunlight. It's a completely different light. It has completely different effects on our skin, on brick, on wood, on everything.
No, definite. It's not the reflection of sunlight at all. We know that part. Um, because we can test it just like you said. Take the thermometer, and do in the shade, and then do it in the direct moonlight. You will see that the moonlight is colder, and in the shade is hotter.
The match up either
And
when you're talking.
in our reality, if any reflection from the sun would produce heat, and if the moonlight its reflection from the sun, it will produce heat too, not cold. So, yeah.
Exactly. So how can the sunlight, lose all of its nutritional value, lose all of its solar energy off a reflect, bouncing off something? It's impossible. We know that sunlight can reflect and bounce off things, and it doesn't change to a cold, decaying light. It's just impossible that could be sunlight. It's impossible.
It's impossible. You're right.
Unless someone has a super theory, a global theory for us.
Oh, please don't.
Time to shine, Globers.
Hey, so that guy, what his name? Red Pill. He came in here. I don't know if he has a role or not. I don't think he has a flat Earth role. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But but I don't know if he's a full flat earther or not. I mean, if he's full flat earther, he should like at least be able to answer certain question when somebody throw at him, because that thing is not hard at all. To explain. You know, I know whatever up there is, it doesn't change the shape of the earth. But at the same time, it's not a hard question either. So he should be able to answer, that question to his friend. But I'm not sure if he's a real flat earther or not. So
Who's that?
I think he goes by Red Pill. He was the one that came in here and asked that question.
Yeah, yeah. People come and do hit and runs, man. Give us a chance to talk about it. I was gutted because like he asked that question at like 2 minutes to the hour or something, and I had a meeting, and I was like, no, I really want to talk about this. I come back and it was silent.
Yeah. Oh, Big
Yeah,
Root. So by the way, well, somebody came in here. His name was something flat, whatever. Hold on, let me see. What was his name? Oh yeah, and I guess he also doing flat Earth songs and music and stuff too. He goes by
Flat Nasty,
uh a Flatter Day Saint.
Flatter
Latter
Day
Day
Saint.
Saint.
Yeah, Flat Nasty.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that is him. Okay. Oh yeah. So I talked to him. I told him like, oh yeah, we do music too, and stuff. I'm trying to get certain project going. Maybe do some mixtape. Somebody drop a song, the other person drop a song, or whatever, so we can have more song for our community. Yeah.
Yeah, he's made quite a few songs already. He's got some songs in the radio playlist.
Wow. Nice. But yeah, man, you
You should do a
whenever
song
you're
with him.
ready, you gotta
Yeah,
drop that one, man. It's gonna be hard as fuck, bro. The one that you wrote, to my beat, man.
yeah,
I can't rap, bro. I don't rap. I make instruments. I do the mixing and all that part. But yeah, I don't rap. So I wish I
yeah. I
could
will,
rap.
mate. I will. Do you know what it is? I gotta go to. I gotta find a studio. I don't want to go to the guy who I usually used or I used to use,
Hmm.
because I know him too well, and he doesn't know I'm a flat earther, and I just can't be asked to go through it with him. I'd rather just go to somewhere different. You know.
Yeah, that's gonna be very awkward if you start recording and you start saying, "Oh man, I can picture, the awkwardness, start, wait, what?" And it's gonna be a surprise for him, and then he gonna give you a crazy look.
Yeah, I showed one of my friends who's like 50-50 into flat earth, and I recited some of the lyrics because he does poetry, so he showed me some of his poems, and I did the third gas pressure lyric, and it just started a full-fledged debate. Like, wow, if this happens in the studio, I'm going to be pissed off.
Oh man, so now you're gonna have to find a flat earther studio.
Yeah, I need a yeah, I need a oh yeah,
Oh,
that someone should create a flat earth recording studio for flat earthers to use.
exactly,
Or we
exactly,
just
bro.
create a multimedia company where we can do all kinds music, video.
I know. That'd
Oh,
be that'd
Scare
be
Bear,
nice.
that's the next level, I
Oh,
think
I
that's
know.
where we should
I
be
know.
going. And Mayhem, I feel like Mayhem has got that idea already, but
Mm.
we need more of us to sort of come together and put our
Yeah.
energies and ideas together.
Yeah. Hey, but my big root, but I'm telling you, if you want to, you already have a computer, right? PC? You already have a PC
Yeah, yeah, I
or
got a Mac.
laptop? Oh, you got a Mac. Okay, a Mac could be for me a little bit different because I'm not a Mac person. But yeah, if you want, man, all you got to do it's an audio interface, condenser mic. If you want to get a little bit technical, you can get two studio monitor, and then a microphone stand. The software, don't worry about it. I got all kind of software, whatever you need, just to record. That's it. You know what I mean? The budget, I would say less than $500, man. And you get that setup you can use for years. So yeah, I got a little setup
I
at my
know, I know. Do you know what? I have a
yeah.
voice actor's microphone, a table mic, and I think I could probably record some clean lyrics on there. So I'm considering just downloading WAV Mixer. Not WAV Mixer, that's one of our guys. I've forgotten the name of the software, but I'm thinking of just downloading a software, just going up into my loft, which is really quiet, and just recording the lyrics and just put my
Mm,
headphones on. And then I can just send you some clean lyrics in beat and then kind of leave it to you. I was thinking.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, the thing is, if you could, like, verse one, verse two, what you're gonna have verse three too. Um, Yeah, you can separate everything, from each other, and then the hook, maybe you call it like three time, two, three different channel or whatever, and I put all the words together and everything too. That's when the mixing comes in. But yeah, whenever you're ready, man. But no rush. Whenever you're ready, you got time, go for it. But yeah, I'm really excited about this because that shit go hard as fuck.
Thanks, bro. I was losing a bit of steam. I was like, I probably won't do this, but you know what? After today, I'm gonna fucking record it. I'm gonna get it recorded this week. Send you some lyrics.
Yeah, go for it. But anyhow, so back to the moon on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I forgot what I was actually gonna. I wanted to talk about the moon, but it's all speculation, isn't it? Really. I was just interested to know if anyone understood a little bit more about the moon's light and whether it decays or rots, whether it decays or whether it because the sun has a decaying effect in it and it creates mold, but that only seems to come from sunlight, whereas the moon, if you leave stuff out in the moonlight, it goes to stone. It goes hard, so it doesn't grow any mold. But complete speculation.
Yeah, I would love to hear about that too, if somebody has some insight. And yeah, I can vouch for Big Road being a very good lyricist because I listened to some of his songs and I enjoyed them.
All right, well, he's got to hit me with a freestyle then right now.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate it.
Hey, you gotta go with the second verse, man. Hey, hit them with the second verse real quick. Come on, we want to hear it, on live stream right now. Hit them with the second verse, bro. I mean, the first verse is hard too, but the second verse, man, you came in very smooth.
Second verse. Do you know what? I will go on then. Why not? I'll do the second verse. Um, but they've got to know. They've got to know the premise. So the song we're doing is it's a chorus that's kind of like you better watch out for flat earthers because they're coming for you. But the beat is hard, so it's not cheesy. So then round one will be sort of we're going to be following the 3 points. So round one will be sort of curvature. Round two is what was round two again? Round two is gas pressure and space, and then round three is movement and Coriolis. So I've got three different lyrics connected to those ones. So round two is gas pressure. So this is the lyric for round two. It goes, round two, you know how we do. How do you get air next to a vacuum? Can you find a picture of a satellite? Have you seen a planet that's not a cartoon? No need to assume that parallel rays are heat in the moon. Corpuscular rays are seen with a zoom like sun earth gravity. None of it's true, so let me hit a new vector. You're a tool like Kepler, you orbit, disrespecting, globe projecting, appeal to a fallacy, guy you're just in, over your head. The lies globally spread, but the globe's overly dead. And now you think you can tell me the shape of the earth by measuring over your head? And then it goes back in with the chorus. You better watch out for flat earthers, because we're coming for you.
That shit hard, bro. No, but see you just freestyling, bro. They haven't heard the beat. How you gonna go with the beat? You would kill the beat, bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
transform
can
into
I post the
gangster
beat?
rapper.
Can I post the beat on live chat?
Post the beat and live chat. Yeah, go for it, man.
Hold on, let me see.
Are you guys familiar with Bro Sanchez?
Yeah, I listen to Bro. I used to listen to Bro every day. Not so
Yeah,
much now.
I was actually, I think the stream was dead and I was bored at work and he was going live, but something happened and I had to put him on mute. I can't remember what I was doing, but he was doing something on the moon and he was showing the moon. And you know how there's that there's that odd circular spot, and then there's kind of like lines that branch out from it. And he was comparing that to an orange. And the comparisons are really odd, and I wish I could hear what he was saying. But yeah, I just saw those images. I wonder if I can show
Yeah,
you
I
guys what
think
I'm
I
talking
saw that stream, and he was talking about the navel of the moon and how the moon is sort of from the navel segments. You see the lines coming out like the segments of an orange.
Yeah. So you did see. Okay, cool. I'm glad you saw it because
I
is
did.
there more to, like
I
that you
get
could
worried.
just sort of
I
give me
get
the
worried
short
with
version?
Bro Sanchez. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what he was saying. I get worried with Bro Sanchez because he had me fucking researching NASA being the root word of nasal. Did you see that stream?
No, I don't think I saw that one. What the fuck does that mean, dude? What was he trying to say?
Check this out. So, NASA is the root word of nasal. And NASA, if you look at a rocket ship, so I'm actually going to post the picture because it's hard to visualize. But if you look at a NASA rocket, one of the traditional shaped ones, it looks like a nose when you've got the two boosters and the shuttle on. So let me find you the traditional picture. Okay, so just one of these. Let's go with one of these. But if you look at it straight on, it becomes more obvious. Okay, copy image. Here we go. I'll post it in the live chat. So, yeah. Okay. So use your imagination a sec. That's probably a bad one, but imagine this is your nose, the bottom bit, this is actually the representation. The rocket is the representation of the nose. NASA, the nasal is to breathe, obviously. And he's basically saying every rocket launch is breathing new life into the deception, and the purpose for NASA is to breathe life into the lie. And he went into a lot more detail, but I was a bit taken aback, like, whoa, this is deep.
You don't like that idea? Well, that sounds kind of plausible, doesn't it? I mean, isn't that what they do? They deceive, right? And they're constantly pushing the deception. What's
No,
so?
I loved the idea.
Oh,
But
okay. I thought you didn't like it.
no, I loved it, but it's a little pseudo. It's a little bit like dot connecting, and I enjoyed it, and I think it could have beyond something. Yeah.
Isn't a lot of dot connecting.
What we call that in the business is a reach. It's a reach.
Yeah, that's it. It was a bit of a reach, but I loved it because it was original.
Well, I don't understand why he hammers so hard on when he talks about the creator, and maybe I just haven't listened enough, but he's always saying the creator's female, but I would think it's I don't know. I would think it was capable of both, being that it's not. You know what I mean? It's all things. I don't know. I don't. And it's weird that we do a lot of people, refer to God as him, his. Like I get all that, but I don't know. Sometimes I think we read too much into that.
Yeah, whenever I say him, God, him, I don't actually mean him. I just mean everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know his story, her story. Like I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't know. I don't care about that shit honestly because I don't really look at God as a man or a woman at all.
But you've got to remember, Bro Sanchez came out of the Pan-African and the Black consciousness channels originally. So they have a lot of people who talk. The Pan-Africans, they believe that God is a woman, and the ancient traditions were always that God was